Florida Department of State, who runs the elections for the state, comes up with the authority through the legislature to set forth specific guidelines as to what uniform guidelines as to what everybody's to do, it's going to be impossible for them to do that.
It seems irresponsible for them to not do that, especially with the stakes, that are in play now.
I don't want to impugn any bad motives on people, but we've seen an awful lot of actions that were done that were actually intended to suppress the vote, reductions in open sites for early voting, purging people off of the voter rolls, challenging people. There was one guy who was 90 years old who was at a poll site I was at this morning. He came with a picture ID, but he had nothing with his signature on it, and they weren't going to let him vote until someone finally just said, listen, we know who you are, go ahead and vote. He was 90 years old. Those kind of things are happening. So when you write a ballot like we wrote, and I think that Amendment 1 is a perfect example of it, where the double negative means that you're voting for something you really don't want to vote for, until we get to the point where we write things in plain language and not play games with the language.
I hate to cut you off, but
we're
going to go to on air right now because they've got to cut in. They want to give us some more information on these numbers that are coming in.
Great.
That did you?
The final moments are here. Polls closing in the Bay Area just within the last 15 minutes. Now the past year of campaigning and primaries comes down to this.
Just minutes ago, election officials just starting to count today's ballots here in Florida. Here's a look at the early results on the popular vote around the U.S. Again, very early at this point. Trump with a 62% to 31% lead over Hillary Clinton. Trump already claiming wins in Indiana and Kentucky, and Clinton winning Vermont. Now all that's left to do is see how the rest of the votes turn out.
Clinton and Trump camped out in New York City right now, waiting to see who will be the next president of the United States. We check in now with both campaigns, starting with our national political correspondent, Mike Sachs. Mike?
Hey Wendy, hey Jameson. So here in the Clinton election night event, the people have already started filling up right in front of the stage here, and they're getting pretty excited about things. Now, they're not always happy about how things are going, of course. When Indiana and Kentucky were called for Donald Trump, they had some boos, and then when Vermont was called for Clinton, they cheered. So we're getting a little taste of what's to come for the rest of this evening as more returns come in over the next few hours. But if you look behind me, you might not be able to see it. There's a stage where Clinton is hoping to deliver her victory speech. It's shaped like the United States itself, and so symbolism is pretty thick here. Right above us is an actual glass ceiling that Clinton surely figuratively hopes to break should she win the presidency as the first female tonight. Meanwhile, about 2,000 people waited outside all day today from the morning to get in. Some have already started coming in. We're sure to see more come in as the day goes on. About a mile and a half down the road, we've got the Trump event where Todd Walker is reporting as well. Hey, Todd.
Yeah, they were watching this very closely, and cheers went up when Trump was declared the winner of Kentucky and Indiana. It looks like he has the early lead there in Florida, as you guys are watching in Tampa, but just the first few precincts coming in, so they're excited about that, but they've got a long ways to go. As you know, Florida, to get through all those results generally takes most of the night into the early morning hours, so they're happy with that early lead, but they hope that he can hang on to it, as they know there's a lot more results to come in. The question is, will Donald Trump actually come here to the Midtown Hilton, just a few blocks away from Trump Tower, if he doesn't like the results he's seeing? Of course, he's liking what he's seeing in the early first few returns coming in, but right now we know it's a long ways to go, and it's unclear whether he will actually come down here if he ends up not having either a clear winner or taking the race, as the race is called, throughout.
We're giving you sort of an inside peek here of how we are running this election night here at ABC Action News, and we're getting new numbers. Here it is. We'll give you a tour later. We're proud of this space because it's a brand new newsroom. Laura Harris, Paula Groen, Jeff Schwartz here with us tonight, talking on the legal side and potential challenges that have already arisen today out of Nevada. And potentially, there's a lot of hypotheticals here, particularly if Florida does get close, because of the ambiguity that this state sort of tends to breed. We talked about the ghost of 2000 still being with us in some ways. And Laura, you actually heard from somebody on Facebook about a situation earlier today.
Right, so we have someone saying that our sister, she went to Sun City Center today to vote. She walks in, she has her voter registration card, proves that she's herself, and then the person tells her, "You've already voted." The lady looks at them and says, "No, I haven't." And they said, "Well, yeah, you have. It looks like you've already voted." And it says the worst part, she wasn't the only one that happened to. While in line, several more people came out saying somebody already voted in their name. And so it looks like they may have gotten some provisional ballots. She ended up having to do a provisional vote, which has to go to Tampa to be certified, which takes several days. So if it takes several days and she tried to vote today, how do you count a vote in several days?
Here's what happens with a provisional vote. It goes to whoever is the head of division of elections for Hillsborough County. You have 48 hours. You actually have to get in your car. You have to drive downtown to the division of elections and set forth the reasons why your vote should count.
Who's going to do that?
Not very many people, especially from Sun City. Right. But the fact of the matter is that's what you have to do. If that happened to a lot of people there, then you have to start looking at whoever was running the polls to find out, were they really looking at photo IDs? And if they really weren't looking at the photo IDs and checking the pictures to make sure they were so, then somebody could be voting in their name. It could be identification theft, it could be all kinds of things. But if she has that many people, then a poll watcher who would be there for one party or the other, and as far as I know, Mr. Trump didn't have much of a ground game in Hillsborough County. Any poll watcher that would be there would probably be from the Hillary Clinton campaign or the Democratic Party, would have stepped in and said, this is what you can do. Once they leave the polling site, then the poll watcher can say something to them, but they can't say anything to them while they're in the polls. They wear a big sign that says, "I can't talk to you."
Right.
We've got some unofficial results for you, though.
New numbers just coming in. You know, the polls closed, at least in our part of the state, at 7 o'clock, but officially all of Florida does not close until 8 o'clock to get the
Right.
panhandle in the central time zone. And early results, you know, not everything hasn't been reported yet, so
Right.
you sort of take this with a grain of salt, but it shows Hillary is up, at least in Hillsborough, by 10 percentage points over Trump.
Same thing looking like that in Pinellas County, about 2% of the vote. But as Paul said, this
Is barely anything
bare minimum,
reporting.
bare
I mean,
bones
this is-
In
reporting.
Pinellas
Yeah.
County, you're going to want to take a look at the results in the Charlie Crist, David Jolly race.
And that
Those numbers should tell you exactly how they're breaking Republican to Democrat.
Well, and this is not Pinellas. I don't have the numbers on Pinellas when it comes to NPA's non-party affiliated voters, but in Hillsborough, it's about 38,000. You have more registered Republicans in Hillsborough than you do Democrats, but the NPAs could be breaking, well, we don't know. Are they breaking Republican or Democrat, 50-50? And that'll be the story.
And that's why in this particular instance, you have to watch the returns as they come in on that particular race. Because that district was redrawn as a result of a court order, which left Representative Jolly with a more Democratic congressional district than he had before. The DCCC spent a lot of money in there. The
Super PAC.
the Democratic
Okay,
Congressional Campaign Committee. There's synonymous committee on the other side, the RCCC, as far as I know, pulled out a couple of weeks ago. They didn't spend a lot of money in the last couple of weeks for Mr. Jolly. You didn't see a whole lot of advertising for him. That also gives you an idea that they either thought they really had a dead bang winner or they thought they had a dead bang loser. So you'll have to take a look and see what happens there. But those numbers should go with whatever happens. in
And
the
can we hold some of those election results that you're pulling up there? I just want to show people at home, if we can pan over to this. You see that U.S. Senate, all of this is on our website right now, so this is public knowledge, abcactionnews.com and our election center. But you see U.S. Senate race, Marco Rubio definitely up 53-44. Again, this is 1% of the precincts reporting, though, so I want to bring that up. But also want to talk about this because Paul has been following this very closely. That Constitutional Amendment 1, the solar electricity rights, 55% of people saying yes, 45% of people saying no. This is with like 0.5 to 1% of precincts reporting. But Paul, talk a little about that and how it seemed like, because we talked about this earlier this week, it seemed like the firefighters of Florida were for this.
Right. Well, the word is that there was some kind of backroom deal within the firefighter union that represents most Florida firefighters that they would support and endorse Amendment 1. And they actually did an ad where you had it featured an Orlando firefighter saying vote yes on Amendment 1, implying that solar panels pose a risk to firefighters and that makes it harder for firefighters if they have to go into a roof or go to penetrate the roof. It poses a danger for them. Well, other firefighters got word that they were sort of being lumped into this endorsement and said, hey, that's not what I think, and solar panels, if installed correctly, don't pose a fire hazard.
Wow.
And after a lot of backlash, they pulled their endorsement and then said, pull the ad.
There were a lot of people that I talked to in particular. People would come to me, people that aren't lawyers, and they would say, what should I do on Amendment 1? And I said, I can't tell you what to do. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. But they said, it seems to me that a yes vote, they would say, is in favor of solar. And I said, no. The no vote is in favor of solar. The yes vote is against solar. That's why it was phrased in the double negative, and that's why people get confused. If it simply just said, I'm in favor of solar panels, yes, I'm against solar panels, no, that would be a right way to explain it to people. But all that the Supreme Court of the state can do is look at the wording and make sure there's only one subject matter in the amendment. And that's all they pass on, not whether it's confusing, not whether people are going to be able to read it, just so it only has one subject matter.
If there's fertile ground for a legal challenge, it would seem that Amendment 1...
It was challenged. It was challenged and had to be reviewed by the appropriate courts, and all the courts said, nope, it fits all the criteria under the Florida Constitution, so it goes on the ballot as is.
We'll come back to that one. Just getting this information in, though. This is breaking news. North Carolina State Board of Elections votes to extend voting by 60 minutes in 2 Durham County precincts. You called it an hour ago.
Yeah, well, I'm a little short, though. They asked for 90 minutes. The Division of Elections from that county voted unanimously for 90 minutes.
What for?
And the state only gave them 60.
That's good for Hillary Clinton, though.
Well, it is good because, it would be good for her if people come back. Remember, those polls were supposed to close in about 5 minutes. So a lot of people probably left or didn't show up, not knowing that they were going to get to vote. And now they got to try to get them back out there in the next 60 minutes. So that'll depend upon the ground game in North Carolina.
Well, Durham County, historically African American.
It's 40%, that particular county is 40% African American. The precincts that were generally involved were overwhelmingly African American. For some reason or other, the voter rolls, which were supposed to be electronic, didn't come up and they couldn't check people in. So they had to wait, I think it was almost 2 hours before they got the hard copies, that is the paper copies that they could use, and that's what happened.
The Nevada decision earlier today with the judge, does that offer a precedence then if Trump were to see this, newsflash, okay,
Right.
in Durham, they're going to stay open, and say, oh, I got a challenge here, but based on what the judge said earlier today in Nevada, does that negate any kind of strategy going forward for him to challenge these polls extending their hours?
Here, this isn't a court decision. This was a decision made by the state election board, who heard it almost like an appeal.
But is he going to feast his eyes on that and say maybe there's an opportunity because North Carolina is very tight?
They've been involved in a lot of, shall we say, efforts to kind of reduce the vote, and we'll leave it at that. And they've been doing that for a number of years now. But out in Nevada, that was a court decision. His challenge has to go to a court of appeals. So it's kind of a different path that's followed. This was an administrative decision. There's no way to overturn this administrative decision by a court, not timely, because it's only going to be another hour they're going to be open. So that's probably not going to be the case. I mean, he's going to sit there and say it's a rigged system. Look, they got what they wanted, but I didn't get what I wanted. That's what he's going to say.
So it looks like ABC News is projecting that Donald Trump is this West Virginia? Is that what I'm looking at here? Yes. So ABC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win West Virginia. I mean,
not a surprise.
Are they rolling in a little fast? Are they rolling in a little slow? What are you thinking now?
Nothing so far has been a surprise.
No.
West Virginia is going to go Trump's way, particularly Hillary Clinton's, it was a while ago, said that she was going to put coal miners out of business, and Trump jumped on that, and ever since has hammered her with it. So she's had a tough go in West Virginia. Really haven't even seen her campaign much in West Virginia.
She went there twice, I think, that I know of. I don't think that she's gone back there. That was kind of a lost cause from the very beginning. She knew that from the primary, actually.
The question is, does any of that bleed over into Pennsylvania and rural Pennsylvania across the line?
The rural areas of southeastern Pennsylvania probably is where he goes. Remember that over half of the vote for Pennsylvania, or a little bit more than half the vote, exists in two areas, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. It's like bookends.
Right.
Everything in between has been solidly red for a long time. That's why Philadelphia was so important to the Clinton campaign over the last week, is to get out the vote in Philadelphia and build that 300,000 or 400,000 vote margin that she knows she's going to need to carry the state. So the numbers out of Philadelphia will be very important.
People on the Facebook page right now, we can see all of your comments out there, so don't worry, I'm reading them. Some of them I can't repeat.
Hi, everyone.
You guys are killing me, some of them.
Welcome to my world.
I'm glad they're watching.
So we've got about 400 people watching on the Facebook page right now. We appreciate that. But a lot of people are saying right now, how does this state not seem to get it? And I shouldn't say right, but how does Florida always seem to be the state that's almost like the problem child? We're looking at some of these comments and people are saying, well, I really don't understand. Well, some of them I can't read. Hold on. I'm trying to find the one I can actually read out loud.
We can't say whatever we want on this.
We can't say whatever we want on this.
Fun with Dick and Jane.
Just take my word for it. But people are saying, and Paul, you've lived here longer than me, but people are just saying it seems like if you had a house full of kids, Florida would be the problem child. What is it? What is it?
I've lived in every single part of this state, too many counties to remember, and I can tell you, and I think, Jeff, you would agree, this state is fractured, much like California, maybe even more so. It's 5 states in one. I think there's like a cartoon map actually pointing out how Southwest Florida, South Florida, Central Florida, the Panhandle, it's all different states.
It's all different thought process. It comes down to a lack of uniformity. It comes down to the issue that whoever's running your division of elections has so many options available to do what they want to do with their ballot, how they run their ballot, how they do the things that they want to do, how they word things, how they list things. It's all really just so incoherent sometimes to some people. And I think that our ballots are really designed by some people to actually confuse people.
Who does that benefit, though? You would think, whether you're Republican or Democrat or Independent or whatever, that the clarity of the will of the people and the clarity of the electorate would be beneficial to both sides. That then it puts the onus and the burden on you as a candidate or a party to get your message and connect with the people, and not leave it up to some fuzzy calculus.
Because if I can't read the jargon that's on the ballot, I'm not making an educated decision when I mark something down. I'm just writing.
Part of the problem is that other than candidates who have an extensive amount of money to spend, issues like Amendment 1, if one side has a lot of money and in explaining the amendment a certain way, that's what people see and that's what people hear. In smaller campaigns, the fact of the matter is nobody has the kind of money that's necessary to really sell themselves. So you count on a little advertising, or you read what the newspaper endorses, or you listen to whatever talking head that you like, and whatever he or she says, that's what you do. So the way the ballot is structured is really designed by whoever is promoting it and whatever political party it benefits at the time. Right now, much of what we're seeing generally does benefit the Republican Party because they're in control of the elective system for the most part. Yes, in a greater world, we would all be thinking that everybody's interested in issues and everybody's interested in educating the public and everybody wants everybody to vote with a conscience. But there's so many factors that come into the failure of that. Even going back to our educational system, I could talk for an hour on this.
Well, let me ask you.
I really could. I really could.
And that's why we have you here.
And my students are so tired of hearing it. You have no idea.
Being our legal expert, walk with me on this. But let me ask you a bottom line question. Do you think that, you could argue that 2000 was won rather on technicalities and legal posturing, and it went into overtime, and it was almost like a football game that wins on penalties. You could make that argument. Do you think that Trump can make an argument if he loses tonight? And again, anything can happen. He could win. Mm-hmm. For that matter, could Clinton make the same challenge? Could this election be won on challenges and not the electoral math or the will of the people?
It depends on the margins. Legal challenges only work where the margins are small and they will make a difference, such as in Florida where the difference was 300 or 400 votes. For example, when Barack Obama won this state, it came down to 6 votes per precinct. 6 votes per precinct.
I've not heard it put that way.
6 votes per precinct. So
that's your street, your neighbors.
Exactly.
Your neighbors who didn't vote. That's it.
It's a guy across. It's a family. It's a family. So when you take a look at it from that point of view, the margins have to be very small for any kind of challenges to work. If the margins in Nevada are as big as some are projecting, it gets above 2 or 3%, you're not going to win on a legal challenge. It just isn't going to happen. Mm-hmm. You've got to come in at 1% or less, where there's automatic recounts and all kinds of things that go with it, where you can challenge ballots with a canvassing board. But it's not going to happen when you're above 1 or 2%.
I want to show some of these unofficial results happening in Hillsborough County right now. We told you on the Now Tampa Bay at 4 o'clock today, Hillsborough County historically has been the county that can really show who's going to win the election. And you see right there, Donald Trump getting about 43% of the vote, 53% for Hillary Clinton. And we've got 53 of the 340 precincts reporting. Again, that's not many at all. And you see Marco Rubio, Patrick Murphy ahead just a little bit in that race with just 53 out of the 340
Is it
reporting.
About 20%, 25% reporting?
So what do you make of that, though, Paul? So you see these numbers.
Well, I tell you what I'm looking at right now is the
only Hillsborough County, remind you.
Murphy Rubio is a little tighter than I think that the recent polls had suggested leading up to today.
That's true.
And that's what we were hearing late into today and into the Now. I had mentioned that the early indications are that race, everything we had been seeing said, Rubio's got it by 7-8 points. Now, Jeff, you had mentioned, though, that South Florida is really where that race rubber meets the road on the Rubio.
It'll be Miami-Dade County. It will be the turnout of the Cuban American community, they will come out in droves for him. He is their favorite son. And I think that when you start getting into more Republican areas of this state, I think you're going to see a much wider problem.
Well, speaking of South Florida, I think one of the big headlines, however this thing breaks tonight, could be the turnout of the Latino vote. According to the numbers that I've seen, it's a 100% increase from 2012. Yes. Now, you would assume that's good for Hillary Clinton, but as Dr. Susan McManus pointed out, in the Latino, in that number, in that percentage, includes the Cuban vote.
It does.
Which tends to go Republican.
And having, having been family member to someone who was Cuban American, I will tell you that they don't even consider themselves literally Latinos. They're kind of different, and they don't bulk themselves in with others. The Cuban American vote has traditionally been Republican since 1960, and that's really because because John Kennedy was a Democrat, and he left the Bay of Pigs, people sitting there and didn't help them, and the Cuban American community has held it against the Democratic Party ever since. So technically, if you're counting Cuban Americans as part of the Latino vote, I don't think that's going to accurately reflect a good turnout for Hillary Clinton. To the same extent, younger Cuban Americans don't hold fast to that Republican thought process. And so as a result of which, you really don't know where they're going to go. They're more and more they're becoming Democratic than they used to be.
It's a generational gap.
It's a big generational gap.
And speaking of generational gaps, we talked about millennials.
This is surprising to me.
And so
my kids are millennials.
and the thing is, when you look at millennials, they were really turning out to vote for President Obama.
Yes.
But now it appears that it just has kind of fallen off. We were on the campus of USF earlier today, and many of them just saying, well, doesn't really, they're just not ignited like they were. They're not excited. And I don't either, because I thought that momentum, whether you're Republican or Democrat, but that momentum was going to carry over into 2016 in this historic election.
Again, I go back to the educational system. I'm kind of old, so maybe I remember a better time in the 50s to go to school. In 60s, I will say that. But in my generation and slightly younger, when they went to school, they were taught how to be citizens. They learned things to learn how to be a citizen, how to think for themselves. That doesn't happen in our school system these days. They don't learn civics. They don't learn the Constitution. We see students that even in college have no idea what Marbury versus Madison was and how important it was to this country.
Well, there were a lot of people who didn't know what Roe v. Wade was when it came up in the debate.
And that's why they don't know, they don't think about the process of, if I vote for this person, okay, Roe v. Wade, what's Roe v. Wade? That means nothing to me.
Right.
Well, it does mean something to you, and whether you are for it or against it, it means something to you. That's the problem. They don't carry with them that kind of citizen attitude that my parents had, and my father taught me, what's good for the country is good for me. People don't think that way anymore, and it's really unfortunate, and that's, I think, why we're so divided.
And it's their country they're inheriting. I mean, they're growing up, they're going to have kids if they don't already, and
they think that, it'll be all okay until I'm in charge. Okay, that's kind of the thought process.
But can you just maybe speak to that, though, because it was just interesting. 4 years ago, we heard about change.
Yes.
And that was President Obama's thing. We're going to have change. And so that seemed like that was what the young vote really wanted to see. Yes. I mean,
they're disappointed. They're disappointed with President Obama, although they shouldn't be, because there was so much on his plate when he took office. But they're disappointed in him because they didn't see all the progress that they thought they were going to see. And they were all excited over the fact that there was going to be an African American president. That was a reason to be excited. They're not excited, many of them, over a woman being president because they grew up after the battle was generally over. And so they see it as just being, okay, it'll happen, it doesn't have to be her, it'll eventually happen, and that's kind of the way they think. Fortunately, it's not, that's not, my kids are thinkers, but not everybody is a thinker.
And she's a more clinical kind of candidate,
yes.
Not in the same style of Obama, where he inspires people to take action one way or the other.
Yeah. We talked to Dr. McManus earlier today, and she was saying that was part of the issue. Hillary Clinton, she has this way of galvanizing the older vote, she can get the older vote
Right.
out there. But
Right.
the bottom line is millennials are most of the people voting now.
That's
I mean,
correct.
they've taken over the voting age. So
If they are voting, and that's part of the problem.
There you go.
That's part of the problem. Are they turning out? Are they voting? Are they voting their issues, or are they just, who knows what they're doing?
What are
some
we
numbers
seeing
coming
here,
in?
guys? What's this? So this is
All right,
Pinellas
let's go to
County right
Pinellas.
here. Brian, if we can look at this, we've got Pinellas County 141 out of 301. So what is
Okay,
that?
so almost half of the precincts reporting in Pinellas.
That's not a
Look
big-
how tight that race
That's
is.
not a big enough margin for her.
Look at that.
She needs a much bigger margin.
And again,
48,
that's-
46 won't
this
do it
is
for
looking
her.
at Pinellas County. We looked at Hillsborough just a little bit ago.
And just to put that in context, Pinellas is a blue county traditionally. So it's tighter than what you would expect.
You would have
there.
expected.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's not a big enough margin for her. I think that the doctor will tell you
Yeah.
exactly what's going on there, but that's not really a big enough margin coming out of Hillsborough County for her. She needs a much bigger margin than that.
It's also worth pointing out that you do have an older demographic in
Yes.
Pinellas County.
Yes.
Maybe in
Oh,
this
and look
part
at
of
that. Look at Polk County. Those are the preliminary numbers for Polk County, 77 of 169 precincts reporting, and look at that margin.
I'm not
Donald
sure-
Trump up 54% to 41.
I'm not sure that's much of a surprise.
I'm not
though.
There you
surprised.
I don't think
But when
that's-
you start to
but-
put these numbers together,
Yeah.
though, Hillsborough, Pinellas,
It tightens up.
Pasco,
surprising me is how low
It's-
at this point the percentages are for Gary Johnson. I mean, that's how far
Really?
off. I think, I thought that between him and Jill Stein, they might pull 3 or 4 or 5%. And now, right now, together, they're less than 2%. So, I'm not really sure how much effect they're going to have. It's the Ralph Nader thought process.
Right. How much of an effect does that siphon off? Like you had Ross Perot with 10% of the vote, and that basically gave it to Clinton in '92.
Yeah.
The Ralph Nader thing helped obviously Bush in 2000. If you add that up, I think most. According to the polls, and again, I'm happy to say polls tonight will be irrelevant.
Mean nothing.
So
They
finally,
truly
we're
mean
about
nothing.
results.
They truly mean nothing.
But you were looking at about 5% for those two combined.
I really thought they'd come up with a 4 or 5%. I think nationally, I was not hoping, but I was thinking they would be at 4 or 5%. We may be actually seeing people just abandoning their objection votes, their protest votes, and actually thinking in the process now who that's going to benefit. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it should be interesting.
Yeah, the question is, by abandoning their votes, did they just decide not to show up, or did they literally go in there and say, Trump or Clinton?
And that was one of the things that we've talked about. So when I went to the Democratic National Convention, and the Republican National Convention, it was one of those things where at both conventions, you even heard people of the same party saying, well, I'm not voting for Trump, I'm just not voting for Hillary. Or I'm not voting for Hillary, I'm just not voting for Trump. It's one of those things where you're hearing this in this election and you say, wow, this might be one of the first times in a long time where we've heard someone's not voting for a certain candidate, they're just voting against that candidate for whatever else they can get.
Yeah.
And that's part of what they were talking about. I was watching some of the exit polls from another network, and they had like a sampling of almost 16,000 people. And they were showing that the negatives for both Trump and for Hillary were like in the mid-60s.
Yes.
So you're looking at two very unpopular people. For whatever reasons they're unpopular. And so people are literally, if you look at it, voting against someone as opposed to voting for someone. And that's really kind of a sad thought process for our democracy, for our republic, to think that we're voting against somebody as opposed to for somebody.
We're about 13 minutes away from all the polls in Florida closing.
Oh,
the
boy.
Panhandle will be closed at 8 o'clock, and then the results start to streaming in.
It should stream in very quickly. With the new systems, you should have a lot of numbers very quickly.
And the fact that we had such a big turnout with early voting, it's not
Yeah.
like this avalanche of having to count.
Those have all been counted
votes.
already,
Yeah.
by the way. They've already gone through the machines.
They've already gone through the
But they're
machines.
sealed. The results are on I believe, if they're like all the other machines I've seen, they're on a computer chip, and the computer chip gets locked away, and then they just stick that computer chip in, the machine just counts them. Takes the count.
What is the margin, by the way, that either one, Trump or Clinton, would need for it not to be a contested?
There is a statute that says if it's less than 1%, I think it's
1%
less than 1%, it's an automatic recount, or less than 1/2 of 1%. It's an automatic recount. Anything 1% or less, you can petition for it and get it. It's very technical as to what you can and you cannot do, and you can only do it Some people say you can only do it county by county. If the margin is wide in a county, you don't get to do it. You only get to do the close counties. I mean, it's.
I'm having flashbacks of
yeah,
2000.
I'm telling you,
we set up in Tallahassee for
I was
a week.
supposed to be on that canvassing board down in Miami-Dade, and I begged off of it, and I'm so sorry.
Look,
I'm
he's
so sorry
you
I
did that.
did.
He couldn't
Yeah,
cover the New York
it's
Times.
one of the great.
Brian, can we get a shot of this right here? What we're seeing on Twitter, ABC News Politics putting this out. Of course, that's Donald Trump's campaign manager saying, "quote We are poised to win states neither Romney nor McCain won, and we're winning those states without Romney or McCain's support." She makes an interesting point there because they're making this is an uphill battle for them, and it has been since the beginning. And some of the key people they needed to back Donald Trump and say, "Listen, this is going to be the guy that we want." They just didn't get on the bandwagon. And then when they did get on the bandwagon, they dropped off because of whatever may have happened during the campaigning process.
By the way, there's a note up there that he just rolled past, right in the middle there. About the results from Pinellas County on the David Jolly Charlie Crist race. That's one you have to watch to see just how well Secretary Clinton or Mr. Trump come out of Pinellas County and how much the margin is. That's a very important race to look at.
Our Eric Waxler reporting latest results from Pinellas County in the Crist Jolly race. Jolly gaining on Crist, but Crist leading 52-47. With well over half of the precincts.
About 60% of the precincts reporting.
And what you're seeing below there, I just wanted to mention this. I know we were supposed to mention this off the top, but that update on the shooting that happened near a California voting site. I know preliminary reports that it might have happened at the precinct, but it was near, so that's why they shut that area down, put it on lockdown, but 2 people dead, 2 injured. We're still trying to figure out what happened with that shooting there. But just so much here in Florida happening and so much riding on this state. And I mean, if Donald Trump wins Florida, what does that mean?
Okay, yeah, let's look at that scenario. Donald Trump wins Florida. I've got the electoral math at 29 electoral votes.
That's why I asked
in
him.
Florida.
He's the numbers guy.
Yeah, okay.
If he wins Florida, then he would also have to win one of the other battlegrounds, big battlegrounds like
so if he
Ohio
wins Florida and
Pennsylvania.
Ohio, because there's a chance.
He still has to steal a state. He still has to steal Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin in order for that to be consequential.
And he just won South Carolina, but that was
expected.
Yeah.
North Carolina is a key, but if Secretary Clinton wins Florida, it pretty much is over. As long as she holds on to those states with what they call the Rust Belt. We're talking Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. She carries those as she is polling and expected to. If she carries Florida or North Carolina, the path for Mr. Trump is almost impossible.
It's almost like if you win Florida, you only have to win one of the other battleground states. If you lose Florida, you got to win like 3 of the other big battleground states.
Yeah, and she's got the edge in those other 3. He's still, even if he wins Florida, I think he still has to steal one of those others. He has to if he wins both North Carolina and Florida, now you got a real race. And then if he steals Michigan, he's got a real path. I mean, he has a very strong path. Now Nevada becomes important. Now Utah becomes important. Because New Hampshire, believe it or not, now becomes important. But if she wins Florida or wins North Carolina, his path is so narrow that I don't know that he can make it up. If she wins Florida, I think it's lights out. I think it's over.
But that's the
comes down to
thing.
Florida.
It probably won't be lights out for a while because we still have so many more votes here, so many more people. And as you were saying, Paul, some people forget part of Florida is in a different time zone.
You're right.
So everybody doesn't close the polls.
That's
at
why you have to
7.
wait till 8 o'clock.
Yeah, you
I
got
will say that I don't see this going into the wee hours of the morning
either.
in Florida because of the early voting and the changes that have been made. The one caveat to that, as Jeff was pointing out, is what kind of swamp of ambiguity are we going to run into down in South Florida? What
Right.
kind of, I can't even say the word I want to use right now, are we going to run into in Broward, Dade? I think Palm Beach got their act together, but Broward is sort of an epicenter of whodunit, and how's that being managed or mismanaged. And as we've already seen today, I mean, at least you can say with the 2 clerks that were fired, they were on top of it, they took care, they nipped it in the bud. So maybe there's something to be said for that.
There's, Broward's trying, but they're still kind of a swamp. They really are, and they're a problem. Palm Beach has sort of gotten it together, although I saw something about some sort of little problem that was happening in Palm Beach, but they also handled it very quickly. It really wasn't anything significant. So I think you're right. I think that you're not going to be into the wee hours of the morning in Florida. I think you're going to find some very rapid returns. The only thing that holds us off is the fact that probably the networks don't want to call Florida, especially if it's going to Secretary Clinton, because if it is, that takes all the drama out of it.
Well, yes.
Okay,
Well, I do remember a time where people went to sleep and one person was president, and then they woke up the next day and they said, "What happened?"
Yeah.
You know, you had that in 2000. 2004, as I recall, Bush-Kerry went late into the night, but
Yes.
not terribly late, but it did go late into the night. And then 08 and 12, I think they were called in the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
Right.
they were called before 11 o'clock because I remember then Senator Obama giving his acceptance. The concession speech came from Senator McCain very early on, and then I think then President-elect Obama came out around, I want to say around 11:15, if I recall correctly, and then you had 12, which I thought really went very quickly. I thought that
Quicker
was
than
very
all
early
you'd
on.
expect.
Very early on.
Romney didn't even write a traditional concession speech. Apparently, it was a victory speech. He thought,
Yeah, he thought he had
won.
it. He thought he had it won. He did. And that's when you rapidly have to fight. That's why I think McCain's speech was so good. He knew before the polls even closed. Steve Schmidt had told him he was going to lose. There was no way he could win in the atmosphere that they were in economically. There was just no way they were going to win. So they were writing a concession speech. I have to say they probably never wrote, an acceptance speech.
I've been watching some of the comments on our Facebook Live, and one person, he said, again, I have to,
Yeah.
I can't say
You
exactly
can't
what
say
he
it?
said.
You can edit.
here, wait,
You
just
can edit.
between you and me. No one's watching.
Whispered in my ear.
407 people are watching right now. But basically, this gentleman said, I don't care about the rest of it. I want to know exactly what's going on in Florida, and I want to know what's happening with Amendment 2. That's what he said.
Okay, the pot amendment.
But
right?
the bottom line with Amendment 2 is, and I feel like this is the
honest.
misconception with Amendment 2.
Right?
Medicinal marijuana is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Screen's going
This is
crazy.
not allowing everyone to have a pot card. This is not, there's going to be candy everywhere. This is not California. This is not Colorado.
No.
Explain how this legally, Amendment 2, what does that mean? Because just regular people aren't going to be able to go out and legally smoke marijuana. Well, would they?
Does it open the door?
And that's
if
the
you,
question.
If you take a look at what was happening in Colorado when they had medicinal versus what they have now, which is just universal purchase of marijuana for recreational purposes. There was a judge from Miami-Dade County, a former judge, who went out there and opened 4 dispensaries in Boulder. Now, there can't be that many people with migraine headaches, and there can't be that many people who have cancer that you actually need 4 dispensaries for marijuana in Boulder alone, okay? So the fact of the matter is, all you need is a prescription from a doctor that says you need it for one reason or another, and you can buy it. And so, and because it's medicinal, you can put those funds into a government-insured bank, which they can't do in Colorado. In Colorado, they're forming their own banks, and they're buying property to basically launder their money, so that they can, pay off mortgages and whatever else to local banks. But they have to do everything in cash out there. So it's not going to be the great thing that everybody thinks it's going to be unless you have a doctor who's willing to write a prescription. Mm-hmm. But it's opening the door. I think what people think is that it's opening the door to eventual legalization for recreational purposes, and that really is going to fall on the government. They take it off of Schedule 1, everything opens up.
And more amendments could follow, and more propositions could follow if Amendment 2 passes. It needs 60% approval. It failed last time.
I think the...
We're going to air now. We'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
The numbers are rolling in as we speak. America deciding this all-important election and who will be our next president. Here's a look at how the votes are breaking down here in Florida, right now in Hillsborough County, picking the presidential winner in 11 of the last 12 contests. So let's go there. These numbers here, preliminary at this point and very early on, but coming to us from the Associated Press, starting in Hillsborough County. You can already see blue for Hillary Clinton as well as Pinellas County as well, but everything around there boxed in Trump red. He needs to keep it close there in Hillsborough as well as Pinellas counties if he wants to win the state of Florida. I want to take you to the total numbers now because these are all for Florida. Hillary Clinton right now with the lead, 3.3 million to Donald Trump's 3.1 million. We expect that number to go up just ever so slightly here in just the next few minutes as well. ABC News Network saying that Hillary Clinton is winning Florida at this point 50 to 47%. We have multiple crews monitoring the races and the results as they come in. Let's go now to ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska at a Trump Watch Party in Tampa. Michael?
Jameson, you know, there is a lot of anxiety here at this bar in Channelside as people are watching the clock. She's excited. She told me that she feels a little bit nervous because she just doesn't know what's going to happen when it hits 8 o'clock. They've been chanting "Drain the Swamp." They've been chanting Trump, and a lot of people here are extremely excited seeing the early numbers come in, but Florida is the key. As you mentioned, Florida is the key, right?
We have to win.
Florida is the key, and we'll pass it over to Ryan Raish. Ryan, what's the mood where you are? I know you're just down the street from here.
Yeah, Michael, you can hear the cheers behind me. One of the shows is on the screen right behind us, and they went through county by county through Florida. Definitely a party atmosphere at the Hillary Clinton watch party at the Marriott Waterside Hotel. A lot of cheers, a lot of applause. If you put yourself in the shoes of these supporters, they waited 18 long months, grueling months, going through the ups and downs for their candidate. We expect to hear from Senator Bill Nelson and Mayor Bob Buckhorn, expected to take the stage any moment. Wendy, back to you.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Taking a look at the national results so far, Hillary Clinton with 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 24. Hillary taking Vermont, Donald Trump winning Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia so far. But the night is very early.
It certainly is very early, and you can get instant results on abcactionnews.com as well as our free mobile app. Plus, be sure to watch our nonstop coverage on Facebook Live, YouTube, as well as our ABC Action News live stream.
And stay with us throughout the night for the latest updates on this crucial election. We'll see you in about 30 minutes.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We are here on our Facebook Live. Laura Harris, Paula Groan, and now we are joined by Dr. Susan McManus, our political contributor. She's been with us through it all, through the conventions.
Every
now we're
step.
here, and it feels like we never were going to make it here. But we've made it to tonight. We've got some breaking news to tell you about right now. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democrat, of course, elected back to the U.S. House district in Florida. Does that surprise you
Not
with
at
all the things that happened?
No, that's a heavily Democratic district. They love her down there.
Yeah.
Also
Never a
breaking,
doubt.
also breaking right now, Vern Buchanan, Republican, elected U.S. House District 16, Florida. That also not really surprising.
No, we only had around 4 or 5 of the 27 congressional seats that were even in question. And those are starting to come in slowly, but we have a few of those.
He had a well-funded campaign.
Actually, in just the early returns, the Chris Jolly race is a little bit closer than we might have anticipated, but it's still early. I really caution people when you've only got 2 or 3 or 4% of the precincts reporting. Don't go to the well on that one particularly.
By the way, can we bring up the latest results, if we can, to see where the counties are right now?
And while he's bringing that up, Dan Rather just tweeted, if Clinton wins Florida, this race will go faster than a Hamilton ticket at face value.
He's good with the, what do you call that, grammar?
Dan Rather.
He's a Texan, of course.
Yes, yeah.
He's a Texan.
Results just from, if we can see results maybe from Hillsborough, we'll start there and then go to Pinellas.
Where's this, guys? We'll get this. Well, this is Hillsborough. So this is the latest look, and the percentage of the precincts reporting there, Dr. McManus. That's, what is that? 40. I'm trying to do the
105
math,
out of 340, not even half yet.
Not half.
But it is true that Hillsborough's trending a bit more Clinton than the state at large, and Hillsborough County, the gap between the registered Democrats and Republicans is wider and leans more Democratic than some other counties in the Tampa market.
The surprise right now seems to be Pinellas County, traditionally a blue county, if you will, seems to be very tight there.
It's not traditionally a blue county. It's always been very competitive, and if you study Florida history, one of the very first Republicans ever elected to the U.S. Congress was from Pinellas. Pinellas County has changed over the years, but if you look at the registration statistics over the last year, they've been even up pretty much, so it's very competitive. It's not a very, very totally blue county, no.
Wow. When you talk about, I mean, Susan, when we were at the Democratic National Convention, the Republican National Convention, I feel like we're in a completely different year now because it just seemed like the GOP was not going to get behind Donald Trump. And then we made it through the first 24 hours. He somehow was able to galvanize the people, get them together. And then it seemed like the party was unifying. Then you've got Hillary Clinton's emails. My point being, there's been all of these distractions. How does the voter even weed through all of this? Because that's what a lot of people are saying on the Facebook Live comments right now. They're like, they're both this, or she did this, and he did this. It's never been so much finger pointing.
No, because the campaign has been almost 150% negative. And rather than tout what they're going to do, they've each pointed fingers at the other's weaknesses, and each of them have made some major missteps in terms of things they've done or things they've said. But it is true that the closer you get to Election Day, the more people tend to come back to the party that they've registered with, and we're seeing that phenomenon. And there are even some never Trump voters in Florida who said, you know, she's maybe going to win Florida, but I don't want her margin to be huge. So some of the Republicans are voting not for, you know, really Trump, but to keep Hillary Clinton's margin down so she doesn't have a landslide election. And to, of course, we're seeing Marco Rubio doing a bit better than Trump. That's not unexpected either. He's reached across the aisle and pulled in some millennials and Hispanics.
Do you see, you know, traditional or conventional wisdom if you're voting for a Democrat president or Republican president is down the ballot, you vote all R or all D. Do you think that this election is the exception to that, where you do have a mishmash of R's, or R being Republican,
You're
D being
seeing
Democrat?
a little bit higher, we call that split ticket voting. You're seeing a little bit higher incidence of it. We're actually seeing quite a few people who just passed the presidential race altogether. Some of the supervisors are reporting undervotes, which means that somebody just skipped. They couldn't make a decision when they just couldn't bring themselves to vote for either one of them.
So they just completely skipped that part of the ballot?
Yes, exactly.
For
Yes.
president?
Yes.
Which
Same
is
thing
hard
for
to-
Senate. It's not unheard of, but we're probably, when all is said and done, going to have a higher percentage this time that did it for the presidential.
I've got some breaking news to
Yeah.
bring you just very quickly. This is for the Lakeland Polk area. Dennis Ross elected to the U.S. House. So we've got that here, Republican candidate there winning. So we're just trying to keep you guys up to date to the ones that we're getting in.
We also have some new states coming in. I don't know if we can go back to that. Associated Press reporting Hillary Clinton has won Maryland. Trump has won Oklahoma. Not a big surprise so far, Dr. McManus. It seems as though this is, if I could compare it to a boxing match, it's like that first round where you're throwing the jabs.
Everybody's
and you're-
sparring, yeah.
You're warming up. There hasn't been a big, like, shocking development.
No, because you have the solid red and the solid blue states that are easily reportable, you know, and you really don't even see exit polls being done in those states. They're such a given. It's the toss-up states that always grab the attention on election night, and if there's an upset, that of course runs to the top, but so far we haven't seen any of that.
We were talking about Florida and Ohio, those being the big ones. Let's say, for instance, Donald Trump pulls off Florida and then he wins Ohio. What are we talking about then?
Then you're talking about North Carolina, because we're watching that one also. The top three that we're watching very carefully are those three in terms of the Eastern time zone. And, you know, North Carolina and Florida are actually probably in the polls a little bit more likely to turn blue than Ohio is looking more like it would turn red, even though they're both within margin of error.
And
all
that's-
of them within margin of error.
And here's the Electoral College vote. You know, we've been talking about this for a month now. 270 to win. You see
Right.
68 to 37 right there. It's 29 in Florida. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
And then those big states, so California will have 55, I do believe. I'm trying to do this by memory, but Texas, California will probably be blue, as we said.
No, Texas will be red.
Texas will be red. California will be blue. So then you start talking
New
about
York blue.
And so when you talk about a battleground or a swing state, for those people at home who are watching, explain that and its importance in this election.
It's the states that the polls show are so tight, they're within a statistical margin of error, which means to a viewer that that's a tie statistically, because all of these polls are based on just a sampling of people. And toss-up states mean that you don't know which candidate is going to receive all of the Electoral College votes from that state. And how do we know how many Electoral College votes a state gets? Every state gets at least 2 for their senators, plus at least 1 for a member of Congress. And of course, Florida is 29 because our 2 U.S. senators plus 27 House members. And you might say, well, how come Florida has more House members than Vermont? It's because we're a bigger state.
I hate to interrupt you, but there it is. Breaking news. Marco Rubio reelected to the U.S. Senate in Florida. They called it at 8:05, so just about 3 minutes ago. Does that surprise you?
Not at all. He's led in almost every poll, and we've seen that he's done better than Trump in almost every poll, and he's pulled in votes from a lot of the millennial voters, younger voters who really enjoy diversity, and also he has pulled in more Hispanic votes than Trump is going to get.
how does that fit in? Let's play out a couple of hypotheticals here. If Trump wins, Rubio has told me, as I've interviewed him a couple of times, that he views himself as a check balance to Trump. Even though he supports Trump, he's been very clear about what he thinks of Donald Trump on the campaign trail. If Clinton wins, it would seem Rubio also is a check and balance against the Clinton administration. And with the seats that are up for grabs tonight, and I think the Dems have to win 5 seats in the Senate in order to get control of the Senate.
Unless Hillary Clinton's elected president, then all they need
they
is
get a
4,
tiebreaker.
because the tiebreaker would be the vice president, who would be a Democrat.
It would seem to me that she would also have to be centrist then in her approach. If you're seeing some of these races go Republican and they don't get control of the Senate, that she's going to have to adjust if
Dee,
she
can you go
wins.
back to Pasco? I want to
Right,
show you. I want to show
exactly.
you this, Paul. Pasco County, right there. Look at this.
You can
Look
see-
at those numbers.
And that's what we're seeing in a lot of the suburban counties in this area. We're seeing heavy Trump versus Clinton. And that's not atypical. The urban county, the big magnet, Hillsborough, going Democrat. The outlying areas, Sarasota, Pasco, they're going more heavily Republican than they even did for Romney when he ran.
And Pasco, not officially a I-4 corridor type
Yes,
of...
it is.
It
It
is?
is an I-4 corridor. You look
Wow.
at the way you define the I-4 corridors. You take the media markets. So the Tampa media market is 10 counties. It includes Pasco and Polk and a bunch of others. And then the Orlando market is, these two together have 44% of the voters in Florida are in the I-4 corridor. So when you talk about a media market, why is that more important than individual counties? Because candidates, when they go to campaign and when they run TV ads, they're going to be looking at the entire market, because if you appear in any of the counties, you're going to appear on television in Tampa. So the way that candidates and campaigns look at it, they want to look at a media market, how that is, ahead of an election when you're trying to figure out where do I send my candidate, where does he have or she have an event, where do we run TV ads. And as you know, there was no 2 bigger places in the entire country for TV ad money spent in the entire country than Orlando and Tampa, the I-4 corridor.
Well, let's talk about those TV ads, because we've been seeing them. I've even had people write on my Facebook page, we're tired of seeing the ads. We got to run them. We got to run them. But we found something interesting, though, on both sides. Hillary Clinton as well as Donald Trump, they've been running these negative ads about each other, pointing fingers. But then Hillary Clinton drops this ad a couple days ago with the Katy Perry song, "You're Gonna Hear Me Roar," and it was nothing but positivity. Do you think that was strategically placed right before Election Day?
Of course, it used to be that you describe the ad strategy like an hourglass. You start out welcoming, wide, very positive ads, and in the middle you get slash and burn and negative, and then you broaden out again and you become positive. We've strayed away from that model, but that ad is an example of sort of coming back to that hourglass model where you end positive. And it's aimed at women and younger voters, because they're the 2 groups that are late deciders as to whether they're going to vote.
A bit of breaking news here. Clinton projected in Vermont, D.C., Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, Illinois, Rhode Island. No surprises. Trump projected winner. Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Mississippi, Oklahoma. Again, no surprises there. When do you think South Carolina as well for Trump? Do you think Florida or North Carolina would be called? Which one do you think would be called first? North Carolina?
Well, let me tell you, if Florida's called early and Clinton wins, the race is over. Period, in the United States, because he can't win without winning Florida. And she wins. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's been that way from day one. People don't understand the importance of Florida. A Republican cannot capture the White House without winning Florida with its 29 electoral votes, because he would have to pick up a bunch of other states, and there's not that many other states that add up to 29 for him to offset it.
And it would seem as though we're going at a pretty good pace here in terms of precincts reporting. Not terribly slow. Do you think it'll be a late night, Doctor? You think?
A lot of it's going to depend upon the counties that are late breaking in a way. The returns tend to come in a little bit slower. It would be all of your big southeast counties, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade. But the bottom line is that those counties we know trend pretty heavily Democratic. So Hillary Clinton is obviously going to win those 3 counties.
And the question would be if there are any problems down there. But it is different in the sense that, everyone references 2000, but this is a different matchup of 2 candidates. I mean,
It's not even the same state.
Yeah, it's not the same state. And Bush Gore, you that was a different time.
Yeah.
I mean, you have 2 polarizing candidates going against each other this time around. But South Florida traditionally has leaned in the blue.
Well, there's been a big kind of interesting poll done nationally, an online poll, which take it or leave it, but it's interesting, asking people about how they felt about this election in terms of their emotions. A huge percentage said yes, they felt angry. A huge percentage said yes, they felt sad. And an even bigger percentage felt like they were just glad for it to be over. But the emotional roller coaster that Americans have gone through with this election has left a lot of people stressed, to the point of where the American Psychological Association did a study and released it a couple weeks ago that Americans have been really stressed by this election. Think of how many people say that they've lost friends or a neighbor.
Oh yeah.
When
I did a story the other day.
We did.
Yeah.
You don't even want to bring it up
Right.
with friends or family members because you just don't know what's going to be said. Dustin, thank you.
Right.
We've got some more breaking news right here. This is Kathy Castor, Democrat elected U.S. House in Florida. That's probably not really that big of a surprise. We thought that one was going to
Never in
go
doubt.
that way.
Never
There you
in
go.
doubt.
What are the seats in the Senate that we should be watching? I guess we already saw one. Rubio wins, so that's one that the Democrats thought they might pick up, so that's done.
Well, there's some close ones in Illinois. There are close ones in North Carolina, a very close one there. A really close one in New Hampshire with 2 women running against each other. Female governors running against Kelly Ayotte, who's the incumbent. That's tight. And there's a few others, but there are actually, I think, 11 that are somewhat competitive that Democrats were hopeful that they could flip at least 4 or 5 of them to gain control of the Senate. And the analysts have been on both sides of that. Some say, oh, it's a sure thing, others say not. One of my most respected analysts that I watch, Charles Cook, says it's going to be 50-50 at the end of the day in terms of the Senate, which of course would mean the presiding officer is the vice president, who would be then a Democrat.
Is there any chance the House goes away from the Republicans?
No
chance.
No chance.
Here's a good one. Again, I'm going to keep it clean for you all. But some of the comments that people are leaving, and this is something we've talked about before in the past, Doctor, but no matter who wins, most Americans are concerned about their jobs, they're concerned about national security, and they're concerned about what happens to this country next, the economy.
Absolutely. The economy has been the leader, and it's been that way in Florida. We saw it with the USF Nielsen statewide survey. 2/3 of Floridians, this is a relatively recent poll, said that they were experiencing at least some fiscal stress in their own household. There's a lot of anxiety, not only about the here and now economy, but what's it going to look like down the way as jobs leave this country and as robots take over jobs and such like that, and college students leave with such debt, and then there's no jobs for them to fill in that help them pay back their loans. A lot of economic anxiety still there.
Is there something to be said for the veil of uncertainty being lifted tonight with particularly the U.S. economy? I know Wall Street has gone up the last couple of days. They're probably hedging bets of a particular candidate winning. Is there something to be said that the unknown, the uncertainty, that after tonight is over, that we will likely know who the next president will be, you know what the political agenda will be? Let's just say, if Clinton wins, I would imagine, given she's already said she wants to be a president to everyone, that she would have to have a centrist approach. That maybe people just want to kind of know what is the game plan for the next 4 years. Could that be good for the economy? Could that at least alleviate a burden of the unknown that after tonight?
Well, the next step for whoever wins is immediately to start forming their cabinet. And as their cabinet appointees are announced, that gives people some ideas of direction. And frankly, there's going to be a real important, people are really going to be looking at who she's going to appoint, like Secretary of Commerce, for example, a Secretary of State in terms of the security, defense. Think of all the cabinet officials, and you'll get an idea as to what kind of person is she wanting, a centrist person as you suggested, or does she have different kinds of cabinet posts that she says, okay, this position does things that affect this group more, this group supported me, and appoint someone like that that's going to be sort of a really good connection. But my judgment, the way that the president, the best advice you can give a new president that enters in this kind of condition is reach across the aisle. If it's still a Republican Congress, go over, be seen every day talking to Congress, come halfway at least on some economic issue that they can agree on. Make the first step.
I hate to interrupt. You two have to go to on air, so I'm going to hold the fort down here.
We have a date in the studio.
Promise you'll come back.
The other studio.
Everyone's going to miss you.
We
I'll
will.
continue this.
All right.
Thank you all so
All
much.
right.
You can see
I'm
them
literally
in just a
gonna
little
walk
bit.
out on the show. I've never done that before.
Drop the
So
mic.
it's a first.
He's walking out. He's walking out. But it's all right because we're going to bring Jeff Schwartz back in here. We're just doing a little talent change here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of those the polling locations like Hillsborough County as well as Pasco County. We were looking at some of those numbers. ABC News is projecting that Tennessee and South Carolina have both been called for Trump. Are we looking at Hillsborough numbers here? So this is Hillsborough County. This is preliminary numbers, of course. 210 of 340 precincts are now reporting. You see 52% there for Hillary Clinton, 43% for Donald Trump, and these numbers are going up now. This is what we were talking about before. This is Pinellas County, neck and neck. Look at that still, 46% for Donald Trump, 48% for Hillary Clinton. We were looking at Pasco results earlier as well. And then you see kind of the same thing that we were seeing with them, 58% of the vote going to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton with 37%. And they've got almost all of their precincts reporting right now. So basically what we're trying to give you guys is just kind of some updates on what exactly we've got going on. We've got it on our Twitter feed as well. You can find us by searching right now ABC Action News on Twitter. And all of our staff members are out fanning across the state giving us good information, some new information. Ryan Race, one of our reporters out there right now, it looks like at a Clinton rally or at a Clinton watch party. Mayor Bob Buckhorn, Tampa mayor, of course, saying, I think it's about time to turn out the lights on Donald Trump. You're going home. So that's something that's happening with one of our reporters right now. We also saw that Republican Marco Rubio is going to keep his seat here in Florida after his failed attempt at trying to win the White House. So lots to get to right now. Hillsborough County historically usually picks the winner of the election. That's just the bottom line. And we're looking at the road to 270. 270, of course, we're talking about the electoral votes. You need 270 of those votes to win. 29 votes are here in Florida. Florida has not been decided yet, but if you look at the states that have been called, 57 electoral votes for Trump, 68 for Hillary Clinton. We're joined back with our legal analyst, Jeff Schwartz. Jeff, it's been a busy day for you already because it started with Donald Trump and his camp trying to contest what was happening in Nevada, but it looks like that's now kind of, that's fizzled out.
Yeah, the polls are closed. Well, they'll be closing in another hour or so out there. I think that that's pretty much a dead issue. If we haven't seen anything out of an appellate court yet, those things are going to get dumped into the counter, and that's going to be the end of that. So the Nevada issue is dead. The polls are going to close in about 40 minutes in North Carolina. There's votes already being counted in North Carolina.
Right.
Why they're doing that with polls open, I don't know. But from what I could see, the last report I saw, Secretary Clinton was up by about 6 points with about half the vote.
Right, and it looks like Donald Trump just claimed Tennessee as well, as I said before.
To be expected.
And none of these are really surprises.
Nothing's been a surprise yet.
What would you be surprised at seeing on either side? What would you be surprised to see tonight?
As much as I thought she had a chance, if Secretary Clinton were to carry Ohio, that would be a surprise to me.
Okay.
Another surprise would be if Donald Trump, for some reason or another, was able to steal Michigan. That would be a surprise to me. But so far, I haven't seen anything that's been a surprise based upon the projection in the polls so far. Margins may have been different, but results have been pretty much the same.
Right, and for those of you who are watching on our Facebook Live right now, we are looking at your comments. I can't repeat them if they're not clean. This has been one of the most polarizing elections I have seen, I have covered, and it's been this way since we found out who the last two were going to be, who we found out the Republican candidate and when we found out the Democratic candidate. It's just been insane.
It's been very difficult to watch. I mean, my first election that I voted in was in '68, but I have to tell you that I've been watching all this stuff since I was very young. I have never seen anything like this, even with Goldwater and Lyndon Johnson. As much of a blowout as it was, there was some problems there. The Nixon-Kennedy race was something to behold. But again, the kind of bitterness that we've seen here, I have never seen. It doesn't bode well for our republic. I think that somewhere down the line, we have to start thinking in terms of, like I said earlier in another broadcast when we were talking earlier, you have to start thinking like my mother and my father thought, and that is what's good for the country is good for me. People aren't thinking in terms, they're thinking of what's good for me may be good for the country, but I don't really care.
Well, you've been a prosecutor, you've been a defense attorney,
Yeah.
and you've been a judge, so
Yeah.
you get all of that. When we come back, we're going to talk more about that and what
Okay.
that is going to mean for these two candidates.
It's going to be tough.
We'll be back.
The drama playing out moment by moment in this major election tonight.
That's right, a winner just being declared minutes ago in a very key Florida race. The Associated Press just declaring Senator Marco Rubio a winner over challenger U.S. Representative Patrick Murphy. Taking a look at the numbers for U.S. Senate, you see it there. Marco Rubio with 51% of the vote, Patrick Murphy with 45% of the vote. And here's the latest results from the presidential race here in Florida. It has been tight all night long. 48% to 48%, but if you look closely, Donald Trump has been ahead over the last several minutes. We believe right now it looks like Clinton is ahead, but again, they've been going back and forth all night long.
Of course, this has been one of the most bitter and contested presidential elections in recent memory. ABC Action News anchor Paul LeGrone here to give us some insight into what we need to keep an eye on for the rest of the night here, Paul.
Yeah, well, hang on to your seats, Jameson and Wendy, as I'm here with Dr. Susan McManus. If you didn't think your vote counted, here's proof that it does. We're hearing reports as narrow as a 30 vote lead between Trump and Clinton. What does that tell you about how this night could go?
Well, it could go either direction, but we have to be a little bit cautious because the big southeastern counties, Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, are lagging a little bit in reporting data, and that's truly Clinton territory. But what we are seeing is that Trump is outperforming Romney in some of the suburban counties and certainly in the Space Coast and in some of the counties around here in the Tampa Bay media market. And we really haven't taken a close look yet at the margins up in the Panhandle, which should be heavily Trump. Once again, we're following the prototype. The Democrat is doing well in the urban areas, the suburban areas are mixed, and the rural areas are going heavily Trump. But we knew all along it was going to be a very, very close election.
Are you surprised by Pinellas County going, looks like Trump's way tonight so far?
Very, very close, but the Republicans there have been very aggressive. They registered a lot of people. They narrowed the gap for a while. Pinellas was trending heavily Democrat. Now it's a more even up county. It's all about turnout.
All right, this is a heavyweight fight so far, and we'll be here throughout the night. Wendy.
All right, thank you, Paul. And in Pinellas County right now, the race in the U.S. House watched quite closely. Take a look here. Congressman David Jolly versus former Governor Charlie Crist, and it looks like Charlie Crist is up right now. 52% to Jolly, the incumbent, with 48%. Again, precincts reporting at 91%. So we haven't called this yet, but again, Charlie Crist up by 52% to 48%. Our crew's monitoring both campaigns at this very moment. We begin with ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler, live with Congressman David Jolly's camp out there. Eric?
Yeah, hi, Wendy. We have yet to see Congressman David Jolly here at the Vinoy in St. Petersburg, but you see a few hundred of his supporters are here anxiously awaiting the final results. It's not looking great right now with just a couple precincts reporting. The redistricting really in Pinellas County definitely hurt David Jolly against the former governor. Jolly did not get much support at all from the Republican Party. Now with the Charlie Crist side of things, let's go to our Serena Fazan.
And Eric, you know, since I saw you last, the dances are. The grand ballroom has certainly filled up. I mean, take a look. There are dozens of people here, and as Wendy and Jameson mentioned earlier, it is a very tight race. The supporters here are confident, and there has been a lot of cheering. In fact, people have flown from Texas to D.C. to be here. Now, the 60-year-old needs a political comeback. He's had a lot of political disappointment. He's had a lot of political disappointments. Wendy, back to you.
All right, thank you, Serena. Florida voters also deciding two highly contested amendments right now. Amendment 1 covering solar power, some calling its wording confusing leading up to Election Day so far. It looks like this one could be passing 51% to 49% of the vote, with 57% of the precincts reporting. Meantime, Amendment 2, this is on medical marijuana here in Florida. It could expand the use, and it looks like this one has passed 70% to 30%. The Associated Press just passing this, again, approving this 70% to 30%. We've got more coverage all night long. ABC Action News will be everywhere you need us to be tonight.
Yeah, to get instant results in on abcactionnews.com, as well as our free mobile app. Plus, be sure to watch our nonstop coverage over on Facebook.
On Facebook. Hi, everyone. Happy election night. I know you're watching there at home and on your Facebook streams. We've got some breaking news. A yes vote on Amendment 2. Amendment 2 voted yes. It passed the 60% threshold here with Jeff Schwartz. Okay, so let's put our legal hat on. There aren't going to be any challenges for this. It's the will of the people. But going
by an
forward,
overwhelming number.
By an overwhelming number.
Right.
Going forward, it's going to be interesting legally to see how this is actually executed in the state of Florida.
It's going to be interesting to see. All this does is authorize the legislature to pass bills and mandate that they come up with a scheme for medical marijuana. What they're going to have to do now is come up with that scheme, and that could be very restrictive. The legislature still has the power to control who gets it and for what reasons and who can write it and who can sell it. It's not going to be as simple as it sounds.
Yeah, if you thought the wording was tricky on some of the other amendments, wait until you see how this is all sort of played out legalese-wise.
The hope would be that they would follow the Colorado model when they were medical marijuana, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen.
The other big breaking story right now, as we're coming back on the air on Facebook Live, Charlie Crist looks like he is going to win and revive his political career and beat David Jolly in Pinellas County, a district that largely maps out.
What we saw in Pinellas County was there were 2 precincts left to be counted, and apparently Mr. Crist is now going to be congressman.
Can we go to the results? In fact, Laura Harris standing by the big screen.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. You see here, it looked like it was pretty close. What county is this? This is Pinellas. So we're looking at Pinellas right now. It was 48 to 51. But Charlie Crist, as you all said, it looks like, at least the Associated Press is reporting right now, that he is going to walk away with this one. And as you said, Amendment 2, so it finally passes. But it doesn't look like Amendment 1 is going to go the way some people thought. So right now it looks like it's 51 to 49 yes vote here. Those election results coming in, is this the entire state, what we're looking at right here?
64%.
Yeah. And it needed 60%.
Yes.
Yes, correct?
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
so we're still waiting at 64% of the precincts reporting, so we'll have to wait on that one. But
if it's that tight that soon and that late into it doesn't, I mean, it would need 9 more percent, sudden surge, I guess.
You really need to know where those votes are counted from, because you could probably see a very large vote down in the Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach area, and you could see the people up north or through the I-4 corridor saying no. Until you see where those votes are coming from, it's hard to tell.
Want to show you just some of what we're looking at right here. This is basically what we call TweetDeck. You can look at the same thing at your house, and you can add whatever you want to the top, and you can see these different columns. So here's ABC Action News right here. We've got all of our reporters who are tweeting right now. You can see the last thing we tweeted was about medical marijuana, what we just talked about, Amendment 2. That's being legalized and approved. And then you see some of our other staff members. If we can go back here, I know Ryan Raich is at an event for Hillary Clinton. Taylor Vinson is also tweeting about Hillary Clinton as well. And you're just kind of seeing all these things coming through. You can see that on Twitter right now. We've got Maricela Burgos, one of our reporters, out. Results for 293 of 340 precincts show Clinton leading, but now Rubio is leading as well, and that was 4 minutes ago. Amendment 1, no. Amendment 2, yes. So we're just kind of looking at all of these different. I think we hear David Jolly is going to say something in a few minutes.
5 minutes.
In 5 minutes, so we'll have that for you as well. But we just continue to look at these results coming in, and I always go back to this, but Paul has lived in Florida, I don't know,
pretty much my whole life.
your entire life.
3 years when I lived in North
So
Carolina.
when you think about this, though, and you're looking at this election and looking at all the things that were on the ballot, do you ever remember anything like this?
No. I think this election in all its many different facets and forms, not even just the presidential candidates, sort of defies conventional wisdom. We do have some breaking news on another amendment that really hasn't gotten a lot of press coverage, and I'll admit that. Amendment 3. This is the amendment regarding first responders, and it's passing, and it's approved. It got the 60%, and basically what this does is it gives first responders, if they're injured, it gives them a tax break, if you will, right?
And it extends their tax break in up to $250,000 on the value of their property. It's probably a good thing to do. People who, the problem has been is that, as I understand it, a number of first responders who have died, their families have had to sell their homes, do all kinds of things, and so this is meant to protect the family more than the first responder himself.
Not really a controversial amendment.
No, I don't think anybody had a problem with it at all. Of the amendments, that's the one I had the least problem with, other than the marijuana one.
And pretty straightforward written, too.
Yes, it was very straightforward
like,
written. You knew exactly what it was for. You knew exactly what it was for.
All right, and am I seeing that right, Laura? Let's go back to Laura real quick.
Yeah, I'm also looking at this one, and this is one a lot of people had talked about as well, Amendment 5, that low-income senior proposition tax, the tax exempt for low-income seniors. It's kind of one of those things you would have thought it was a no-brainer, you know? I mean, if seniors needing these low-income, but it looks like it has passed.
There's some vague language, though, in that one
Which a lot of people were like, what am I voting for?
Well, and what does
yes,
low-income mean? How you to define it? Maybe a potential there.
There was a number in the amendment. I don't remember what the number was concerning value of property. There's also something there about that. So you might want to, I can't, until I see the whole amendment, I'm not going to be able to really comment on it. But I thought that it really was a tax break for some people who actually aren't, quote, lower income.
Right.
It was meant to help them hold on to their property as opposed to increase their income.
Still waiting on David Jolly. Couple of minutes. Crist now official. Crist is official. Charlie Crist wins the House seat.
You surprised by that one, though?
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting about it is let's go back on the journey that Charlie Crist and the evolution of Charlie Crist.
It's like a story. It's like a storybook.
He was a Republican governor of Florida, was probably going to win a second term in Florida.
Before that, he was a Republican state senator, and then he was a Republican attorney general, then he was a Republican governor. Then he ran for the Senate. As an independent because he got beat out by Marco Rubio.
Right.
And then he became a Democrat very, very publicly at the last convention.
And and he lost. He ran for governor again and lost. And now he is reviving his political career. He'll have a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. Laura, you have something there?
Well, I just thought it was interesting. He's already done it, but Ted Cruz has congratulated Marco Rubio on his Senate re-election and did it on Twitter. It's one of those things where we were talking about this earlier today, but there's been a rumor from one of our reporters is actually inside the New York City, we're calling it campaign headquarters for Donald Trump, that if he does not win tonight, there's a rumor that he's not going to come downstairs, not going to concede, not going to congratulate Hillary Clinton. But we're seeing that from Ted Cruz here for Marco Rubio. So, I guess only the night will tell what happens with
and you
that.
would think that someone that is running for president, to be honest with you, would get on, and if they haven't really taken his Twitter feed away, which we've been told that it has been, that he would congratulate Marco Rubio on winning, because if he wins, he's going to need a Marco Rubio, and he's going to need others in that Senate to help him. And you would think that he would be the first person saying congratulations to little Marco.
Right.
Little Marco. I'll tell you, as we're getting these, and by the way, the margin right now in Florida, if you're just joining us, is razor thin between Trump and Clinton. At one point, the reports were that it was as little as 30 votes between the two of them. With, forgive me, I didn't have the exact percentage of the precincts reporting, but if you didn't think your vote counted, there is proof that it absolutely does count. Now we're seeing David Jolly. We're going to go to that. Let's go to David Jolly speaking right now.
Thank you. Hey. Thank you. Love you too. Hey, folks, it's an honor to be here with you tonight. Not just photoshopped with you here tonight. Listen, 2.5 years ago when we got elected against all odds in a nationally watched race, I started off by saying, I know we all come from different faiths, but I thank my loving God for bringing us here tonight. And let me pull the curtain back for you just a little bit. The life for Laura and I, 2.5 years ago before we walked out here, I was joined by my loving family, by wonderful supporters, by my friend Rick Baker and others. The night of the special election before heading down, we joined in a circle of prayer. And tonight, though we have come out on the wrong side of the election, we honored the God in whom I put my faith in a circle of prayer again before coming out here this evening. Folks, God is good and God is on his throne. And whatever challenges we face as a nation, we know that to be true. For 3 years, we have challenged the system, to put it lightly, as Rick said. And for 3 years, you all have joined us in challenging that system. And folks, I want you to consider something, and I mean this as a team for everybody out here tonight. In the last 3 years, as I've tried to challenge a system, I haven't done it alone, because in the last 3 years, over 400,000 ballots in Pinellas County have believed in what we're doing to challenge the system. And those are your votes. It's been your journey, not just ours. But there's no place Laura and I would rather be tonight than here with our neighbors who have been with us from the beginning and who have supported us. A community that believes, as we do, that when you pull together, there's no challenge too great. We can secure our communities, we can grow our economy, we can grow jobs, and yes, we can bring what I call radical common sense. Radical common sense to the most dysfunctional place, sometimes on the U.S. map, the U.S. Congress. And while tonight may be the end of our campaign, I promise you this, this is just the beginning of what will be a historic journey. Because in the words of my friend Rick Baker, folks, tonight is the beginning of a turn in politics. And it's the beginning of a turn for our party. With all the odds against us from the other side of the aisle, and with zero support from the national party, we ran in a district that previously supported President Obama by 11.5 points, and we came within 2.5 points tonight. I'll tell you this, folks, we may not have won the campaign last night, but I'll look at the camera like we did, because Washington, watch out. Things are going to change. Things are going to change. We begin a journey to reclaim our country from the entrenched interests who continue to control us. A journey to take us back from the politics that often disgrace us, and politicians more interested in asking you for money than doing their job. Tonight, I want you to know that our journey, for Laura and I, but for this entire community that defied all odds tonight, our journey goes on. It goes on for each of us, but it goes on to pay tribute to the valor and the virtue of the men and women who have served in uniform and protected the very freedom we celebrate as a country tonight. On the eve of the Constitutional Convention, Ben Franklin wrote to his colleagues in France and said, I'm worried that only a virtuous people are capable of protecting freedom. Folks, the virtue among us and the men and women who have served in uniform that I've had the opportunity to serve the last 3 years, that is what has sustained our nation for over 200 years. Not political leadership, but the leadership of men and women in uniform. Let's give them a hand tonight. Our journey continues on behalf of everybody tired of Congress mortgaging our future with greater debt, on behalf of every mom and dad who wants better for their children, on behalf of every small business that has faced all odds of the past 8 years and wondered how they will stay in business. For every senior who wants the next generation to be another golden generation that they experience, that is why our journey will continue from tonight here on. And together we will not stop until Washington stops battling and bickering and instead begins to address the challenges we actually face. Folks, we will not stop until members of Congress, are you ready for this?
To David Jolly there giving his
Stop rigging the system for their own political survival and instead start working for the American people.
Is going to serve our country in the future. I want to begin by acknowledging what I always do, and that is, absolutely, you should, Patrick ran a great race. All the glory and the praise belongs to my Creator, to God, from my personal faith, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He has carried us in every moment of our life, in the good times and the difficult ones and the twists and turns, and there's been a number of twists and turns this year, and so I always acknowledge God, and I thank God because the greatest blessing He's given me after the opportunity to be a citizen of the greatest nation on earth is an extraordinary woman to share my life with, my wife Jeanette, and my 4 children. I'm so grateful for them. We had a great campaign team, and I wish I could mention all of their names. There's so many great people, but I do want to acknowledge someone who came here and helped us run this campaign and did a phenomenal job. There is no one better in the country right now, in my opinion, at running these things than the person who ran mine. His name is Clint Reed, and I want to thank him for his work. He did fantastic work. I want to thank the staff in my Senate office. I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said, you know, I'm not a Republican, but I'm going to vote for you because you guys helped me. You helped me with a Social Security claim. You helped me with an issue at the VA. And that's the work we do. We are honored to do it. And that is the people that work in my offices in Washington and all across Florida. We have the best Senate staff in America, and I'm grateful to them. And, of course, I want to thank the people of this extraordinary state for giving me another opportunity to continue to serve them in the United States Senate. This is an extraordinary place, Florida. It is the collection of all of the things that make us the greatest nation on earth, of people who have lived here for decades, of the descendants of slaves, of the children of immigrants. Florida is America, and it's such an honor to be able to represent this extraordinary state. I want to say a few words in Spanish because I know people get their news in Spanish. A lot of people that vote for me learned about me in Spanish. Y quiero empezar por reconocer, si no se están aquí, pero quiero empezar por reconocer a nuestra población de puertorriqueños, los boricuas que nos ayudaron, y a nuestras amistades en la isla de Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico está aquí hoy. También el pueblo de Venezuela, estamos con ustedes y le doy las gracias a los venezolanos aquí viviendo en esta comunidad. A los colombianos que también, porque mi esposa y su familia son de Colombia, así que le doy. Y obviamente los cubanos de la Florida, los cubanos. Le doy las gracias. We have been through an interesting year as a nation, and we await the results of tonight's election. But here's what I know for sure. Here's what I know. There is still no nation on earth that I would rather be. Despite all of our challenges, there is no country and there is no people on this planet that I would trade places with. I am glad that I'm an American in the 21st century. America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around. I have faith. I know God is not done with America yet. He has great plans for our people. In the days and weeks to come, I hope that we as a people here in Florida, I hope we will set the example in this great state that while we can disagree on issues, we cannot share a country where people hate each other. because of their political affiliations. We cannot move forward as a nation if we cannot have enlightened debates about tough issues. You can disagree with someone without hating them, and you can disagree with them without delegitimizing their point of view. That doesn't mean that our diversity will not continue to divide us on critical issues. It does mean that there is no way for this nation to move forward if we leave anyone behind. And so I hope that I and my colleagues, as we return to work in Washington, D.C., can set a better example of how political discourse should exist in this country. And I know people feel betrayed, and you have a right to. Every major institution in our society has failed us. The media, the government, big business, Wall Street, academia, they've all failed us. And so people are so frustrated and angry. But we must channel that anger and frustration into something positive. Let it move us forward as energy to confront and solve our challenges and our problems. America has never had an easy era. Florida has never had an easy era. Our state has always confronted great challenges, and so too has our people. And yet in each generation, Americans have stepped forward to confront their challenges and embrace their opportunities. And now the time has come for us to do the same. I believe with all my heart that if we do what needs to be done in the years to come, that my children and yours will be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. But we must start now. For while we still have time to get this right, we do not have forever. I will close by saying that while I have the belief that the decisions we make in government are important, I know that in the end, America will not be saved by politicians. I hope that we as a nation will return to our roots as a people and as a nation, respecting our diversity, but understanding that ultimately what unites us as a people is the common dream and the common hope of a better life, and that we can only achieve that if we all achieve that. And I hope that God gives me the opportunity and the voice to move forward. And I'll close with this. I hope this nation tonight, irrespective of the outcome for president, that we will all say a prayer for our great country. Because as the ancient words of Scripture tell us, unless the Lord build the house, they labor in vain who build. And unless the Lord guard the city, in vain does the guard keep watch. Let us work together. God bless this great nation. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve. God bless all of you, and God bless Florida. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. 'Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now.
All right, welcome back to our live coverage right now in our newsroom, election headquarters here at ABC Action News. I am Laura Harris. This is Dr. Susan McManus with us right now. She's our political contributor. Paul is over there at the big board because we got a lot to talk about in Florida right now. Dr. McManus, ABC News reporting in Florida with 91% of the precincts reporting, just 100,000 votes separating the two right now. What do you make of that?
Well, there are three big counties that we don't have complete returns from. Obviously, they're huge Clinton counties, Broward County, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade. So we'll have to wait and see what the totals are in those counties.
Looking preliminarily here at those numbers, I think Paul's got those for us for Broward especially. Paul, what are you seeing?
Well, let me just clarify one second. Dan, is this Broward County that we're looking at right now? Thank you, sir. Okay, and this is, reliably blue part of the state. So you would expect it to break for Hillary Clinton. It looks like 68% in favor of Hillary Clinton, 29% in favor of Donald Trump. And this is key, right. Only 91 of the 577 precincts are reporting. So that means not a lot of Broward County is reporting yet, which, if it's breaking for Clinton, as more precincts continue to report, you might expect that trend to continue because it always has been for Democrats. this 1% margin that you're seeing in Trump's favor right now. He's winning in Florida by 1%, less than 100,000 votes between them. But the headline I'm trying to extrapolate from this is, it ain't over yet. I'll send it back to Dr. McManus with that headline, because if you still have South Florida not reporting, that's going to probably go in Clinton's favor, right? So it could tighten up or even go back to Clinton.
Yeah, but regardless, we know it's going to be, just as we have predicted all along, very, very, very close. And we may end up that Florida is the closest state in the country as it was in 2012.
So what happens if it's too close? What is considered too close to call, and then there would have to be a recount or what have you?
1/2 of 1%, if that's how close they are, of the votes differentiating them, it triggers an automatic recount of a sample of precincts. And if it's 1/4 of 1%, then you have a more extensive recount.
Well, Paul's got an amazing number over here right now. Take a look at that.
Right. This is an early scorecard, and of course Florida is still very much in play for Trump and Clinton. But right now, Hillary Clinton leads Donald Trump in electoral votes, which again, at the end of the day, that's the only math that really matters, 68 to 66. Still very close. Let's go back to Florida, because Dr. McManus, Hillary Clinton, unlike Donald Trump, can afford to lose Florida and still win the presidency. Donald Trump probably cannot afford to lose Florida.
No, probably. Donald Trump cannot win without Florida. End of story. Hillary Clinton can, and because she can make up votes other places, he cannot. He can't expand 29 electoral college votes very easily. He'd have to take away some of those very blue states in the Midwest, the Michigan, the Minnesota, or the Wisconsin, and probably Pennsylvania too. She has a much better, easier road to get to 270 than Trump has ever had.
I think what we haven't commented on, though, a lot of people might be at home and they're saying to themselves, well, where are these electoral votes coming from? You got to remember, the West Coast is still in play. California has 55 electoral votes.
All going to Clinton.
And that's all going to Clinton. So that's why you might be at home thinking, well, these numbers don't match up. That's what we mean. There are still numbers that haven't been counted that you know as fact are going to go to Hillary Clinton.
In fact, that whole far west, you know, from Washington, Oregon, all the way down, they call it the left coast.
Right.
The more liberal left part of the U.S. is going to be Clinton territory.
I'll just underscore two things. One, Hillary can afford to lose Florida and still win the election. But two, it's not over in Florida yet, even though you're seeing these numbers with 91% of the precincts in Florida reporting. As we broke it down further and drilled down on that, there's a huge swath of Broward County that hasn't reported that will probably go to Clinton. So Florida's still in play, but even if Florida goes into the Trump category, Clinton still has several paths to victory. And I'll throw it back to Dr. McManus. I mean, basically, if Florida goes to Trump, it essentially means this election night is going to get longer, but it's not over.
Probably so, yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, and the more and more we're looking at this now, we're looking at some other states that are starting to bring in their numbers as well, and we'll continue to count for you this evening. But it's just really interesting where we are here in Florida. Are you surprised, Dr. McManus, that it's still this big toss-up here?
Oh, absolutely not. We have been the most divided state for, you know, go back to 2000 election. We're just a very competitive
We're going to go back
state.
in just 3 seconds. We got to go to the other. We'll be right back.
Election results continuing to pour in at this hour. The Democratic Party just picking up a key congressional seat here in Florida.
That's right. Former Governor Charlie Crist unseating incumbent Republican David Jolly. You see the numbers there, 52% to 48%. We're waiting for Charlie Crist to come out. We'll be broadcasting that on our live stream online. Also, David Jolly conceding just minutes ago in this race. Meantime, as for the national picture, this is how the presidential race is shaping up so far. You've got Donald Trump at 66 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton with 68. Again, we got a long night still ahead of us.
All right, I want to take you over here at this hour to the big board. The presidential race in Florida is still too close to call. As you look here, the breakdown at this point, with about 90% of the precincts here in Florida reporting at this point, you can see a huge swath of Trump red here through the state of Florida. And of course, you see Hillary blue, but certainly not as much as Donald Trump. You would think that that would mean a blowout at this point, but it doesn't. I want to take you to the total votes here, because at this point, Donald Trump has about 115,000 vote lead. But let's go back over here to the 3 key counties that still have a lot of votes still out there at this point. We're talking Miami-Dade, we're talking Broward, and we're talking Palm Beach County. A lot of Hillary Clinton votes probably still down there at this point. That is going to make this race that much tighter. Florida voters also deciding right now on the expanded use of medical marijuana. This measure just barely missing the required 60% approval 2 years ago, but tonight the AP projecting it passed that required threshold. ABC Action News reporter Ryan Smith live right now. Actually, let's go over to Wendy Ryan, who is live at the desk for us with more information here. Wendy?
All right, ABC Action News is everywhere tonight. Get instant results on abcactionnews.com and on our free mobile app. Plus, be sure to watch our nonstop coverage on Facebook, YouTube, and the ABC Action News live stream. And stay with us throughout the night for the latest updates on this crucial election.
All right, we're back on this ABC Action News live stream. Tell all your friends, share it with them on Facebook right now. I'm joined by Dr. Susan McManus. She's been with us this entire step of the way for a couple years now while we've been watching all of this. Can you believe that the Republican pool was some 16 people, and now we're down to one person as a Republican candidate?
Well, I started all of this by going to that debate in Cleveland way back when, where there were 17 Republican candidates. Wow. And nobody thought that this guy Trump had a prayer. But look what happened. It's just been, look at all of the shows, The Amazing Race, Survivor. I mean, take any reality show title, and that's kind of what this whole election has been about. Who's going to survive? Who's going to be left standing?
Celebrity
and
Apprentice.
Now we're sort of, now we're down to, the last survivor, so to speak, and Florida's right at the epicenter of the competitiveness.
And speaking of, we've been talking about these amendments, and Paul has been following many of the amendments since all of this started, especially Amendment 1 that was so confusing, Paul.
Right, here we go. Let's go through it. Amendment 1 has it continued to baffle everyone, but right now it looks like, I would have to say, with 73% of the precincts reporting, and by the way, this is the one on solar energy, and it's been criticized for being intentionally confusing, that a yes vote on Amendment 1 would essentially give utility companies control of the solar market. Utility companies argue a yes vote on Amendment 1 would protect non-solar consumers from price increases if more people go solar. I've just summed up the entire amendment, tried to be balanced there in 20 seconds. Bottom line, 51-49, it needs 60% to pass, with 78% of the precincts reporting. And again, we don't know exactly which counties have not reported yet that make up that, let's see, I'm trying to do the math in my head, 22% vacuum here. But
I'm trying to help you, Paul, but I can't type fast enough.
Bottom line, I'm talking too much. It doesn't look like, what's that? It is called. They just called it. It's not going to happen. So it needed 60%. Amendment 1 shot down. Amendment 2, medical marijuana, overwhelming majority. It needed 60%. I think this is a headline that'll probably be talked about tomorrow and in the weeks to come. It well passed the 60% threshold. Remember, medical marijuana failed last time in 2012. Amendment 3 passed. That's the tax cut for first responders who were injured on the job. 84%, not a controversial amendment. And another tax cut, Amendment 5, it was for low-income seniors, also passing by an overwhelming majority. That is the amendment roundup. But the big headline there, and Amendment 1, not going to happen.
And I've got a couple breaking news stories for you right now. Donald Trump winning some more states: Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Hillary Clinton just won New York. And that's, we say it like that because they're in New York City right now, both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, watching the results flooding in, and they're just about 15 blocks apart. We just think that's hilarious because it's the last time this has happened was like 1944 that both candidates were from New York.
But there is one big difference. Unbelievably security around there that you wouldn't have seen way back when.
I cannot imagine trying to get through New York City right now, and it's probably not a place you can move through. But again, breaking news, Donald Trump has won Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska, and that puts the magic number, it's 270 to win the Electoral College. Donald Trump right now has 123, Hillary Clinton with 97. So it looks like he's definitely inching up. Earlier tonight it looked like Hillary Clinton had a lot of those electoral votes, but now it looks like Donald Trump gaining steam.
Yeah, but you're still talking about that West Coast with the Californias, but then you're talking about Texas, which will be red, so big states out there. The only two states that have more electoral college votes in Florida, California, and Texas.
And you taught me that. The good doctor, she's also a professor, so she's taught me so much. Paul LaGrone's got something for us right now here.
All right, so 9 o'clock, Dr. McManus, the new battleground states, Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Wisconsin, those polls closing now. So we'll shortly here start getting a stream of data from those states. Out of those, I'm keying in on Michigan. I'm actually keying in on New Mexico and Wisconsin. What do you think about that in terms of breaking either way for those candidates?
Well, the Midwestern states, the Wisconsins, the Minnesotas, the Michigan, those have been called the sort of blue wall, the heart of the Midwest, Union territory, Democratic stronghold for years. And for a Republican to break that would be very unusual, but then again, that's where there's been a lot of job loss and people that are very upset about American trade policy.
Let's take a look at the Michigan numbers, guys. Clinton, and this is full state results that I'm looking at now. Is that right? 10% reporting. 10% reporting. big clarification. All right, 10% reporting in Michigan for the state. Clinton is up by 3 points.
Paul, I hate to interrupt you, but guess what I got here? ABC News just called it Trump won Texas. That was one of those big ones.
Really surprised, right? I lived in Texas, I know. Yeah.
And Donald Trump's numbers are climbing. Again, it's 270. You need 270 electoral votes to win. But once we refresh this, those numbers are going to go back up again. Again, ABC News projecting Donald Trump will win Texas.
Can we go back to those state numbers again, Dan, and drill down on that a little bit? Let's go to Michigan one more time. Clinton up there with 10%, and that's not a lot, by the way, reporting. She's up 3 percentage points. I'm trying to do the math again in my head, about 11,000
And that was
votes.
basically what the polls were showing going into the election, around 3% difference there.
But Dr. McManus, look at the Johnson numbers for him. Is that we have not seen that in Florida for Johnson. I haven't seen anything register really for him. Are you surprised by that in Michigan?
Not surprisingly, they got. I think that is a lot of the Sanders vote, and Stein would get some of that too. A lot of that Johnson vote is disillusioned younger millennials. He's kind of popular with some of them.
And this early
and for Democrats that just couldn't vote for Trump, he's an alternative.
In this early stage, with just 10%, I'll clarify, in Michigan reporting a key battleground state, that 4% would make a difference for someone because there's only 3 percentage points between the two of them.
Right.
That's where it gets interesting. And then you've got Minnesota down there and some other key battleground states that we had talked about in this central time zone starting to come in.
We're still waiting on New Hampshire because New Hampshire is another swing state that's suddenly gotten real tight about a day or two before the election. It's why they kind of really both of them worked that state pretty hard near the end. So we're watching that, but we haven't seen any returns on that, I don't believe.
13% reporting. We got some numbers here if we want to zoom in.
Because Trump was counting on that state, New Hampshire.
New Hampshire 50-45 in favor of Clinton, and again 4 points for Johnson. He's siphoning votes off of. I'm trying to figure that one out.
I doubt the 4% will hold up, though, actually, when all is said and done.
I'm just looking at these numbers and I'm just kind of baffled by how close it is in some of these states that we thought were going to be runaway states. And here we are, and they're just not. They're just not, especially right here in Florida. We're saying that some of those Broward County, can we go back to Broward County votes, if you don't mind, Dee, and just see what they're looking like right now?
Let's see what we got. We got how many precincts reporting? 278? out of 577. So go back up
Still
for me,
a long
Dan.
ways
That's
to
about
go.
And breaking news right now, Donald
More
Trump
than
just
50.
won Arkansas as well. He's picking them up quickly.
which is kind of ironic because, you know, the Clintons spent time in Arkansas. Just pointing that out for the political nuts.
Little
out
Rock.
there. Yeah.
So there you go.
But Clinton up 67-30% in, this is Broward County again.
But that's not even half the precincts, or if I'm not doing that math
Well,
right.
it's about
278.
It's about half, right? Just a little bit less. Okay, but you would expect this. But this plays into, there's right now, according to the latest numbers we looked at, a 1% lead between Trump and Clinton. Trump leading by 1% in Florida, but with the precincts in South Florida still not reporting most of their precincts. So, and they're
What
going
is
toward
kind of
Clinton.
interesting, though, is turnout does appear to be a little bit lower in Broward than it has been in the past, and that's been one of the problem areas for Florida Democrats for some time, is that Broward has been lagging in turnout compared to what it used to be. That was why, again, Hillary Clinton and President Obama was down there a lot, really trying to ramp up black vote in Broward County.
And that was one of the last stops that they made. I
Right.
mean, just last week, I guess that was Friday,
Right.
they were at a university down in Broward County, and the point was to get some of these millennial votes and get these kids excited about it, but it looks like it just really didn't work out, not the way that they needed it to.
Well, it's just the millennials are a really tough group to crack at the moment. They are very disillusioned with politics as usual. The ones that do vote are voting more, obviously, for Hillary Clinton.
I don't really know what else to say except thank you and thank God. I am so humbled and honored and grateful. You have no idea. This is Pinellas County. It's a beautiful. It's our county. Beautiful people. A beautiful place. The most beautiful place on the planet, in my humble opinion. And I just can't thank you all tonight for the honor that you have given me and my family to give us the opportunity to represent you in our nation's capital and to bring some civility to Washington, D.C. I want to start out. That's a good thing. We need that. I love you more. Thank you. I want to thank Carol, my wife, my beautiful wife, who worked incredibly hard. Really, truly the chair of the campaign, and just did a tremendous job. I can't thank you enough, sweetheart. I love you. And I want to thank my mom and dad, right up here. Dr. Christ, who became kind of famous in this race, and my beautiful mother, Nancy. I love you with all my heart. Thank you so much. And my two sisters, who are here with us, Elizabeth and Kathy. And we miss Margaret. But I want to thank all of you. These races are difficult, and they can be tough sometimes. It turned out well for us. But I want to thank David Jolly and his wife, Laura. And while he was my opponent, he was never my enemy. And so I wish them well, and I wish them the very best. But I wish the people of Pinellas County everything you want. Our seniors, I will fight for your Social Security. I will. You know, we're here at the Don Cesar, and right on the beaches. Our beautiful environment in Pinellas County is unbelievable. And so I pledge that I will continue to protect it the very best I can. I'll fight for good education for our children. I look forward to working with Representative Kathy Castor. There's a lot of work to do. I think we're going to have a new president. Obviously, we're going to. I'm with her. And I'm excited about it. And I look forward to working with the new administration. But from the bottom of my heart, most importantly, thank you all. I love you. I love you more. I really do. Yep. And I want to thank our team. Matthew. Where's Matthew? Matthew Van Name. Great job. Thank you. And where's Vito? Vito Sheely. Right here. Vito. The man. Yep. And Katie. Where's Katie Burnett? Miss Katie. And Franco Ripple. Thank you, Franco. Really appreciate your hard work. And I want to thank this man again.
You know, as I said, these races can be tough sometimes. And you have to have friends that are willing to stand with you and stand for you and speak on your behalf and speak out, Jimmy. Jimmy Giles, great Buccaneer. God bless you for being here. But Watson Haynes has been my friend for a long time. And when he got married about 18 years ago, he told me, he said, "You're my first call. I want you to be in my wedding." And Joe Saunders, our great treasurer, I said, "Of course, yes, I'm honored and pleased to do so. But most importantly, I want to give praise to God. I really do. As Watson said, there's divine intervention with this, and there's no question about that in my mind. You know, I've run a lot of races, and it's been kind of tough the past couple. But God is good all the time, and I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart in Jesus Christ. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless Pinellas County. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone, here inside the ABC Action News studios as we continue our Facebook Live coverage here on the big election night. Let's drill down into Florida because right now, 93, coming up on 94% of the precincts reporting. Here are the numbers right now. Donald Trump winning Florida by about 1%, and there it is actually by broken down by actual votes, 4,311,000 to 4,196,000 for Hillary Clinton. Okay, now let's go county by county. You know the I-4 corridor right here in the Tampa Bay area, right? How key is that? Let's drill in on Hillsborough County. Right now leaning blue in favor of Clinton. Precincts reporting 61 percentage points. And it's right now going toward Clinton, breaking that way. But Pinellas County, another big headline right now, it's going toward Trump, with 65% of the precincts reporting there. Polk County firmly in the red for Donald Trump. And then I want to point your attention down south in South Florida. And we know the history there, right? Well, Broward County, right there in the middle between Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. The numbers aren't coming up for me right now, but I can tell you off memory that Broward County, there it is, precincts reporting 62%. So you are seeing an increase in precincts reporting there. That going in favor of Clinton. Palm Beach County going in favor of Clinton. Miami-Dade County going in favor of Clinton. This represents, you know, this is about a little less than a third of the entire population of Florida. So what happens down here matters. But you do see a lot of red right now tonight going for Donald Trump, and that is why he is in the lead by about 1%. It's still close. But, and as I throw it back to Dr. McManus and Laura Harris at the desk, it's not too close. If this plays out, I mean, you've got about 93, 94% of the precincts reporting in the state of Florida. Donald Trump has a 1 percentage point lead. That's not close enough for there to be an automatic recount under that scenario. It would have to be half a percentage point. The other thing to keep in mind, do you guys want to walk? We want to walk back to the studio? Is that Clinton actually can afford to lose Florida and still win the presidency. Donald Trump needs to win Florida. So having said that, what essentially it means is if Florida goes Trump's way, he's still alive in the race for the White House tonight, and the night gets longer and it goes down to the other battleground states that either Trump needs to win or Clinton needs to win. But it does make this race a whole heck of a lot more interesting if Donald Trump ends up winning Florida tonight.
Paul, forgive me if I'm repeating any of what you just said in there. We couldn't really hear you, but I did want to point out with Dr. McManus, what are some of the counties that really need to, or I shouldn't say need to, but some of the counties in Florida that are really going to decide where Florida rocks to?
As always, Broward County, Broward County, Broward County, and then Miami-Dade and West Palm Beach. And those are where the largest concentrations of Democrats are in the whole state, heavy concentrations, and also sizable minority populations, both Hispanic and black.
And we talk about that minority vote, the importance of the minority vote in this election, and did minorities turn out like Hillary Clinton was hoping they would?
Right, and we don't know that yet, but it does look like that Broward County is lagging a little bit behind other counties in terms of turnout rate. But it is true that Obama came and really tried to ramp up minority and millennial turnout. Hillary Clinton too. I mean, she had all of her surrogates And the best surrogate for her this year has been the president and Michelle Obama.
There's been a lot of negative talk about both candidates, but what has Donald Trump done right in Florida that's bringing him these numbers right now?
He has really tapped into the economics of a lot of people in this state. You know, we talk about Florida's economy recovered and whatever, but there's still a lot of working class people whose jobs have disappeared, haven't come back after the Great Recession. They're struggling financially to put their kids through college and to just make ends meet. And they're really worried about the economic future. We've seen it in the polls that we've done here in Florida. And so a lot of those people are concentrated in the rural and suburban areas.
Paul, what are you seeing over here?
Yeah, I mean, this is sad. It's just, we don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, I don't see anything that suggests this is directly related to election night and this polling site, but a breaking story we've been following: suspect with assault rifle killed one, injured two others near a polling site there in Azusa, California, and apparently shot at police. You know, we had heard going into election day that there could be some violence near polling sites. Al-Qaeda, you know, the federal government warned us about Al-Qaeda possibly planning an attack. No way to be able to link Al-Qaeda to this or know exactly what this is, if it has anything to do with the polling site at all.
It was actually very close to a middle school, so that was sort of where it was, but close to a polling area.
So just wanted to bring that up. That's the update. Just tragedy on election night near a polling site. But we'll let the facts play out on that one and get back to election coverage here. Do want to update you on something though, because we're seeing some Senate races that probably weren't, if you could scroll up for me, Dan, real quick, that probably weren't all that surprising. Obviously, the big headline tonight in Florida, Marco Rubio, the Republican, winning his seat. But I also saw some other Senate seats that are going to stay red, I believe, as we scroll down to show you that. But as we talk about that, I'll send it back to you guys. They need, at minimum, they being the Democrats, 4 seats to gain control of the U.S. Senate. And that's if Hillary Clinton wins the presidency, Tim Kaine being the tiebreaker. How is that looking so far tonight? Do you guys have anything on whether or not the U.S. Senate looks like it's going blue or going red?
We haven't really seen a lot of upsets yet, so we're still watching particularly the Kelly Ayotte race and some of the Ron Kirk race and Johnson and a couple others in the Midwest. There hasn't been any real publicity about those yet, but we're very carefully watching those.
Yeah, and I mean, by the way, if Trump does pull this out tonight and wins, you could theoretically, because there's no question about the House being in control of the Republicans, the Senate being in control of the Republicans is a possibility, and then the White House being in control of the Republicans. That, and I'll let you fill in the blank. I'll ask the question: is that enough for a sort of a mandate type of election? If you get the whole
mandates are always measured by the margin of victory for a candidate. So if Clinton or Trump were to win by landslides, are usually regarded as anything over 5%. If somebody gets a 5% plus margin of victory, that's considered a landslide or a mandate, which is what every presidential candidate would love to have, because it lets them enter office with a claim that, look, the public spoke loud and clear. They want me to do X, Y, Z, which is whatever they said they were going to do as they were campaigning. So that is the mandate question is still out there. We won't know till all the dust settles on whether either of these candidates got a mandate or not.
And I think this answers Paul's question right here.
Let's go to the map real quick. We got a breakdown. Again, I stress this is early, okay? So early breakdown of the Senate election results map. 39 seats. They're up 1, the Democrats are, from 2014. 42 right now, down 1 from 2014. But 17 seats not yet projected in the Senate. 51 out of 100 seats needed for the majority. So the Democrats would still have some work to do. And this is still very much in play. It's in flux. A lot of what we need to know, we don't know yet when it comes to how the U.S. Senate is looking tonight. But that's a big deal. Whoever wins tonight, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, what kind of Senate are they going to be working with? They know who they're going to get in the House. because of gerrymandering, let's be honest. I mean, Republicans are probably going to retain the House, probably will for a long time, but the Senate very much in play. And by the way, here's another interesting tidbit for you. In 2 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. McManus, it'll be very much in play again, because if I recall correctly, 25 seats on the Dems are up in 2 years.
So 6-year terms, and you have, you know, a third elected.
So it could flip either way. Every 2.
And of course, the other thing that's really significant about the Senate is it's the Senate that confirms the president's Supreme Court justice nomination.
Exactly.
And that has been a big part of this campaign. Both sides, but Trump and Hillary Clinton have both been pointing out, think about the Supreme Court. Think about that when you think about the Senate.
Well, and that's why we've been talking about this a great deal, but people say, you know, I'm only going to vote for the president. That's all I'm going to worry about. But that's why it's so important to vote for your senators and that type of thing, because those are the people who are helping making laws.
And they also have to approve treaties, so the Senate, the upper chamber of Congress, has a lot of responsibilities. They approve appointees and whatever. So, you know, a president would love to have their team in place in the Senate when they take office.
Do you think a lot of the voters who, whichever way you voted, one of the things we had talked about before is they are really concerned about their safety, and not just safety overseas and international safety, but just safety here, the relationship between the police and, you know, and just regular people on the streets. Talk a little bit about how that played into this election.
Well, when you talk to people about whether they think the country's headed in the right direction or the wrong direction, for 10 years now, this has been bubbling up. We've had around 2/3 of Americans say, no, it's not headed in the right direction, but for different reasons. And the whole randomness of shootings is very unsettling. And I think it contributes a lot to the gender gap. Women with kids are worried about their child being shot at school, or just the randomness of shootings. We've had several here in this area, a random shooting in a neighborhood and a child's dead. This is unsettling to people. They're not used to that in America. And to the degree that each of them talked about that, but particularly Hillary Clinton stressed a lot about the gun issue, I suspect that probably did resonate a bit more with some of the women with kids.
We're going to take a little break from that, go to our other anchors. We'll be back in just a moment.
The race for the White House heating up. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton starting to pick up states. Here is a look right now at how the election map is shaping up for you right now.
Yeah, take a look at many states in red as well as some in blue. You got Clinton taking Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, but Donald Trump taking Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Tennessee, South Carolina. A lot of states still need to be called, but it's getting close there.
Not a lot of surprises here on this map at this point, but still a few wild cards out there. You have Florida, North Carolina, and of course
Ohio, yes. And looking at the electoral votes right now, Donald Trump leading with 128 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104.
ABC Action News reporter Ryan Race live for us right now at a Clinton watch party in Tampa with the latest. Ryan?
You guys were at the Marriott Waterside Hotel in downtown Tampa. A good crowd here, a rowdy crowd. Certainly every time a Democratic candidate is declared a winner up on the big screen, they break out into applause. But one thing we haven't heard yet, as expected, is Florida still too close to call, like we expected. The Clinton campaign heading into the evening felt very confident about the early vote turnout and especially the Hispanic population. Let's go over to my colleague Michael Paluska just down the road with the Trump campaign.
Ryan, you know, I know this bar where we're at is a powder keg of emotions. They are waiting for Florida to get called. There's people outside here, and then we'll take you around to the front inside the bar where there's people taking my picture, and then we go in and there's several hundred more people inside. So all of these people are on the screens checking out the timing clock and waiting for Florida to get called. That is what they're looking for. So we'll be out here monitoring this as the polls close and these results come in. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Michael, thank you. Well, control of the U.S. House and Senate also hanging in the balance tonight here in Florida. Republican Senator Marco Rubio defeating Democratic challenger U.S. Representative Patrick Murphy. And that's not the only key congressional race playing out across the country right now. Scripps national correspondent Ross Jones is tracking all the big races tonight. So, Ross, what's the latest out there so far?
Well, we'll show you the big board here. The dark colors are the races that have already been called. The lighter colors are races where that party is leading, but it's not yet been called. So far, 11 seats being called by the Associated Press for Republicans, 5 for Democrats. What does that mean? Well, it gives Democrats right now a lead, 42 seats to 40, but still a lot of very significant races to be called. We're going to have to wait until well beyond midnight probably before we know exactly what control will be and who will have it. But right now, Republicans do have a majority. Democrats need to pick up 5 seats overall in order to take control of the Senate. A few races we want to talk about right now. Illinois, this was going to be a very tight race. That went blue. Indiana, Republicans were able to maintain it, of course, where you are, Marco Rubio, keeping his seat. But as you can see, still a lot of gray on this map. We'll be watching these races for several hours.
Are there any other races with the Republicans that might be vulnerable right now?
Especially in states that can go kind of purple, states that certainly aren't deeply red. We're talking about places like New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, places where candidates were not really sure whether or not they really should fully embrace Donald Trump, if they should keep their distance, places where the candidates wouldn't say they'd vote for him, but they did support him. Those states are going to be very important in deciding the balance of the Senate. And of course, when it comes to the Senate, they confirm all Supreme Court justices, and we have a vacancy with Antonin Scalia and some future vacancies anticipated. So that balance is very important.
All right, Ross Jones, thank you so much, our Scripps national correspondent. Jameson?
And the numbers are rolling in as we speak, Wendy. America deciding this all-important election and who will be our next president. Here's a look at how the votes are breaking down right now here in Florida. As you see, a lot of Trump red, and at this point, the total tally now has Trump up by over 100,000 votes to Hillary Clinton. I want to take you now to what everyone is focusing on nationally. It's these 3 counties right now, Miami-Dade, Broward, as well as Palm Beach County. With Broward and Palm Beach County still a lot of votes down there, a lot of those votes expected to swing back towards Hillary Clinton and expected to tighten that number up. Keep our eyes on that. We will continue to keep our eyes on that. And you can watch all the latest information on this election and the results right now on our Facebook live stream. We'll be back here at the top of the hour for you.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of election 2016. Paul Legrone is standing at the big board right now looking at a tweet that Hillary Clinton just sent out.
Yeah, all right. So here it is. I don't know. I'm not going to read too much into this at this point because this night is not over, obviously. But she tweets out, "This team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything." That coming from Hillary Clinton. Dan, when did that come out? What's the timeline on that?
5:55 this evening.
Okay.
So it was some time ago. Okay.
So let's get that off the screen because that's irrelevant. All right. So let's go to Virginia because this is relevant and it's a big, big deal. And we'll ask Dr. McManus about that. Virginia. This is a state that I don't think either candidate paid a whole lot of attention to. You could make the argument that Clinton probably took it for granted because you had Tim Kaine, obviously the former governor, as her running mate. So she didn't spend a lot of money there. Look at the numbers. All right, this is with how many percentage? 77% of the vote reporting in Virginia right now. Clinton is down by 1 percentage point. Trump is up. That's a problem for her because Virginia was supposed to be kind of a given for Clinton, and it could end up being an election night gift for Donald Trump. Doctor, what do you make of that?
Probably, if it's not any more than that percent reporting, it's probably those suburbs near Washington that have been, they're still out, and those would be more heavily Democrat.
Well, and
because the urban precincts always tend to come in later, and so you often say that whatever vote is left out there is probably going to lean a bit more Democrat. So she may not be in trouble there, but it's certainly closer than she ever envisioned.
And we should point out, as you were just talking about, the blue counties toward D.C., where you have a lot of federal workers who, quite frankly, want to keep their jobs. They're going to Clinton. The question is how much more of that vote is left to tap into. What's the percentage breakdown of precincts? And we'll try to get that up for you. But Virginia could be a story tonight that we didn't count on.
We'll keep a close eye on that. We're going to get back to what we were talking about before we went to the break. Dr. McManus, we're talking about people's safety. And a lot of times we talk about safety and you hear people talking about what international policy looks like and what their safety is when we talk about ISIS and Al-Qaeda. The problem becomes, though, these days, people are just afraid to walk outside their own door. let alone what's going to happen in foreign policy.
Right, and that's really interesting because when you say national security, people do think international, and ISIS on our soil has been a concern. The Orlando massacre really reflects more than anything else. It's become the symbol of the intersection of an international terrorism incident and the randomness of shootings in America, because the ISIS was a shooter, but yet people were enjoying themselves in a nightclub and suddenly there were a lot of people dead. But what is really, really unsettling to many people, regardless of their age, but especially with people with children, is the idea that places that used to be safe havens, you never worried about your child going to a church, a school, or to the movie theater, or to a mall, or even just walking down the sidewalk playing. Now, and it used to be that if there were shootings like that, it would be just in urban areas, but now it's occurring in rural areas. It's very, very upsetting to people. It's not the kind of country that they want America to be, and it's a change from what many, many people who have kids and are older have seen in their lifetime.
But do you think that's what's working in Donald Trump's favor right now, this whole no nonsense, the way that he is going after what is wrong or what he's saying is wrong?
I think some of it is just people are frustrated that government just doesn't seem to be doing anything about these crisis situations in personal lives. You know, a lot of this election just boils down to whether people really feel so almost helpless when it comes to government helping them, and upset that Washington is doing nothing, that they don't care if a person uses bad language or rhetoric that we would have been offended by many years ago. They're to the point of where they just say anything is better than what we've had, something's got to be done, versus no, we've got to go about it more calmer, more of the status quo, let's fix things, let's not get off on that track. And so you really have, it boils down this election to change, drastic change, or the status quo and a little bit of change, and that's the difference.
And Paul's taking a look at Virginia right now. There's that map, and it's very telling, Paul.
Yeah, it's very telling, and most of the red that you see here for Donald Trump in the rural areas of Virginia, the blue, I believe one of these counties is Fairfax County, closer to the Beltway in Washington, D.C., and a lot of these outlying suburban counties of the D.C. Beltway area are federal workers who probably want to see Clinton get in the White House. So those are blue. I think one of these counties out here is one of the colleges, maybe Charlottesville, University of Virginia.
Yes.
And typically you see areas where there are universities go toward the Democrat with a younger vote. So mostly red when it comes to, we see this is sort of a microcosm of America tonight, and has been over the last few elections. Red when it comes to the landmass and the geography, blue centered around those urban, higher population areas for Democrats. The big headline that I want to draw your attention to, if you're just joining us on Facebook Live, Trump is winning in Virginia, albeit by a small margin, 1%, beating Clinton. But this is a state that one might have thought, and maybe even the Clinton team did, sort of taking it for granted because Terry McAuliffe, a very close, longtime friend of the Clintons, heavily involved in Virginia, of course, and Tim Kaine, her running mate, the former governor of Virginia. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doctor, I don't think, really for that matter, either Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump paid a whole lot of attention of Virginia when you compare it to other battleground states like Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. Maybe Trump thought it was going to go Clinton's way and Clinton thought it was going to go her way, and this 13 electoral votes, that's nothing to laugh at if it goes either direction tonight.
But it really does show the same dichotomy that we're seeing in Florida right now if you look at the map. The rural and suburban areas in Virginia, like in Florida, go in red. The urban areas filled with younger people, more minorities, and in the educational areas, the college areas, more blue too. The same kind of pattern we're seeing here is reflected in those Virginia statistics.
And is that the two Americas that we're talking about? I mean, that's part of the picture, right?
It is, but actually what has happened, and you see it here, and this is what's very interesting, what we're watching in Florida. Normally, it's the suburban counties and big metro areas that flip from one side to another. So the fact that they're leaning a little bit more Republican this time out is really what's making the races a little bit closer.
And let's get specific with some of these counties right now. I'm seeing that our Maricela Burgos, who's reporting that she is reporting that 340 of the 340 precincts in Hillsborough County are all in right now. I'm seeing that Clinton and Rubio lead. She just tweeted that out about 2 minutes ago. Paul's got something he wants to show as well.
Well, I wanted to show you, this is from, I thought, Politico. You know what, before I go there, I'm not going to do that because I want to make sure I got it right. So let's not, here's what it was. And let's get a good 11 minutes ago now. Election night, live blog, stock futures just took a dive. Now, here's the context on that, okay? And by the way, stock futures, meaning, future trades from overnight going into the next trading day tomorrow. I don't know if this has anything to do with what we're seeing playing out tonight. I do know over the last 2 days, maybe 3, the Dow and all the indices have been surging on the presumption, perhaps, that Clinton was going to win. And that finally, maybe Wall Street could read the tea leaves, hedge their bets, put their money on the table in certain areas based on a Clinton presidency. And maybe, how Wall Street likes to react, be ahead of things, hedge their bets, make some money off of an election. But this is important because maybe people are having second thoughts based on the activity and the numbers we're seeing tonight, that it could go the other way. I mean,
well, it had been going south,
yeah.
Not doing that well. And all of a sudden, when it looked like, when people were doing the pre-election electoral map calculations, and she at some point got over 300, that's when the market went up again. But now that it's looking like a closer contest, it probably spells in a way to Wall Street that things are not going to be as easy to accomplish as we thought they were.
Can I just,
with this divisiveness.
Wall Street can't be that dumb, right? I mean, did they really think this was not going to be did any of us think this was going to be a blowout tonight?
Wall Street were the ones that were making the futures choices.
And I wanted to point back out, Paul was talking about Virginia and its importance. 76% of the precincts reporting, and now, at first it was 100,000 votes were separating the two, now just 25,000 votes are separating the two. So it's going back to what you were talking about, those urban and rural counties that are now reporting.
Was this not considered this was not considered a battleground state, right?
Not particularly.
Could it be tonight?
McAuliffe easily won the governor's chair the last time, and it's been trending and so forth. So no, it really wasn't considered that.
Did we just get a new battleground state?
Well, it used to be one. It used to be a big one, and now all of a sudden its reputation has been reinstated as a battleground state next time for sure.
Can we hit some of these local counties though? Pinellas, I know Hillsborough County we've got, it looked like, this is Pinellas County we're looking at right now.
Let's get into it. Pinellas County. Trump with a 2% lead with all the precincts reporting.
So Trump is winning in Pinellas with all the precincts reporting, and I think the same thing was happening in Pasco, right?
Right, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Firmly in Trump's camp there.
Okay, and all of the precincts are reporting there. How about we check Hillsborough?
Hillsborough, have a more populated county in Clinton's favor, 51-44.
Now looking at that, Dr. McManus, what does that mean to you? You see Pasco, Pinellas go Trump, and Hillsborough goes Hillary Clinton. What does that tell you?
It shows again that the suburban areas are more Republican and the urban area more Democrat. And actually, if Hillsborough County is to once again be the bellwether for the whole state predicting how Florida goes, based on its history, you'd have to say that Florida is going for Hillary Clinton. But that is being offset by, it looks like, bigger margins for the Republicans candidate Trump in some of these suburban counties surrounding Hillsborough.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Jim Schwartz just told me something interesting off camera here, and I'll share this with you. Apparently she is catching up in Ohio, in those urban areas of Ohio, putting her back where she needs to be there. In Virginia, it's getting closer in those same areas that we were talking about earlier. And so, this is really like a heavyweight fight. I mean, we've seen it go Trump's way. We are now, you may see some momentum going back to Hillary's way. And again, I mean, we bring it back to our home state, Florida, because that looks like it's going in Trump's favor, at least as we're standing here right now. That could change too, by the way. But this could be what we thought it was going to be, which is a long hotly contested election night in 2016.
I think the main point I want to emphasize over and over and over again is the last returns to come in heavily populated states are almost always from the big urban areas, which are heavily Democrat. And so when you see just 10 or 12 or 14 precincts still out there, and they're from urban areas, you got to think that that's going to be largely a blue vote.
And West Coast is 20 minutes away from closing their polls as well. So we know California historically would be a Democratic state. Paul?
By the way, hello guys. How you doing? I'm just here at the table hanging out with you. I just want to, because we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour, as Laura just pointed out, and I didn't look on my menu of states here. What's up next for the 10 o'clock time, West Coast? What are the battlegrounds out there we're going to be paying attention to? Arizona would be in that. Nevada, which made headlines earlier today. I mean, 6 electoral votes, but you can't take anything for granted in a race like this. Right?
And it looks like every little bit counts. I mean, whatever you can grab at this point, because you look at the board and it's 270 is closer than you would think.
Exactly.
We had, just for fun, okay, we had batted around the idea, Laura and I, because Laura and I talk about everything before we go on the air.
Everything under the sun. We have 10 minutes.
We had talked about a scenario where it's tied electorally, and I'll let you take it from there. What happens if the Electoral College is split? What's
and
the
nobody gets
protocol?
to 270.
Nobody gets to 270.
Then it goes to the U.S. House of Representatives.
And then what happens?
And then each state gets one vote.
Now, do you hear that? Each state gets one vote.
Right.
So you think, in the Electoral College, Florida gets 29, California gets 55, Texas gets its fair share. Those are the big ones. But when you go to that point, everybody gets one.
Right.
Everybody gets one.
Which makes talk about, states deciding things. Now, is there ever a scenario where Paul Ryan has any influence over that process?
Well, obviously, if you're Speaker of the House, you can do what they call leveraging or arm twisting.
Yeah.
There's no formal role, really.
Okay.
Other than the presiding officer.
All right.
Speaker.
That's, just like I said.
Did you pack a bag tonight? We might be here overnight.
Do I need a go bag?
Did you pack a bag?
I was in 2000. We spent, I think it was a solid week in Tallahassee. I'm sure you were there. And we literally pitched a tent and we didn't know what was going to happen.
No, I was here teaching full-time at USF and trying to cover all of our broadcasts and staying one step ahead from the viewers' questions. I'm getting out my old textbooks that I had kind of gotten through, and suddenly I had to bring them out. We don't want another 2000 in Florida, and we're not going to have it.
No.
But Dr. McManus is...
Paul Ryan was reelected.
Paul Ryan was reelected tonight.
No surprise there.
One of those things that I was going to ask Dr. McManus about is you see Paul can just ask her anything and she knows the answer to it. You have been widely sought after for the last 48 hours. Talk about just this, how the world is watching our election right now and why it's so important to everyone else, even outside of the United States.
If people ever had a doubt about how much the world looks to the United States for leadership, all they would need to do would be sit in my office and listen to the people that call me all over the world. Today alone, I heard from a reporter in Chile. I did TV in Canada. New Zealand radio I've been on. Just today, and it's been that way for 2 weeks, international journalists have been in Tampa from all parts of the world. Why? Because Florida symbolizes a very competitive state. And people across the world know Florida. They don't know some of the other states. And it's really interesting because so many of the reporters that have come here from other countries have said that one of the reasons they've selected this area instead of Miami to do their last minute broadcasting from is because they know how much of a bellwether this part of Florida is. Plus it's a lot cheaper here than in Miami.
There is that too, yes, South Florida.
It's been fascinating though. I've had international journalists into my classroom at USF this term.
Who do you think is more nervous about the outcome of this election tonight? Europe, South America, Asia?
I certainly think that Europe, it has to top the list. They've been worried about America paying attention to other parts of the world for quite some time. And but certainly I've heard a lot of Latin America as well. We've had Middle Eastern journalists here. It's the whole world, but clearly I think there's a lot of nail biting in Europe.
Well,
All right,
taking
I'm
a
gonna
look
go
at
back
the,
over here.
we're refreshing these numbers.
Let's do it.
Dee, can you refresh these for us just a little bit? We're looking at Florida's numbers right now. That is as of right now, 9:45 Eastern. You check it out. There it is. Donald Trump is winning in Florida right now, and it's like 49% to 48%. That's that margin of error you hear Paul talk about all the time. It is just slim.
Is that 112,000 votes? Give or take a couple of hundred there between the two, so up from 100,000. But still, you know, and I'll underscore.
Still Broward to come in, I believe. I think Miami-Dade and Palm Beach are now getting almost to 100%, but not quite there yet. But Broward's still a ways to go.
Let's take a look. See, there it is right there.
This is.
So they don't have all their precincts reporting. I think they've got about 50 left if you look at that number. So that's Broward right there.
That's with Broward reporting almost at 577, their full amount.
It's quite interesting because the percentages for Clinton haven't really changed that much as the returns are coming in.
If Florida goes into Trump's favor and Trump's column, that makes Virginia more important. It makes North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio more important.
Oh, absolutely.
For Clinton.
Florida's a must. But so too is North Carolina and Ohio to Trump. Those are three critical, absolute must-have states for him.
So Florida alone is not going to give Trump the White House.
Absolutely not.
I want to underscore that just in case people are thinking. I mean, look, I think our state's important, but we also need to keep in mind in the context that it under this scenario tonight, Florida may not be the deciding factor, at least right now.
Right, because like you all just said, I mean, you're looking at Virginia and you're looking at some of these states that you thought would be a blue state, would be a red state. And if they don't go the way that many people thought they would go, then the numbers start to work out in a different favor. You know, the pieces of the puzzle that we were putting together weeks ago are now turning into pieces that are missing, or pieces that are getting added.
It also just goes to show that polls are not capable of predicting turnout.
Which, and maybe that's probably something you should go to.
Well, and I wondered about that. I honestly did this morning and last night, the last couple of days. Someone's going to have egg on their face. Someone's wrong, right? I mean, somebody thought one candidate's going to be elected, and somebody thought another candidate's going to be elected. But yeah, is there going to be, when this whole thing is over, and we don't know how it's going to turn out, obviously, that the polls that we've been citing for weeks and months and 18 months, if you want to count the whole thing, you know, can't predict the future, you know?
Well, they're based on statistical samples, and the way that they try to gauge turnout is they have this person that they call a likely voter. And some of them define a likely by the person that they're interviewing say, yes, I'm going to vote. They take the person's word for it. Others say, no, I don't really trust that, but I'm going to sample. I'm going to see how many times in a row this person has voted, and I'll use that person as a likely voter. But then even that has shortcomings, because what about all the brand new voters who have no voter history? So that's the problem, is that you can't 100% predict who's going to show up and vote.
And there were also, as we talk, as this is still unfolding, and I keep qualifying that because no one's, you know, saying anything definitive right now. This is still very much in flux. But there were also very much some late-breaking developments at the last. Forget about the October surprise. I mean, there was a November surprise. I mean, literally at the last moment with the FBI investigations, there was a lot for voters to think about up till the final day about this.
Talking about those big states, we're seeing now some ABC 12 is reporting that the Detroit Free Press is reporting Hillary Clinton is projected to win Michigan.
Okay.
Let's say she wins Michigan.
That was probably his best shot at winning one of those Midwestern states.
Well, because
you still have Wisconsin, that's a possibility. Minnesota, a little bit less so. But that would have been the best guess as to what Midwestern states he could have broken into.
Let me play out a little hypothetical calculus here. Okay, let's just, for the sake of argument here, and again, you know, no one's biased here. Okay, we're just playing this out because we want to make sure we're understanding it. Let's say he wins Florida, but she's winning Michigan. what does that mean for her? She can afford to lose Florida. We know that. If she's winning Michigan, she
Right.
pulls out of Virginia.
Yeah.
There
you go.
It's good. That's for her.
Absolutely, absolutely. She's always had more paths to 270 than he has. That's what everybody said from day one, is that he had the narrow path, that he had to absolutely win all of the toss-up states. And that's a tall task for anyone. But what we are seeing is it's clearly been a much closer race in a lot of places than we anticipated.
That's for sure. And I keep looking up because we've got all of these monitors behind us. We've got all the ones back there too. But just giving us all different perspectives and different numbers of the things that are coming in right now. New Hampshire is one that you were talking about just a little while ago, Dr. McManus. They've got 32% of the precincts reporting right
Virginia.
And Trump's ahead slightly, so that's one that he has to win too.
Right. And we keep talking about the electoral votes. 270 is what you need to win the White House, and it's just one of those things where, and we're looking at it right there, from the counts that we've got so far, the Electoral College looks like 137 for Donald Trump, 104 for Hillary Clinton, and we are 8 minutes away from the West Coast polls closing. What are you seeing right now, Dr. McManus?
I'm still seeing some really big question marks. Georgia. I mean, Georgia's still a toss-up here. People thought for sure that would have been a Trump victory there. North Carolina must have. Pennsylvania, Ohio, both states that Trump has spent a lot of time in. If he were to do well in both Pennsylvania and Ohio and win Florida and North Carolina, that's a different picture altogether. That's one of the things he would have to do to have a chance.
And want to remember one of the counties in North Carolina, the Board of Elections there in Durham County precincts, 2 of those Durham County precincts, they extended voting 60 minutes. So some people at home might be saying, some of those, that was an East Coast time. Why is it still taking them some time? Well, because they had an extension of an entire hour. So they're still probably counting some votes to figure out what's going on. Paula Groan's got some new information.
Yeah, North Carolina here, Dan, and 80% in. Trump in the lead by 3 points. Now, that's important for him, important for her too. Let's talk about North Carolina. If you're going off the working theory right now that Trump is maintaining a lead in Florida, Virginia is still iffy for Clinton, and Trump wins North Carolina, but Clinton looks like she might win Michigan. I'm trying, that's like, my head's exploding, but it seems like that's a very tight race, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. But there's still, as you say, there's more paths for her to get to 270 than there are for him. But with that math and with those...
If he were to win, as we said, North Carolina, Florida, and then, of course, Pennsylvania and Ohio, and New Hampshire, then he'd have to win some of the western states, the Nevada and Arizona, which are close.
And I was talking to Jim, and Jim's telling me that this Virginia story is big right now because that was not something that I don't think anyone had counted on, and it's still very much a battle. And Ohio, it looks like there's a lot of uncounted votes that will probably go toward Clinton in the Cleveland, Akron, Toledo area. So Ohio's still very much in play. For those of you who are history buffs, and I said this on the Now Today, Ohio has been the bellwether state every election since 1896, for the exception of 2. Ohio has mirrored the country when it comes to picking the winning president. The last time they got it wrong, 1960, which is kind of surprising. All right, we got
60 seconds. We got 60 seconds to wrap it up. So, Dr. McManus, from what we're seeing right here in the polls, what we're seeing in Ohio, Virginia,
we got Ohio, by the way,
what's the Clinton camp thinking? What's the Trump camp thinking?
They're each crossing their fingers and praying and hoping that they pull it out because it's that close.
It's that close. Do you think Trump is feeling good, though, about what he's seeing?
I think he's nervous as can be on some of those Midwestern states still.
Got it. And then
Trump is
Paul is still pointing it out for you. Look, Trump just went up another percentage point.
9%
in Ohio.
With 80% coming in.
And that was the state that he was ahead in the polls in. Of all the ones that we've looked at, battleground, that one was trending more towards Trump than any of the others.
All right, well, we are still here, 9:56 Eastern Time. We're 4 minutes away from the polls closing on the West Coast. We still got plenty to talk about, but we'll be back in just a little bit.
The results are coming in quickly at this hour. The presidential race still up for grabs.
And several key races here in the Bay Area and around Florida now coming to a close earlier this evening. Two big congressional races, in fact, already settled tonight in Florida. Senator Marco Rubio holding off Patrick Murphy. And let's listen in as both candidates talk about tonight's results.
I believe with all my heart that if we do what needs to be done in the years to come, that my children and yours will be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. But we must start now. That ultimately what unites us as a people is the common dream and the common hope of a better life. And that we can only achieve that if we all achieve that.
And in another key race, former Florida Governor Charlie Crist defeating incumbent Republican David Jolly for Pinellas County's congressional seat. Crist talking about his victory minutes ago. Take a listen.
This is Pinellas County. It's a beautiful, it's our county, beautiful people, a beautiful place, the most beautiful place on the planet, in my humble opinion. And I just can't thank you all tonight for the honor that you have given me and my family to give us the opportunity to represent you in our nation's capital.
Also tonight, the fight for state attorney challenger Andrew Warren trying to unseat current state attorney Mark Ober after 16 years. And it looks like Andrew Warren has done it with 50% of the vote each, but still ahead over 670 votes there. Jameson?
Certainly a tight race there and a tight race here in Florida. The Florida's key electoral votes here going down to the wire tonight. Here are the latest numbers. Let's go to the totals. Donald Trump in the state of Florida with a little more than 100,000 vote lead. All eyes now on South Florida as they're waiting for a big swath of returns down there from Miami-Dade County as well as Broward County and Palm Beach County. That is Hillary Clinton territory. Wendy?
All right, ABC Action News everywhere you need to be tonight. Get instant results on abcactionnews.com and on our free mobile app. Plus, be sure to watch our nonstop coverage on Facebook, YouTube, and the ABC Action News live stream. And stay with us throughout the night for the latest updates on this very crucial election. We'll see you at the bottom of the hour.
Continuing election night coverage here on Facebook Live, the new medium that a lot of you folks are going to be watching tonight unfold as it is. Here with Jim Schwartz, Paul LaGrone here. Happy to have you along. Laura Harris here as well, and Dr. Susan McManus giving us unprecedented expertise and insight into this election. Let's hit the highlights right now. Florida, our state, which a lot of people thought would decide this election one way or the other. Right now, Trump has got the lead in Florida, 1% with well into the 90s percent of the precinct reporting. Virginia is closer than a lot of people realize. That's important because that was something that Clinton thought was going to go her way. Ohio very much in play. From there, Michigan, by the way, looks like Clinton is going to win Michigan, another battleground state. But let's drill down on Virginia, Jim, because that, to me, is very interesting. It's probably a state Clinton thought she had. Not a battleground state in the traditional sense of what we were thinking would decide an election. But that's a story here tonight, but you're saying it's not as bad as it looks for Hillary Clinton? I've been following while you've been with Dr. McManus, so I've been spending a lot of time looking at the numbers as they're coming in. And she was down considerably, people are centering in on that, and it was a problem. The northern counties of Virginia that border on the District of Columbia are all government workers. They are people who generally and overwhelmingly vote Democratic. So the odds are, at this point, the last time I looked, it was down to 3,000 votes there. Let's look at the numbers right now if we can pan over and I've looked here at the map of Virginia and how it's playing out before you roll eyes and let's
on the three northern counties that are marked blue. Those are the Prince William.
Right, these are federal workers who want to keep their jobs.
Yeah, that is correct, and they tend to vote Democratic.
Right.
So I don't know what the percentages are. They were down in the 20s and 30s when I looked before. They're probably somewhere in the 70s or 80s at this point. I would probably say more likely than not, Secretary Clinton will carry Virginia It will not be by a large margin, but she will carry Virginia. That puts the map exactly back where everybody thought it was going to be. And it brings us back to the states we thought we would have to deal with.
A bit of a reset.
North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
Pennsylvania looks like it's going to Clinton's way right now. North Carolina, last check, was going more toward Trump. Can we get back into North Carolina real quick, Dan, as you zoom in here? And while you're pulling that up, Florida, by the way, narrow margin in Trump's favor, at least as we sit here right now. Drilling down on North Carolina, 50-47 in Trump's favor.
With a lot, well, I can't even read. I can't see from the monitor what the percentage is. What's the percentage of the vote?
81%.
81%. So there's 19%, 20% of the vote left. Most of the counties, as I looked at it earlier, were rural counties, but they were also counties that were overwhelmingly African American. So there's a real possibility she could make up those votes. It's not likely. I think more than likely he is going to carry North Carolina. So it comes down to Michigan. Okay, yeah, please, if you could.
And Michigan looks like it's going toward Clinton right now.
You see all that blue down there in the lower right-hand corner, if you look at that map. The three that are kind of connected in the lower right are Macomb, Wayne, and Oakland counties. That is the Detroit area, and that should go overwhelmingly. Now, you said there was a report that was out there. That the Detroit Free Press said that Hillary Clinton is going to carry Michigan. They're not somebody to sneeze at, but I think that they probably, it is a local Detroit paper, there's no question about that, but it is a really reliable newspaper. I think that there's a real possibility that they're seeing polling, they're seeing exit polling that other people aren't seeing, and they're satisfied that the numbers coming out of those three counties I just pointed out to you, together with Ingham County, which is where Lansing is, and Grand Rapids, I can't remember the name of the county where Grand Rapids is, and probably the areas along I-94, which would be Kalamazoo and Battle Creek, and those areas may go for her.
Right now, which state out of the battlegrounds would you be most nervous if you were Hillary Clinton?
Well, obviously North Carolina, because I think it's pretty much gone. I don't think that she's going to recover enough to take North Carolina. That brings into play Nevada, and that brings into play Arizona. But I think that once we've seen everything east of the Mississippi, we'll have a pretty clear picture of what's going on, because she's going to carry Oregon, Washington, and California. So you count her electoral votes east of the Mississippi, add in those three states from the west, and you'll know whether she's got her 270 or not.
All right. Certainly, the Florida, though, according to the polls leading up to Election Day, had Clinton up, or at least marginally up.
By 1 point, one way or the other.
It's playing out the way many of us thought it would. It's a tight race, but it right now, a 1% advantage Trump with most of the precincts reporting. And we still need some numbers out of South Florida.
Still need some numbers out of Broward, a few numbers out of Palm Beach County, and some numbers out of Miami-Dade County. But as overwhelmingly as she should carry those, I don't think she can make up the vote differential. She might. Let me take a look. She's down 200,000 votes, 250,000 votes. That's a lot of votes to make up.
And it's interesting, at least in, I believe it was Ohio that we had pulled up, maybe Virginia, that the Johnson factor, I think it was 4 points in Virginia.
Right.
Correct.
The Johnson factor is coming into play. He may be deemed the new Ralph Nader when this is all over with.
Also a factor in Michigan as well. I just point that out because, points are points, and it's razor thin, and every point counts tonight.
Right.
So, we're going to look west here. It's 10 o'clock, and those polls are closing out west. Out of those western states, most of them are Clinton. We're looking at Nevada, basically.
What we're looking at is Michigan, making sure that it's in her column if it is, Pennsylvania if it's in her column, Wisconsin if it's in her column. Now you're east of the Mississippi. You now add in Oregon, Washington, and California, and if those are hers, that's her 270, even without North Carolina.
All right, Laura Harris standing by right now and checking in with the latest numbers of some other states here, Minnesota, Nevada,
Yeah, it's just been interesting kind of just to watch some of these numbers. As you all were just saying, some of these states that you thought were going to rock one way or go the other, we're just not sure yet. And so many of these states still only have, 25% reporting right now in Michigan. And granted, it's 45 to 50% right now. But when you talk about there's still 75% of those precincts that still need to report, it's still early in the game for so many of these states.
If you take a look in the lower right-hand corner, it's a very large percentage that still needs to be counted in those three counties that make up the Detroit metropolitan area. And then you look in the center of the state, as you can see it, that's all white in there. You're looking at Ingham County, which is Lansing,
right,
which was hit very badly when Oldsmobile shut down.
Well, I was just going to say, so many of those, the blue-collar workers that are in those areas that are really wanting someone who's going to come in and make sure their jobs don't get shipped overseas.
And what's really sad is that Michigan is not as bad as people are painting it to be. People think that it's like this destitute state. They have an employment rate that is, the unemployment rate that is substantially under the national unemployment rate. They're not making $30 an hour working in the car factories, but people are employed. Detroit has made a substantial comeback. It's not what it used to be. So Michigan is not what people paint it to be. It's actually doing very well, despite the Flint, Michigan area. Now remember, you still haven't gotten the Flint vote. When you get the Flint vote, that's going to be overwhelmingly for her. So the bottom line is that I think that the Detroit Free Press is seeing exit polls that you and I haven't seen that are telling her that she is overwhelmingly winning in the areas that she needs to, and they're projecting her to be a winner. Now that doesn't mean she will win, because they're not a network and they don't have the resources networks do.
And if you're watching Twitter right now, there's a lot going on. Here's one thing we do know as fact. Donald Trump just won Missouri. We do know that, so we just got 10 more electoral votes. Here's the thing right here, though. Dr. Susan McManus, who's been with us for our live coverage right now, she's reporting on this I-4 corridor, and that's what we've been talking about, how important it is. And you see here, Donald Trump gets 51% of the votes there, 45% going to Clinton.
Can we go up to a tweet from
And
Joe
then that was the next one that I was going to go to.
He's
right
calling it Florida
here
for Trump.
Yeah,
because the Dade and Broward counties have basically either 99% reported the precincts.
Right. Yeah, and I think Joe's probably right on that. I think that what happened was that she did not get the kind of percentages out of Hillsborough County that she needed to have to carry her forward. She couldn't afford to win 48-46. She had to win 52. She had to win 53-46 or something like that, and she didn't get those kind of votes out of Hillsborough County.
Can we go back to the electoral scoreboard, if you will? Trump's got 150, Clinton there at 109.
All of that he was anticipated to win.
Jeff, but bottom line, if you're Hillary Clinton, are you not a little disappointed at this point in the night that you thought you would be up on that?
I think that, no, at this point, she understands that she's got all of those votes on the West Coast. What she needs to make her happy, she needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That will jump her up in front of him with the massive number of electoral votes on the West Coast. That gets her to her 270.
Let me flip it the other way. If you're Donald Trump at 150 in the lead, and he's been in the lead tonight for quite some time, are you not feeling better than you did a week ago?
If I'm a Donald Trump supporter, I'm very happy right now. But if I'm an internal campaign person, I'm sitting here saying to myself, I understand that I may have carried North Carolina. Virginia is slipping away from me. And I know that if I do not flip Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, I lose. And they know that.
Because the math shows you, let's just for math, 55 electoral votes coming from California that will...
That goes into her, she's already at 164.
So that's 164 to 150. Now again, as you were saying, Paul, there's still other states that Donald Trump is going to win.
Then you add in Washington and Oregon, then you add in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and she's over 270.
Yeah, but
he has to run the table. I mean, everybody said he had to run the table. He had to steal one of those, either Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. If he does not, the rest of it doesn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at those Michigan numbers.
That's Michigan. Look at that
50% to 45%, and then as you talked about, that 4%.
That's the difference.
Well, I told you I was surprised earlier that he wasn't running. They weren't running in the 4 or 5% range. Now they're starting to run in the 4 or 5% range.
Did either candidate not do an adequate enough job to reach out to whoever those Johnson-Stein voters are? And they're not the same kind of people, by the way. I don't think it's automatically, I don't like Trump, I don't like Clinton, I'm voting Johnson or Stein.
I think the massive percentage of his vote is, I don't like either of them, so I'm protesting.
Yeah.
I think that people felt, the individual walks in and says, my vote doesn't count, so he protest votes. He doesn't understand that there could be 4% of the electorate that agrees with him, and now all of a sudden, like Ralph Nader, they're throwing the whole election into a tizzy. It's not that I'm dissuading people in any way, shape, or form from voicing their choice. I'm one of those people that says, make an informed choice, and make a choice that you think will make a difference. Don't make a choice out of a mere protest.
Right, because if you're protesting either candidate, your will is not being represented if
that's essentially
you vote
correct.
for Johnson. You don't know how it's going to turn out.
Because Johnson is never going to be president of the United States. That was never going to happen. First of all, they don't let you use marijuana inside the White House. So, okay.
There's that, yes.
Okay, there is that factor, okay. So as a result of which, and I think that there's a certain amount of that you have to think, that I think the Libertarians wish that they had Weld at the top of the ticket, they would have gotten an even bigger number.
And there's also Aleppo's a city in Syria. But,
and I can't remember the name of one person who had one country in the entire world other than the United States.
We're having
but I like
fun.
Vicente Fox, even though I can't remember his name.
Right.
Okay.
Let's go to some breaking news right now. Back to the board here. Breaking news that we're reporting here at ABC Action News. Clinton projected to win New Mexico. I throw that out there knowing full well that was not... that's not a big surprise, although that had been cited.
Utah's going to be a big one because
they were pulling away from Trump, right?
They were pulling away from Trump, and they were going with the third-party candidate who was actually polling in the 20s.
And we don't have anything from Utah yet.
No, in fact their polls just closed.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that'll be interesting, as you say, to see the third-party factor in Utah.
Right.
But it's a heavily Mormon state, obviously, and the Mormons completely broke away from Trump after the. I can't say it because it's not.
Well, I hate to interrupt you, gentlemen, but I want to bring Paul over here because I really want Paul.
Sure.
Not to interrupt you two, but I want you to be able to kind of break down for us, Paul. Especially, listen, Paul's lived in Florida most of his life, so it's kind of starting to look like there's a chance that Donald Trump could win Florida. If we can bring up that some of our latest. Here we go, right here. Is this what we expected, though? Because when we talked about it earlier today, we thought that I-4 corridor area, we just didn't know what was going to happen.
Well,
and now...
I'd like to bring in Dr. McManus on this, but if you look at where the blue counties traditionally are in Florida, they're where you would expect them to be, particularly in South Florida: Palm Beach, Broward, Dade, Alachua County, University of Gainesville, that's Orange County, Orlando, Hillsborough County's kind of a bellwether. I think, if memory serves correctly, it did go Obama's way the last two elections. I think at one of those at least it went Obama's way. So to answer your question, again, a microcosm of the entire country. You tend to see a lot of red land-wise, geographically, but blue in the highly populated areas.
Well, Dr. McManus has been working on some of these new numbers right now, and we want to go ahead and just bring her in. What are you seeing right now in Florida? We're looking at this map here, but you've kind of got a little bit more data.
Right. We have analyzed the returns from the I-4 corridor, which would be the Tampa market and the Orlando market, and the numbers are 51% for Trump and 45% for Clinton in the I-4 corridor, which is often the swing part of the state. Some other things that we have found is that Trump has done a lot better in some of the counties than did Romney in a lot of places, especially in the suburban counties. But another thing that we have seen in the data is that it looks like the millennial turnout was as anticipated, not what it was when Obama ran. We looked at the turnout rate in both Alachua County, which is of course UF, and Leon County, and they were down in both of those places as well. So millennials down. We saw some other counties, Gadsden County, which is a majority black county, turnout down there, which would feed into some of the ideas that the black turnout wasn't as high for her as it was for Obama. But the significant thing is that Clinton underperformed Obama in every single media market in Florida except Miami.
And that was one of the where do we go from here then? Did she underperform in other big states as well?
Well,
or is-
that's kind of what we're seeing here in some of these early returns. That's what some of the things are suggesting might have happened. But she did everything possible in Florida. I mean, the Obamas came here and everything, and it really, we knew from the get-go, it had been a storyline for quite some time, that the real challenging demographics in our state for her this year was the minority vote, particularly black vote, and also the millennials, which are 26% of Florida's registered voters.
But didn't we talk about this before? Did the Latino vote not turn out in Florida? I mean,
they actually did go up, but not enough to offset the huge surge in turnout in some of the suburban counties. And also not to offset, and it helped offset loss in some of to the black vote. But the bottom line is that people consistently did not pay enough attention to the turnout rates and how much better Trump was doing in some of these suburban and rural areas where people are still suffering financially, haven't had pay raise in years. And the turnout mechanisms used by Trump were very unconventional. Hillary Clinton created a lot of headquarters and brought in people. And Trump relied upon local county party organizations to go neighbor to neighbor, door to door, and turn people out.
And could you make the argument that the assumption that early voting was going to be good for Clinton may have actually been good for Trump?
Early voting was good for both of them. I mean, I don't think that you can see that. It was better for Trump in that Republicans actually are more likely to go to the polling place on Election Day, and that's what you saw today.
minority vote in Florida made up 1/3 of voters, 1/3 of voters. So let's just assume that most minorities were going to vote for Hillary Clinton. If they would have turned out to the polls, this might be a different conversation.
But what we all, yes, absolutely. But what we also saw, which again, the assumption that so many media made, not Florida media, that every Hispanic voter was going to vote for Clinton, it's still, Trump got around 1/3, a little bit higher than that, of the Hispanic vote in Florida.
And I think a lot of that was Cuban American vote as opposed to, I don't have a mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think a lot of that was Cuban American vote. I think that people think that people who speak Spanish are all the same. People who speak Spanish are not all the same. Cuban Americans have traditionally been a very largely Republican group of people all the way to 1960. They hate Democrats just because they're Democrats. So the fact of the matter is that if there was a large turnout, I think part of it is the Rubio factor. I think that the fact that Marco was on the ballot, I think that the Cuban Americans turned out very large because of Marco. He's their guy. And I think that that was a factor that helped Donald Trump peripherally. I think that that brought in a lot of people in Miami-Dade County to counteract some of that other vote. So I just think that, yeah, there was an overperformance by Trump. There was an underperformance by Clinton, and we learned a ground game just doesn't necessarily do the trick.
And I want to take a look right now at the Ohio numbers. I mean, it's starting to really spread that gap. 53% to 42%. Hillary Clinton is trailing at this point in Ohio.
74%.
What do you make of that?
Reporting.
Still the Cleveland area is out. I used to teach up there. That's out. Some of the big urban areas. But this state, I think, is trending Republican.
Now, did you think that before tonight, though?
This was the one swing state that had been sort of said by everybody that Trump was doing better there than any of the other toss-up states.
We talked about this when the night started, before even the polls closed, or right when the polls closed here in our area at 7 o'clock. We said if Donald Trump wins Florida and Ohio, what would that mean for his campaign and what would that mean for Hillary Clinton's?
And we still also talked about North Carolina, and I haven't seen the latest numbers on North Carolina because that's another
Let's bring those up.
piece.
North Carolina, if we can, Dan.
Those three states, and he needs to win a Pennsylvania or one of those Midwestern states as well. And he's still got to win a couple of them out west if he's to be president.
But is the headline also the fact that just as we say the vote turned out in favor of Trump, the headline could also be tonight that you had a lot of people stay home for whatever reason and not vote for Hillary Clinton. We're going to go to the studio, actually, but let's take a look at
Susan,
North
I think you and
Carolina.
Paul have to go to the studio now.
50-47 in favor
But
of
we will
Trump in
be,
North Carolina, with 83%
We're just going to do a little
reporting.
shift change here.
All right, we'll be back.
Don't leave for long, Paul.
Don't leave for long, yep.
Oh, yes. There you go. We're going to give you that.
We ran out of mics.
Listen, we got so many people here just
wanna
trying
run
to. So let's run down. Now we're going to
Let's
take a look at.
Well,
is
let me
that
see
North
Virginia
Carolina
again.
we're looking at?
Is that North Carolina? That's Virginia.
Here's Virginia.
That's Virginia.
So now Virginia's trending Clinton 48-47 with 85% of the precincts
Right. I
reporting.
think she's.
I
I
see
think.
that.
I think that she's going to hold on to that. Those are the northern counties that still have to be counted. They're overwhelmingly Democratic. They brought her back from a big deficit. I think she'll carry Virginia, which puts us back on the map exactly where we thought we would be, other than Ohio being a toss-up. I still fall back on the point that he has to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, one of those three. If he doesn't, by the time you get to the Mississippi, you add all of her electoral votes, add in everything out west, and she's got her 270.
Right, and it's 2:21. Excuse me, it's 10:21 Eastern. So that means polls closed out west about 21 minutes ago.
Right.
So they're still, of course, counting those numbers. It could be 11 o'clock, 11:30 before we really get some of those numbers.
Right, but those are safe. Those are safe states
Yeah.
for her. And now that things are going, and look at it this way, now that things haven't gone all the way that she would like them to out east, now those Democratic voters at the end of the day felt motivated to go out and vote and secure those three states. So it almost helped her vote totals out
Right.
there. We still have to look, like I said, look at Pennsylvania, look at Michigan, look at Wisconsin. If she holds on to all three of those, for all intents and purposes, she's got her 270, and the race is generally over no matter what else turns red. So that's what you got to look at.
And I'm looking right now, no battleground states have even been called yet. And then I'm also looking at a graph is that the Dow?
Yeah, the Dow is supposed to drop.
Futures plunged 600 points already, and you can just see
That
that
was
line
predicted.
going straight
That-
down.
That was predicted by CNBC and even Fox Business. Yeah. Who called it?
Some breaking news right now. ABC News just called Ohio
For Trump.
for Trump.
Yeah.
So that's a definite now. There's no
Right.
more
Ohio's
conversation about that. Ohio is gone. It is a red state.
So now you pay attention to the three that I told you about. She carries all three of those, and she carries the three states out west, and she has her 270.
Yep.
And that was what she needed to do. So now we watch Michigan. Now we watch Pennsylvania, which I think is pretty safe for her. He's got to pick off Michigan. He knew Michigan was the thing he had to pick off. If he doesn't pick off Michigan, then like I said, it'll be over. I mean, it's not over, but it's like, lather up, it's all over but the showers.
And it's not a runaway by any means.
No.
But I mean, a lot
She'll
of
end
people
up with
thought
about
that.
280 electoral votes. That's no landslide.
There you go. And we're still waiting to see what's going on in Florida right now. But as you heard Dr. McManus giving us
I think it's
her
gone.
breakdown.
I agree with her. I think
she
it's gone.
thinks the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Just the minority vote did not turn out. They didn't do what they did for President Obama.
Right.
And unfortunately, that's going to be probably the Achilles heel here in Florida for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah,
the
it
fact
is.
that they did not turn out the way they
And I was acquainted with the people who were working the ground game for her. They worked very hard. I think to a degree, two things happened here, and nobody's talking about it. And I'm going to bring it up because I think it's important.
Well, I want you to hold that thought,
Okay.
because in 5 seconds we got to go into the studio and join
Call me.
the rest of the crew. We'll be right back.
The race for the White House heating up. Donald Trump starting to take a bigger lead in the electoral votes over Hillary Clinton. Here's a look at how the election map is shaping up right now. Trump just minutes ago getting Montana. He got Missouri, and then literally just within the last few seconds, he won Ohio. That's an extra 18 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton as well, just a few minutes ago, getting New Mexico. Wendy?
Meantime, here's the path to the 270 electoral votes. Looking at the numbers right now, 270 is what they need to win. You've got Hillary Clinton at 109, Donald Trump at 168 as we speak. Meantime, key states like Florida still not called just yet, but as Jameson mentioned, Ohio has now gone to Trump. ABC Action News anchor Paul Legrone standing by right now with Dr. Susan McManus with what both candidates need to solidify their victory tonight. Paul?
Let's drill down on that, Wendy. Dr. McManus, if you're Hillary Clinton right now, which state are you looking at as the state where you need to win to turn the momentum around?
She needs to hold all those Midwestern states, every one of them, and win Pennsylvania, and she'd love to win North Carolina too.
The fact that she has lost Ohio, the fact that if current math continues, she will lose Florida, albeit by a very small margin. Which state do you look at right now, with a square focus on as to which way this race might go tonight?
North Carolina is the next big one. And the reason that we aren't seeing that is the polls were held open another hour or two because of some problems.
And the latest numbers show Trump ahead by 3 points in North Carolina, but that's an incomplete picture, as you were just saying.
Right, and the area that was extended was around Durham, which is a college area, Duke and some other universities.
If this thing tightens up and it goes down to a situation, they were just talking about it, if it's split, then it could go to the House of Representatives and every state gets a vote.
Right, probably not going to get there, but it's going to be a long night. We know for sure now. It's been an intriguing race. I don't know why people thought it was going to be any different. It's just been a nail biter from day one practically, and of course Florida again very, very close. We have run some numbers, and it does look like, according to our numbers, that Trump has won the I-4 corridor by around 51 to 45%, and that would include the Tampa and the Orlando media markets.
All right, Florida has not been called yet. Of course, when it does, we will let you know. Jameson.
All right, Paul, thank you. In the fight for Florida's key electoral votes going down to the wire tonight, as they've been talking about. Here are the latest numbers on Florida. You can see up here the total vote now. Donald Trump with well over 100,000 vote lead. If you kind of do a rough math there, about 135,000 votes that Hillary Clinton needs to make up. And at this point, the only places that she can really make those up are in South Florida. That is going to be very difficult for her to do, Wendy.
All right, well, Florida voters also deciding two highly contested amendments. Amendment 1 covering solar power. Some say its wording was confusing leading up to Election Day, and it does not look like it passed by 60%. You see it there, 51% to 49% no. Meantime, looking at Amendment 2, expands the use of medical marijuana here in Florida. If you remember, 2 years ago, this measure just barely missing that required 60% proof. But tonight, Associated Press saying medical marijuana amendment has passed by 61%. You see it there, 71 to 29. ABC Action News, everywhere you need to be tonight. Get instant results on abcactionnews.com and on our free mobile app. Plus, be sure to watch our nonstop coverage on Facebook, YouTube, and on ABC Action News live stream.
And stay with us throughout the night for the latest updates on this crucial election. It is coming down to Florida. We're expecting those results probably within the next hour or so, hopefully. We'll see you at the top of the hour.
All right, we are back. Donald Trump has officially won the state of Ohio, so we're working to get some more numbers on that. But
He's upside down. He's actually officially won the state of Virginia. It's now been called that he took Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah. No, I don't see.
No.
I think we're seeing.
Who called Virginia?
That was a different station, but
Right.
We're not.
it's looking like Clinton's close for Virginia.
Yeah, she's going to carry Virginia. I have no doubts about
So that said, so we've got Ohio has been declared officially. Florida hasn't been declared officially, but from what our political analyst is telling us, it looks like it's going to go to Trump.
It is going to go to Trump.
So it's really those western states.
Well, we're also still waiting for North Carolina to be declared.
Got it.
We haven't got North Carolina yet, but we've been adding the numbers, and the bottom line is that he still has to pull Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin away, and then find some other votes. In other words, steal something from the West Coast. So she can she'll still win. It won't be a huge number, but she'll still win. It's not the huge number she had hoped for. I mean, most people thought she'd be north of 300 electoral votes, and she's not going to be.
What role do you think Gary Johnson, Jill Stein played in all of this?
Well, that's hard to tell because you just don't know who went with Gary Johnson. Jill Stein is a non-factor. The number of votes that she took in any one moment really doesn't mean anything. And it kind of shows, like with Ben Carson, that doctors should not be running for president of the United States. But in the case of Gary Johnson, I think that some of his vote could have been peeled away. I still think the overwhelming factor right now is the loss of momentum 12 days ago when the letter came out from Director Comey. If Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, I still believe that this is on Bill Comey. I was critical of him then. I will continue to be critical of him. I don't think he survives as the FBI director, no matter who the president is. And I think that you can't underestimate the loss of momentum and the re-energizing of the Republican Party, because 12 days ago, the Republican Party was on its back. It had no idea what was going to happen to it. It had no idea where they were going to come from, because the train was starting to roll over them. And then all of a sudden this happens, and she finds herself even with a letter on Sunday or Saturday, which is really insufficient. You need 72 hours to have it affect the news cycle and affect the vote. And she only had less than 48 hours to affect the vote. So she couldn't comment on it. She couldn't pound on it. Mr. Trump's ads were still all over the place saying she was under investigation, and all the 650,000 emails, which turned out to be less than a few thousand emails of any import. All those things that he said in that ad that he kept running based upon the first letter just kept pounding in. And when you listen to someone like Kellyanne sit there and say, well, yeah, it's a lie, but it's our lie, okay? Now you got an idea of what was happening. So I think a lot of momentum was destroyed by that letter, and I don't think that can be underestimated.
Well, and I'm also watching, listen, in the last 12 minutes, Dow futures just went down another 100 points. So now they're down 700 points. Paul, what do you make of that?
Well, I can tell you, I'm hearing that if basically Wall Street hedged their bets thinking that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election 2-3 days ago, Dow started going up. They got early indication based on poll numbers that they thought Clinton was going to win. You know how Wall Street likes to get a jump on things. They like certainty. They thought the veil of uncertainty had been lifted, and they were, placing their bets. And here we go. We got a game plan. We know who's going to be president. Now, as they realize this is not turning out, at least right now, the way they thought it might, the futures, the stuff you're going to do overnight into the trading day the next day, it's a correction. I'm hearing it could go down 1,000 points tomorrow, but maybe more. But we don't know the outcome of this election yet either.
We don't know the outcome of this election, but at this point, just the mere fact that it's this tight creates that kind of uncertainty. You're looking at European traders. You're looking at your Asian traders who are sitting here saying, that country's going to hell in a handbasket. Look what they're electing. Western European countries are going to be very concerned about what does a Donald Trump presidency mean for them, and so they're selling off.
Let's go to
crazy.
Let's go to Virginia, because Fox calling that for Clinton. At least they're tweeting that.
Right.
So
and a concession by
and
Fox.
ABC News also put that out there.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but I called that 45 minutes ago.
Right, you did.
Okay.
Dr. McManus.
Correct.
I said 45 minutes ago that was it.
Dr. McManus just came back from studio, so we're going to bring her back in. You take a seat right there.
Oh, we're going to climb on this thing.
You can do it. You can make it.
Whoa.
We still got a long night. We still got a long night. All right, Paul LeGrone. 24 hours ago, when we talked about this, you just look historically at what you think might happen. So now Hillary Clinton has, can we go back to that electoral college? Okay, so 122 to 168. Again, we still got those western states that haven't reported. Georgia still hasn't. Even if Donald Trump still wins Florida, Georgia and North Carolina still up for grabs, as well as that Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. You're looking at this, Dr. McManus. You're saying what right now?
I'm looking at North Carolina and also Pennsylvania, because the polls really narrowed near the end in Pennsylvania. He worked hard, Trump worked hard there with the blue-collar miners and so forth, and so the polls narrowed. She should win that, but if she doesn't, then that really spells.
I think it's game over for her. If she doesn't carry Pennsylvania, and she doesn't carry North Carolina.
And let's look at those preliminary numbers right now.
I think he ends up being the next president of the United States.
Well, the Pennsylvania results right now, those preliminary numbers are looking like, hold on one second, we're populating. The internet is asleep on us. Don't do that.
There's too many computers operating
That's
here.
it.
No bandwidth.
She's got a 5-point lead right now in Pennsylvania.
And that's 53% of the precincts reporting.
Which I'm sort of surprised that that's still at 53%.
You haven't seen Pittsburgh yet.
Yeah, that's good news for her.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is good news for her.
Yeah, I think she carries it. It might not be as big a margin as she would like, but she'll carry it. So it's still going to come down to Michigan and Wisconsin at this point.
And North Carolina, right?
Well, North Carolina isn't essential for her, but Michigan and Wisconsin are essential for her. She loses any of that firewall, it's over.
The blue wall.
It's the blue wall.
It's been about 35 minutes since the polls closed out west. Should we have heard anything just yet, Dr. McManus, or do you think it's still early? It's not.
It's still early.
It's not that it's close or anything. You don't think it's that?
No, I mean California. Let's face it. There's no question mark on that one.
Yeah, I mean, as we're drilling down on this, I'm thinking North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those are the three, right?
Yeah.
We're looking
New
for an
Hampshire too.
indication.
I haven't seen what's happening with that, but New Hampshire's another key element.
Let's take a quick look at New Hampshire. Here we go. Nope, Donald Trump is winning there too, 48-46, and they've got 50% of their precincts reporting. We just got to remember those numbers, people, because a lot of people are saying, well, Clinton's ahead or Trump's ahead, and it's like, but if you only have 50% of the precincts reporting, you still got 50% that are out there. We don't know what they say.
And it's not just that. You have to take a look at what precincts in what counties have not reported yet.
Right.
Because the exit polling, you've seen some of these where the 10% of the vote is in and they're calling it for one person or another who's down like by 30 points because they know from the exit polling, where the votes are going.
Right.
So, you have to take a look. That's why when we looked at Virginia, we said she's down by 60,000 votes. But there was only 20% of the vote from the three northern counties. You had to know that was going to dissipate, and it did.
I was asking Mr. Schwartz earlier, did he think, or what did he think the Johnson-Stein effect was on the possible outcome of this election? Do you see that either one of them took votes away from or gave votes to a candidate?
Well, they'll make that argument, obviously, because when you have a 1% margin of victory and you look at the other candidates getting even 2 or 3 or 4, the blame will be pointed there. And then what will happen is you really want to look at who those votes came from, and I can almost guarantee you that a lot of it came from the younger voters who are more likely to vote for a third-party candidate this time out.
Who should have maybe, or traditionally, or I don't know what the word to assign to it right now, were those potential Clinton votes that were wasted?
Well, there's only been one study that I've looked at on that I've seen, which was an earlier Wall Street Journal NBC poll, which showed that Johnson was pulling equally from Clinton and Trump, whereas Stein was pulling almost exclusively from Hillary Clinton. A lot of the Stein vote was the older progressives who were behind Bernie Sanders that never warmed up to Hillary Clinton.
I said earlier while you were going, I said that Jill Stein is a perfect example, like Ben Carson, why doctors should not be running for president of the United States. And I really believe that. But Gary Johnson pulling, I didn't think he pulled the kind of percentages that I thought he would in Florida. I thought that he would score a little bit higher, especially with the marijuana thing on the ballot. They kind of two go together. I still think that it's going to come down to Wisconsin and Michigan, and if that goes for her, then you add in the 3 states out west, and she's got her 270.
What are we missing in Michigan?
It's not a landslide, but it's 270.
What are we missing, and what's the incomplete picture in Michigan? Trump is ahead by 1 percentage point.
You haven't gotten 4%. I don't think you've gotten all of the Detroit area. It doesn't look like you've gotten
Flint?
You haven't gotten Flint. You have not gotten Ingham County, which is Lansing, which I'm not sure where that's going to go. I think that other blue is Ingham County, if I'm not
incorrect. This is only 37%
of the total vote, yeah.
Total vote, so that's very much.
And the Upper Peninsula probably all been totally counted. That's very lowly populated. There's not a lot of people up there.
There's some areas that will be heavily Trump.
We've already seen a bit of a comeback story tonight with Virginia because that was going toward Trump and then it switched back to Clinton. And that's
why you have to look at where the votes, as Barbara would tell you, it really comes down to where the votes are, not necessarily the numbers and the percentages. Because if you take a look and you only have 28% voting of the vote coming out of Fairfax County or Prince Charles County, I think it is, Prince something County, and the other county up there in northern Virginia, and you're seeing only 25% of the vote coming in, and she's down by 60,000 votes. You have to know that those votes belong to her. They're all government workers, so they're going to vote for her. They're not going to vote for him. So that's why that ended up.
Do you read? I'm just throwing this out there because we're filling time
cares,
right now.
right,
Right. Do you read anything at all into that tweet that she sent out earlier today? Sort of saying, no matter what happens, you all did a good job.
And into context, it was at 5:55 is when it was sent.
I only asked that, Doctor, because I know they
don't
have.
read anything into it. It was a sweet picture with a young child and a young girl. That's what her race has been about, the breaking the ceiling for the young child. I saw it as just a nice thing to do. Put a positive on what's been a pretty nasty election with a nice photo like that. Go out with the class.
The point of that question for me is that do they have any secretive, super duper internal reporting or polling rather?
That's a good
that
point.
gives
Of course they
them
do. Yeah.
a heads up before anyone else knows where this is going?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
But that's got to have you kind of. I mean, you're going into a night where you, and that was kind of what people were saying a couple days ago when we heard that Hillary Clinton had canceled her fireworks. If she were to win, she's not going to have fireworks in New York City. And so many people read into that, especially on social media. Oh, she knows she's going to lose. She's canceled all the fireworks. It's just.
They knew how close it was going to be, and in the end,
Everybody's guessing at that point.
Oh, yeah, and they're still guessing a little bit. They don't know everything. And sometimes the candidates themselves are kept away from this on a night like tonight. They're working on their acceptance speech or their concession speech, and they keep the candidates a little bit insulated from that.
Breaking news here.
Having been a candidate, I will tell you there's nothing worse than seeing partial returns. They will drive you
crazy.
Okay. I will say.
I just want to point out, and again, no surprise here, but when it happens, we point it out. Breaking Clinton projected winner of Colorado 9 electoral votes.
That was close. That's one that was considered a battleground. There were some. I was out there just last weekend, and I will tell you that most of the media was calling it too close to call. The Colorado polls were saying it was too close to call. They were jumping like other ones. 1% her, 1% him. You didn't know what was happening, and it was all over the news out there. So I don't know that Colorado was a dead bang winner for her. It was a month ago. A month ago, she had like a 10 or 11 point lead, if you trust those polls. But I don't know that that was the case.
Let's look at the numbers here for Colorado. Clinton winning, that's official, 49-44, a 5-point margin there in Colorado.
Yeah.
With the Johnson factor, a big factor in Colorado, 5 points. Stein won, a guy named McMullen. So alternative candidates.
Well, McMullen's the
7%.
same guy that's running in Utah. That's your third-party candidate in Utah. And if you go down there, he was polling in the 20s. Now, how he performs in the election, I don't know, but McMullen was in the 20s, low 20s.
We'll show you Utah, but with the caveat here that these are very incomplete numbers. Only 8% of the vote reporting Trump is ahead, but that doesn't mean a whole lot.
And we don't know where the votes came from yet.
So we'll look at that later.
Still working to figure it out. That's for sure. And when you look at the, if we can go back to that state map there, D,
Which state?
just the electoral college votes. I tell you, the internet is over it. The internet is just like, okay, there we go. The internet's like, too many people are trying to use me tonight. So when you look at this, Dr. McManus, 131 to 168, and you see the states that still haven't reported. Georgia, let's just leave Florida out of it because we're saying that that's probably going to go to Donald Trump. Georgia, North Carolina, we still got Pennsylvania out there, some of those Midwest states, and then out west. How many of these states do you think Donald Trump picks up?
Well, the two that he's got to win are Arizona and Nevada.
And
he should win Idaho and Utah. And let me see what else is out there.
Some of the polling was showing that Arizona wasn't as close as they thought it was going to be.
So, and McCain did win there, they said.
Yeah.
So you look at Washington, Oregon, California.
Nevada.
Obviously going to go for Hillary Clinton. Right. And California with its mother load of electoral college votes.
Do you think people underestimated Donald Trump?
Surely I did, yeah.
I think as you look at this?
They underestimated what we've been seeing in polls. You've seen the presentation I give to community groups all over. We've had a decade of 2/3 of Americans saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction. And we had an unusual circumstance this year with the two dual fears, either one of which is usually something that drives people to vote in one direction or another. The economic fears and anxiety. And then the second one we've talked about, security fears, both in terms of international and terrorist attacks on American soil, plus these random shootings in schools, churches, theaters, malls, that, you know, both of those fears, when you fear how you're going to pay for your next meal or how you're going to put food on the table or send your kid to college, and at the same time you're worried about the safety and security of yourself and your family and people you love. From the very earliest polls, we were seeing that the 1-2 issues that people were talking about were the economy and terrorism, which you can broaden to be just personal safety and security.
I'm curious as to when people actually made up their mind one way or the other, because every voter has a point at which they make a decision.
There was an exit poll that they showed, I think, on one of the other cable networks that said that 65 or 66% of the electorate actually had made up their minds months ago and never changed it. And there was such a limited movement. I was watching it, what you were on, and I was watching this network, and I saw these exit polls and I saw what they were saying, and it seemed clear that most of the electorate was literally entrenched in whoever they liked, and nothing they heard from either person, good or bad, about themselves or the other person, didn't make a difference. I still think, and I said this while you were off in the studio earlier, that I'm still going to come back to the Comey factor. I still think the Comey factor took away a great deal of enthusiasm. The Trump campaign was in a defeatist mode. His supporters were in a defeatist mode. The Republican Party was in a defeatist mode. And then all of a sudden they got this shot of adrenaline 12 days ago that I think to a great degree changed the whole complexion of what we're seeing. I think that his overperformance cannot be underestimated that way. And the letter that came out on Saturday was just too late. You need 72 hours to get it into the news cycle properly. So I just think that the Comey factor just can't be discounted.
Let me hit just a few points here very quickly. There are some networks that are reporting certain things right now, but we're going to wait to make sure that we can get that confirmed. But here's what we do know. Stock market futures have plummeted as the early election returns have given Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump an increased chance of becoming the president. As Trump's performance has exceeded expectations in the swing states of Florida, North Carolina, and Michigan, we have now plummeted with Dow futures to about 700 points down.
That's going to go down even further.
Yeah,
And that's what you had talked about before.
It's over.
I got to make sure that we got to share this mic here, but
No, I think she's on.
this one's not on. This is a studio mic. So we got mics everywhere now.
Okay.
I didn't realize.
All right.
But what do you think, Dr. McManus, and I think we've talked about this before, but when you see futures plummet like that, and as Paul said, I mean, there's a chance it could go lower than that, 1,000 points. We could wake up in the morning, it could be down 1,200, 1,300 points. What do you make of that when we haven't even figured out who's going to win this election just yet?
One thing we know about the market is, and people who invest in it, is they want predictability. They want certainty. They don't want uncertainty. And what they're seeing right now is uncertainty, and uncertainty to a lot of investors is unsettling.
And it's just surprising to me that they were going in one direction so quickly without the election results in, and here we are at election night.
Because after the second go round with the emails, and they found for the second time, there was nothing in the emails that they want. The Dow starts rising again, things start looking better, and now we're seeing this. So I'm just trying, you just try to read into what people are seeing and what they're thinking.
Wall Street's a casino.
It's the uncertainty element. It really is.
They're all gamblers.
It's based on a lot of speculation, and you're seeing that play out tonight, and you'll see it play out beyond tonight, depending on how it.
So do we have?
Called Virginia.
There's another element that we haven't talked much about, and that's the fact that so much of the attention was on polling that looked at how Democrats versus Republicans were responding, when in fact, in Florida, over 1/4 of our voters are not registered as either Democrats or Republicans.
So how could those polls even be?
And that was one of the really downsides of all this speculation and frenzy over the early turnout as to how many people were Democrats versus Republicans versus 4 years ago, without realizing there was a lot of reasons why it was higher this time. Everybody was pushing for it. But nobody was entering those independents into the calculation. And that's the problem, when you don't really pay attention to the fact that the fastest growing group in this country are people registering as no party affiliation, and yet all the dialogue and hype is about what the two parties are looking like, you can get some surprises.
You've seen some surprise elections before.
I have.
What does this remind you of? Does it remind you of a previous election?
Well, I can't think of any right off the top of my head. I just remember close, as always. I remember close being the 2000 election. I lived through that.
Think about 1948.
Well, that's true too, but I was only 1 year old, so.
Okay. I'm thinking in terms of Dewey wins. Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Let's talk about in terms of a candidate being underestimated and overperforming on election night.
Well, one thing that we did see, our statistics in looking at the data for Florida showed that Clinton underperformed Obama in every single media market except Miami. So 9 out of 10 markets in Florida, media markets, Clinton didn't do as well as Obama did in 2012.
I have to say, I'm not surprised by that, just because Obama was such a sort of a rock star candidate, and how would she ever measure up to that? But then the story could also be that plus Trump doing better than people were giving him credit for.
And before you answer that question, I want you to see these numbers that your people have given me to give to you. This is Florida.
Okay, right now, Broward County 100% in, Miami-Dade 100% in, Florida 99.58% in, and Trump is up by 123,000 votes.
So there it is.
Trump wins Florida.
Florida is for
There's no
Trump.
question about that. He's got Florida. They'll call that very shortly on the networks, I think, because they see the same numbers we do.
So to me,
ABC News just, or excuse me, Associated Press just called. There it is right there. You see it. Where Paul is standing right here.
Breaking news, Donald Trump wins Florida. Race called at 10:50 Eastern time. We'll drill down into the numbers as soon as we bring that up for you. I key in now, though, on North Carolina, and I'm keying in on Michigan. North Carolina, Michigan.
Yes.
All right, let's look at the numbers here. This is Michigan. Can we go one more time back to Florida, though, Dan, just to show people kind of the final score here? Trump officially now winning Florida. It's been called by 1%. And I'm trying to do the math again. 4,441,000 for Clinton. What is that? A difference of about 100 and...
My fingers won't go that fast to give you that math.
123,000 votes.
123,000 votes.
And we called it before they did. We knew.
You did, what, 45 minutes ago?
And we called Virginia before they did.
In Hillsborough, let's just point out, not the bellwether county.
Right, exactly. And Hillsborough had been trending a bit more Democrat than the state at large. It had gotten a little bit out of sync with what the state was looking like.
But not really in the numbers that he needed.
Right.
I mean, she needed bigger numbers,
Yes, she
huge
did.
numbers, and she didn't get them.
I'm just looking at what everybody's saying here on the social media.
Right, and let's point that out. Charlie Crist wins in Pinellas County. Clinton does not.
But that's not exactly the 100% same geography.
Right.
Well, that's true. But the fact that he was able to pull that out, and she lost Pinellas County. So I don't understand. But now they've moved. So now they're moving it into Michigan. See, now that they've got her added, she's at 222. They're moving all this stuff around on us. But the fact of the matter, it still comes down. He needs Wisconsin. He needs Wisconsin or Michigan. If he doesn't get that, then she's going to get her 270.
How close, though? Okay, let's say that she starts winning the blue wall states that she's expected to win, because he's had the lead for a long time here electorally. How narrow of a margin is her victory going to be at this point?
She's looking about 274 to 278 electoral votes. That's about as narrow as it gets.
I mean, 270 is 270, wins a win.
Yeah.
Right? It's not.
The irony is about 3 weeks ago, many maps were showing her well over 300.
Yeah.
That's how close the race tightened.
In the last 10 days.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's why I say you can't underestimate the Comey factor.
Of that doubt that was cast over.
It wasn't a matter of doubt being cast over her. I think that when you look at that as being a doubt cast over her, I don't think that was the issue. The issue was, as I said before, you're looking at a campaign for Donald Trump that was flat on its back, totally demoralized. His supporters were demoralized. The Republican Party was demoralized and ready to walk away from him in bigger numbers than they had before. And then all of a sudden they get this shot of adrenaline on a letter that didn't say what Chaffetz said it said, but it was enough that when Chaffetz tweeted it out, all of the media grabbed onto it and started reporting what Chaffetz said, not what Comey said. And by the time they started to walk it back later that day, it was too late. And at that point, the damage was severe in the context that it energized people. And I think that's where the overperformance comes from.
But one key difference, if you're looking at underperforming versus overperforming between Clinton and Trump, is Trump connected better with his base than Clinton connected with hers.
Is
that a fair statement?
I think that's true.
That is true. Absolutely. Again, she had problems from the get-go with the younger vote. She was absolutely committed to replicating the Obama coalition in Florida, the percentages that Obama got. And she just didn't quite get there. She fell short with the millennials, and she fell short, it looks like, with some of the black vote in our state.
That's got to be a disappointment from her.
And I was just going to say, was there anything else that she could have done?
Like Katy Perry singing on, every 30
Let me
seconds.
tell you about that. I had a great discussion with my millennials, my senior Florida politics class, about the issue about whether celebrities really do move them or not to vote. Universally, they said no. It was a free concert and they went for the entertainment. It wasn't really going to move them in terms of voting, that there was that expectation, which in a way, they said, sells them short because young people are really interested in issues, and yet the campaigns are thinking, oh, all I need is a celebrity and a concert and I'll get their vote. Well, guess what? She didn't.
Are we misreading?
She still got the majority of the millennial vote, but she just didn't get the turnout. You could see it on our campus. You really
I was just
could.
going to say, maybe even the majority of those who voted, but they didn't show, the ones that didn't show up didn't vote at all.
Does that mean they're just as dissatisfied with the direction the country is?
Absolutely so. Look at the huge portion of them that were energized by Bernie Sanders. To them, the whole system is a bit corrupt. Why are they led in that direction? It's all about the money. They owe a lot of money. They see all this money going into campaigns. They don't like legacy candidates, the idea that some families like Clinton's or Bush's have got things locked up. If you're a young person just starting up in the progression of life, do you want to think that the top tiers in our society are already locked up for families? Not particularly.
But they're not voting for Trump. They're just
No, they
staying
did
home.
not vote for Trump.
No, they just stayed home,
which is not good for them.
They literally just stayed home.
Well,
and you can't underestimate the stay home factor. To a great degree, young people are.
Sorry, that's it.
done.
Dr. McManus, Jeff Schwartz, thank you all so much.
It's 11 o'clock.
In the studio.
Starts right now with breaking news.
And that breaking news in the race for president, the Associated Press within the last few minutes calling Florida for Donald Trump. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jameson Euler.
And I'm Wendy Ryan. Thanks for joining us on this historic election night. We're getting some breaking news coming in right now about Florida. And here are the very latest numbers on the Electoral College. 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton with 131. Meanwhile, Donald Trump with 196. He's been in the lead most of the evening. Meantime, we've got crews all over the Sunshine State playing a critical role in this election. And here's how it looks in Florida. I want you to take a look at the map right now. Trump grabbing most counties across the state, but not Hillsborough County. ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska joins us now live tonight with local Trump supporters. Michael?
Hey, Wendy, I don't think this crowd here knows that the Associated Press called it for Florida. Did you guys hear the Associated Press called it for Florida? Huh?
Yeah, did they?
The Associated Press just called it for Florida. They've been like this all day today, waiting for Florida to be called, and now that they know, because it wasn't reported on the other networks, they're going nuts, which is a little bit crazy. The people we talked to said that they've been Trump supporters from the very beginning. These guys are going nuts. There is so much confidence here tonight. They were nervous, obviously, before the polls closed. Tonight they're very confident, and you can just tell that they really wanted a Trump victory here. They feel like they've defied all odds, and this win for Florida, obviously the night is still not over. Let's toss it over to Ryan Raish, if you can hear me. Ryan, and you're at the Hillary Clinton camp. These guys are going nuts. What do you think about this year? Is it the same type of move over at the Clinton camp?
Yeah, Michael, I'll tell you, the mood has changed dramatically here in the last hour or so. In fact, they're cheering right now, but the news about the Associated Press calling this race for Trump in Florida hasn't yet hit this crowd here. They're cheering about the California announcement, which was expected. I do want to show you some video earlier on in the evening when they were very rowdy, when they were feeling good with the incredible early vote turnout. Mayor Bob Buckhorn riled up the crowd early, but then the return started coming in Florida, and the mood turned quickly. Now these loyal supporters are hoping Clinton can find another path to the White House.
Until we know, we're holding out hope. That's all I can say. If it doesn't go our way, I'm going to be pretty upset. But I'm thinking we're going to have a victory tonight.
All right, back here live. That cheering that you heard behind me is really about some of those other states where the polls just closed. So there is some good news for these Clinton supporters. The bad news, though, as you mentioned, the Associated Press calling this race for Donald Trump, not what these folks wanted to hear. They're holding out hope that Clinton can find another path to the White House. Live here in Tampa, Ryan Raish, ABC Action News.
Which is going to need to. Thank you, Ryan. A shift in the political tide tonight here in Florida. You can see here on the map what is known as the anchor of the I-4 corridor has gone red. Our Jake Peterson tonight with Donald Trump winning Pinellas County.
We're here at the Hilton Hotel in St. Pete, where the Republican Party of Pinellas County is congratulating themselves on a job well done. The chants began almost immediately. Donald Trump squeaking his first victory out of the Bay Area right here in Pinellas County. Many calling the area the anchor of the I-4 corridor, a region that could prove crucial to a Trump victory. Trump topping Clinton by just under 2 percentage points and more than 5,000 votes.
It's huge. Pinellas County, in my opinion, is the #1 swing county and the #1 swing state in the country. We carried Pinellas for Donald Trump. That's the second time since 1988 that a Republican candidate for president carried Pinellas County.
Those in attendance here expect an even bigger celebration tonight if voters throughout the rest of the state follow suit. In Pinellas County tonight, I'm Cameron Poland, ABC Action News.
Well, a smooth election day in Hillsborough County. The supervisor of elections reporting only one minor glitch. ABC Action News reporter Maricela Burgos live with more on what happened out there. Maricela?
Earlier today, there was an issue with checking in 75 voters. So in some cases, it said they already voted, or in other cases, it said they were at the wrong precinct. But within 20 minutes, they got that fixed, and those people voted provisional ballots. More than 570,000 people voted in Hillsborough County. When you look at the numbers for early voting and some mail-in ballots, as well as the results of 340 precincts, Clinton beat Trump in Hillsborough County, Rubio beat Murphy, and voters said no to Amendment 1, but yes to Amendment 2. The people here at the Hillsborough County Supervisor of Elections processed about 5,000 mail-in ballots, and a total of 1,400 provisional ballots will be presented to the canvassing board by Thursday. But the Supervisor of Elections says that every election year they review everything, even randomly selecting not only a race but precincts to review again so that they make sure those numbers add up. Reporting live, Maricela Burgos, ABC Action News.
Maricela, thank you. And the other big race here in Florida, Senator Marco Rubio will keep his Senate seat. The Republican senator beat challenger U.S. Representative Patrick Murphy. Take a look at the numbers right now. Marco Rubio beating Patrick Murphy by 3,000 votes. All precincts now reporting.
There is still no nation on earth that I would rather be. Despite all of our challenges, there is no country and there is no people on this planet that I would trade places with. I am glad that I'm an American in the 21st century. America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around.
And U.S. Representative Patrick Murphy was gracious in his concession speech after losing to Senator Marco Rubio. Take a listen here.
And just a few moments ago, I had a chance to speak to Senator Rubio. Congratulated him. No. Look, I had a chance to congratulate him and wish him luck and what he's going to do, because at the end of the day, it is an honor to serve the people of Florida in the United States Senate.
Murphy also thanked his campaign staff and everyone who supported him. Meantime, here's a breakdown of the balance of power in the Senate. And right now, Republicans still have the majority. You see it there, 46 seats to Democrats with just 42 seats. Still, 12 seats are up for grabs.
Good evening, everyone. Quickly in weather, things are quiet out there. Weather did not pose a problem, not just for the state of Florida, but nationwide. Very quiet weather for the election, with temperatures right now in the upper 60s to lower 70s, waking up to the lower 60s as clouds will be rolling in overnight. And there's a pretty good chance of some rain developing by mid-morning across our northern counties. Outside of that, partly cloudy overnight. I'll tell you just how far inland the rain makes it and what's behind that cool front with my forecast in a couple of minutes.
We'll see you shortly. Thank you, Dennis. In the race for the U.S. House District 13, Democrat Charlie Crist defeating Republican David Jolly in a closely watched congressional battle. I want you to take a look at the numbers here on your screen. ABC Action News reporter Serena Fazan live at the Crist Watch Party tonight in Tampa, where Charlie Crist is back in office. Serena.
He certainly is, Jameson, and you know, right now, right here in the Grand Ballroom, it is pretty quiet at the Don Cesar, but earlier it was packed with supporters, and you said it, certainly a significant win for Charlie Crist. The last time he won an election was back in 2006 as the 44th Republican governor for the state. Now he's serving as a Democrat for the 13th Congressional District. Before Crist started his victory speech, he had a religious leader open it with prayer. Crist thanked God many times, as well as his family. He told the crowd he was humbled to be elected as, quote, the people's congressman. Early polls predicted the 60-year-old would win. Crist did have an advantage after court redrawn boundaries, leaving this district with some 20,000 more Democrats. I did press him on the significance of this political comeback and what he plans to accomplish.
Oh, being a public servant is a calling for me, and I do love it because I love serving people. I mean, that's what my life has been about, and so I'm grateful they let me do it again.
And what is your goal with this particular seat?
My goal is to fight for the people, you know, to look out for them, for our senior citizens, our environment, our kids in school. I love you more.
He said that a lot tonight. I love you more. Now, he also talked about his opponent, incumbent Republican David Jolly. He said while the two men were opponents, they were never enemies, and he wishes him well. And speaking of David Jolly, why don't we head to my colleague Eric Waxler, who is covering his campaign. Eric?
Yes, Serena, the party is over here at the Vinoy for sure, but David Jolly didn't seem like a man who had lost his bid for re-election here in District 13. Instead, he thanked his supporters. He talked a lot about his faith that had guided him during his time in Congress. Earlier this evening here in the ballroom at the Vinoy, he did concede, losing to Charlie Crist. He said, of course, that the redrawn district lines that made the district much more democratic were a major factor. Jolly butted heads with fellow Republicans in Congress and did not support Donald Trump for the presidency. He jokingly said people asked him if it was lonely taking on both parties. What could you have accomplished with the support of your party?
Look, I think pundits will tell you we would have won. We came within 2 or 3 points in a race that President Obama had won by 11 with zero money from the National Party. I think it's a lesson in the National Party. I was hoping we could win and say, Washington, watch out, but I think by losing only by 2 or 3, I'd still say the same thing. Watch out, Washington.
Yeah, and while Jolly did not vote for Donald Trump, he says he did not vote for Hillary Clinton either. Live in St. Petersburg, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. And still much more all new ahead. We are closely watching the race for president as votes are still being counted as we speak at this hour. And we now leave you with more local results on this election night 2016. Take a look.
Download the new ABC Action News app for your mobile phone and tablet. Just search ABC Action News in your favorite app store.
I got you.
Welcome back. A couple of amendments also on the ballot in Florida. Amendment 1 focusing on solar energy. That measure has been rejected. The amendment would have allowed people to produce solar power. Again, Amendment 1 has been rejected. Now, as we move on to Amendment 2, everybody knew that one as medical marijuana. As we go ahead and we take a closer look, you can see there Amendment 2, the majority of Floridians backing the fight for medical marijuana. It passed the 60% needed threshold easily tonight, receiving 70% of the vote. You can see every single county voting overwhelmingly for medical marijuana. ABC Action News reporter Ryan Smith is live with supporters who say this decision will change their lives. Ryan.
That's right. Within a half hour's time tonight, Jameson, of all polls in the state of Florida, closing right here at Red Star Rock Bar. A group of supporters erupted in cheers and chants. Amendment 2 expands the list of conditions eligible for medical marijuana treatment. 2 times the charm in Florida, legalizing medical marijuana, passing this time after a narrow defeat in 2014. At the Yes on 2 watch party, many say it's a new outlook on life after suffering through horrible illnesses.
I'm going to be able to avoid spending my days in the bed alone, hurting.
Morgan Haas beat thyroid cancer 3 times. He says high-grade THC products are key to him ditching prescription pain pills.
That will help with the side effects of the fentanyl I'm currently on. And hopefully, after this passes, I can get off those drugs because that's what I want to do.
We've had the choice of either not doing something that we knew would benefit a loved one or embracing the title of criminal.
Mariah Barnhart now thankful she doesn't have to choose between providing for her daughter and skirting the law.
Unfortunately, that was an aggressive cancer that required experimental treatment, and cannabis was really the only medicine that she was ever given that truly helped alleviate her suffering.
Patients now eligible for use include PTSD, Crohn's disease, Parkinson's, and AIDS. Now moving forward, we want to mention the Department of Health will continue its job as regulating use. And for those new patients eligible for medical marijuana use, they will have to go through approval process with a doctor certified with the State Departments of Compassionate Use. Live in Tampa, Ryan Smith, ABC Action News.
Ryan, thank you. And on to a local race now as it stands right now. Democratic candidate Andrew Warren is beating Republican candidate Mark Ober for state attorney in Hillsborough County after 16 years in that position. Here's what the numbers look like right now. Warren is up by less than a percentage point with all precincts reporting. You see there it's very close. Of course, all the absentee ballots still have to be added, so the race has not been officially called just yet. But as the numbers stand right now, you see it, Andrew Warren beating Mark Ober as we speak. Meantime, moving to Florida's 14th district, Representative Kathy Castor has beat Republican challenger and political newcomer Christine Quinn. Castor is currently in her 5th term representing the Tampa Bay area. Castor is celebrating her victory at a watch party at Father and Shine in Tampa. Jameson?
Well, emotions running high on Election Day today. 2 separate disputes at polling places in South Florida turning violent, unfortunately. A woman handing out pamphlets supporting Donald Trump says she was attacked by a Clinton supporter. The 2 exchanging words and then things getting physical. Ultimately, police stopping that fight with no arrests. The second incident happening a short time later in Lake Worth. 2 men got into a fight over a cell phone video. One man hit the other, who fell to the ground. The man on the ground said he had a weapon. Police say he did not threaten it to use it and was also carrying it legally.
Thank you very much, Jameson. Again, we continue to look at partly cloudy skies across the area, and eventually clouds are going to be thickening by first thing tomorrow morning, and we are going to see some rain at long last for at least part of the area. Temperatures right now primarily in the upper 60s to the lower 70s. The dew points are still pretty comfortable, though. Upper 50s to low 60s, coming up a little bit, and I think that continues tomorrow. But we have another cool front on the way. That's why we have a few showers in the forecast tomorrow, and that's why we look for some cooler and drier air to arrive
by Thursday and right into at least part of your weekend. Anywhere from the upper 60s to low 70s under partly cloudy skies across the area. So all in all, today shaped up very nice weather-wise with sunny skies across most of the state. And as we mentioned, there were really no weather issues for the entire country for the election. But the clouds are going to be thickening overnight, and you can see with Futurecast you'll be waking up to partly cloudy skies. First thing in the morning still looks good. But by late morning into the afternoon, something we haven't seen in a while, some isolated showers begin to roll in. Rain won't be the biggest issue, but I do think you're going to see a lot more cloudiness on Wednesday than we've seen the last couple of days. There's the front, or what's left of it. It comes through by Wednesday night, and Thursday morning we are clear, cooler, and drier. Another cool front making it feel very nice with highs only in the upper 70s starting on Thursday, and quite possibly right through the weekend. Now here's what's going on. That dry air that we've seen of late taking a break overnight into tomorrow, but this front coming down will give us lower humidity and cooler temperatures extending from Thursday night into Friday, Saturday, and maybe even Sunday as well. There is a chance we could see a little bit of shower activity returning early next week. High temperatures on Wednesday, upper 70s to around 80 degrees. And by the way, the normal high this time of the year is 80, so things will be back to normal. The difference is on Wednesday, a lot of cloud cover, especially from, say, 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning until sunset, even though we'll still see highs around 80 degrees. Now for the boaters, east winds at 5 to 10 knots, water temperature 75 degrees, seas a couple of feet, UV index between a 6 and an 8, your upcoming tides, your sunrise, and your sunset. So hour by hour forecast, partly cloudy to clear overnight, and then clouds begin to thicken through the day, go mostly cloudy with some scattered showers around, maybe about a 20% chance. Florida's most accurate 7-day forecast shows that by Thursday, we are home free, back to sunny skies, highs in the 70s. Morning lows, not just Thursday and Friday, but into the weekend in the upper 50s to lower 60s, and maybe a chance of a couple of showers by the early part of next week. Jameson?
All right, thank you, Dennis. Continuing our election night coverage right now, people across several states still counting votes in the race for president. Our Scripps national correspondent, Mike Sachs, continues our live team coverage from Hillary Clinton's camp in New York City tonight. Mike?
Yes, hey guys, it is very quiet here. When this night began, there was a sense of excitement in the air, a sense of inevitability even that Hillary Clinton, as the polls were saying walking into election night, would walk away having shattered this very little glass ceiling in a very figurative way. But now, quiet. The crowd packed behind me is staring attentively, very nervously at the networks and the big screen behind me as the election returns come in. Big shouts of relief when safe states like California come in for Clinton, or when contested states like Virginia come in for Clinton. But really, the big states left remaining as too close to call, such as Michigan, are where most of the anxiety among the viewers here today, the supporters here today, are training their sights. If Clinton does plot a win, if she does get to 270 electoral votes tonight, I imagine that it'll be more of a sigh of relief than a victorious shout among the people in attendance today. Meanwhile, over at the Trump election event where Todd Walker is, I bet it's a very different environment. Todd?
Yeah, Mike, it's definitely louder here. People are definitely confident, but they are not nearly as jubilant as they were an hour ago when Donald Trump had a significant lead over Hillary Clinton. I'm hearing more cheers right now. They're watching Fox News here. I'm trying to see what exactly they're cheering for because I don't see a new call that's been made. But we are also waiting, like you said, on Michigan where Trump does have a lead, Pennsylvania where Hillary Clinton has about 100,000 vote lead, and then you have those states out west that generally go Democratic. Still waiting on Washington State. Oregon was just called for Hillary Clinton. So while they are feeling confident here, they cannot declare victory yet. This is still a very close race and can go either direction. It's much closer than they thought they would be. So for Hillary Clinton, that is not as good of a Hillary Clinton supporters. They're not feeling nearly as good. For Donald Trump supporters, they weren't expecting this much. So they are feeling much more confident than they were earlier tonight. So of course the mood is much better here, but they know they can't celebrate just yet. We're live in New York City. I'm Todd Walker. Back to you.
Todd, thank you, and still much more ahead as we continue to monitor the race for president. Our political analyst, Dr. Susan McManus, will join us to talk about our latest news of Florida being called for Donald Trump. ABC Action News 11 returns right after this. Perfect.
Arizona.
How much time do we have with Dr. McManus? Do we know?
Try again because
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
He's only up by 20,000 in Michigan and 60,000 in Wisconsin.
Okay.
That's the latest numbers.
Okay.
Well, we can talk for a little while. We've got we're light. We're light by a few minutes.
seven now. Okay, try mic number 5, 5, 5.
A lot of surprise.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do that. Let's try it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
How's 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're good.
Okay, we
All
can
right.
talk a little bit about Florida because we've run all the numbers.
Yeah, you run the numbers a little bit. Well, the race for president still not decided at this point. Here is a look at the latest numbers as the votes nationwide are being counted. Donald Trump with a lead, 49% to Hillary Clinton's 47%. Joining me now, ABC Action News political analyst, Dr. Susan McManus, looking ahead at what we can probably expect in the morning. But first, let's take a step back. Let's talk about Florida tonight. Florida just being called just a short time ago. What did we see in the numbers as the returns came in for Florida?
Well, first of all, it was a 1% election, which we had seen all along. It's the second time in a row. The 2012 was a 1% election. Hillary Clinton did not do as well as Obama in 9 of the 10 media markets in the state. She only exceeded his performance in Miami-Dade. On the I-4 corridor, it was the Orlando plus Tampa media markets. Trump won by 51 to 45%. Where he really piled up some votes that we hadn't really seen ahead of this election was in a lot of the suburban areas, the areas where middle class and working class people live, with a lot of economic anxieties, and they turned out to vote at higher rates for him than they had for Romney.
And you were saying earlier tonight, you were thinking that I-4 corridor was kind of the story here that may have turned the tide here for Trump.
It almost always is the barometer for Florida because 44% of the state's registered voters live in the 2 media markets of Tampa and Orlando. And no surprise, and I know a lot of viewers will be thrilled to know no more TV ads, but of all the media markets in the whole country, the 2 media markets that saw the most television ads this whole season, number 1 Orlando, number 2 Tampa.
Of course.
Tomorrow it's back to headache medicine again.
Yeah, exactly, and car ads as well.
Right.
Okay, so obviously as some folks are going to stay up tonight watching these election returns come in, what states do we need to look at here that perhaps is going to give us a Trump or a Clinton winner? What states do we need to focus on tonight as we're heading into the late hours?
Well, the ones that we're looking at real closely right now would be, of course, Wisconsin and Michigan. If he wins one of those 2 and then can still pick up Nevada and Arizona, that's key. He also needs to capture New Hampshire, and that's not in yet as well. But the fact that he won Florida, Ohio, and North Carolina, those were 3 of the biggest states that were very, very close. It's really been a nail-biter election. we've said all along, this is the most unusual election we've ever had in America, and this is an election night like we won't forget, I can assure you.
Any surprises as you've kind of watched all of this unfold? I mean, you've been doing this for a few years now, and this is certainly an election like we've never seen.
Well, I think one thing we realize is that polls cannot predict turnout, and there have been some surges in turnout for different demographics, and there have been some turnout. For example, in Florida, we did see weakness in the millennial vote. We did see some weakness in the minority vote in terms of turnout. And even among the Latino vote, there was around a third of that vote, according to the exit polls, that went for Trump. So the assumption was, with all the hype on early voting, that the Latino vote was 100% Clinton. There was that assumption. That didn't pan out either. But the bottom line is, the one that brings the most people to the polls wins, and Trump basically did better at turnout than Hillary Clinton.
Before the folks go to bed tonight, as you're kind of seeing all of this trending, when we wake up in the morning, who do you think is going to be our president?
It's still too soon to call. Would I call right now? Are you kidding me? Of course not.
Good. Just want to put you on the spot there. Dr. Susan McManus joining us all night long for political analysis. Wendy, we'll send it back to you.
All right, and it has been a nail-biter just in the last few minutes. 2 states called for Hillary Clinton, including Oregon and Hawaii, and 1 state just called for Donald Trump, which was North Carolina. Taking a look at the electoral votes here, again, they need 270 to win. Hillary Clinton with 197, Donald Trump with 216, and we now leave you with more local results of the winners and losers so far in this 2016 election coverage. Take a look at that, and we'll be right back.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Lakeland Toyota. Save more on I-4.
Well, why would we cut a Florida? Is he ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 1 2. Check mic 7. Check mic 7.
Sounds clear.
Good. All right, perfect.
All right, so tomorrow morning, come wake-up time, we'll see partly sunny skies, but then by later on in the morning, increasing clouds. A few showers are expected in the early afternoon. High temperatures 80, give it a C, but we'll give it an A on Thursday because by Thursday into the weekend, sunny and cooler weather returns behind the front.
I want to give you one last look at the big board here tonight as we look at the election results as they've coming in. The U.S. map right now showing a lot of red over there. Right now they're waiting to see the results on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada to determine tonight's winner.
And our Electoral College, 270 votes needed to win. As you see, Hillary Clinton with 197, Donald Trump with the lead with 216. Again, they need 270 to win. It's a nail-biter all night long. We have continuing coverage on the election results on our website at abcactionnews.com.
Have a good night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow night.
Hold on. Stand by. Actually, don't kick it back yet. Just
Looking at Wisconsin and Michigan? Yeah, Michigan she'll take, but Wisconsin, Fox just called it, and I agree with them. She's down by 60,000 votes, and there just aren't enough votes out there for her to make it up.
They were claiming the Milwaukee corridor was, their votes weren't coming in yet.
They weren't. Yeah, no, Milwaukee corridor. They were reporting 65% of their precincts, but there's just not 60,000 votes there for her to make up. There just aren't any votes. There's just no votes. So I need some quick addition. And in Michigan and Pennsylvania, where's she at?
okay. You don't know how many votes it is.
I think that Pennsylvania, I think I've had 29, if I'm not incorrect, I could be wrong. And I think Michigan had 20. He wins Wisconsin, he's got it. He did the sweep that he needed. He got North Carolina. He got one of those 3 Rust Belt states. He carried Florida. And Ohio. He got everything he needed.
Taking care of some other stuff, so I guess at this point...
He got everything he needed.
What was the other one? Pennsylvania what? Can you kick it in and then I'll have to do...
Pennsylvania, Michigan.
So that's 36. So 36, we're live streaming. Here we go. Stand by. Begin live.
Stand by. 45.
Stand by.
She can't get the votes.
Stand by.
She loses. This
one's on.
That's the one we're going to use?
Yeah, that's on.
Okay.
All right, we're back. Here we are, ABC Action News. I'm Laura Harris. That's Paula Groen. This is our legal analyst, Jeff Schwartz. And we've been watching the numbers all night, and it looks like Donald Trump with 222, Hillary Clinton with 209 in the Electoral College, and we're just waiting for a couple more key states.
The only 2 states we're actually looking for are Michigan and Wisconsin. I think that from what I can see from looking at the numbers, she'll win Michigan, but one network already called it, and I have to agree with it, although I agree with very little they say, that he's going to steal Wisconsin from her.
And if he wins Wisconsin...
If he wins Wisconsin, I think it's a Trump presidency.
Okay. So, because the Clinton camp was reporting that their numbers in Milwaukee have not come in, but he's ahead by 60,000 votes in Wisconsin. There's not enough votes in Milwaukee.
I don't think there's enough votes out of Milwaukee to make up the difference. And even if she carried, another 60% of the vote that's left over,
I guess some of this coming in.
And the Associated Press is reporting that Donald Trump just won Georgia.
That's not unexpected. That really doesn't change much.
So let's step back for a second. It was coming down to Michigan, Wisconsin. You were telling me just before we came on. It's playing out like Donald Trump got everything he needed tonight.
It looks that way.
To win.
It looks that way. He got North Carolina. He got Florida. He stole one of the Rust Belt states, the Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin triumvirate. He stole one of those by getting Wisconsin. And as a result of which, he got the sweep that he needed to head out west. There just are not enough electoral votes, from what I can see. There are not enough electoral votes for Hillary Clinton to win.
Right.
When you start adding in even the West Coast votes, I'm looking at her being somewhere in the mid-250s. he may be the guy. He may be the one who ends up with 300 electoral votes.
Wow. So in that blue wall everyone was talking about for Hillary Clinton in the Midwest
Did not hold.
crumble.
Did not hold. Well, it didn't crumble, but let's just say that Wisconsin kind of put a crack in it, and enough of a crack that he's gonna leak on through. That's what I think is going to happen. I could be wrong, but I kind of see it that way.
And we're looking at some of the numbers right now. Look, ABC News Politics is reporting. Cecilia Vega, one of our national reporters, is there right now, and she says there's radio silence from Clinton headquarters right now.
I think they see the numbers that we have just seen.
Yeah.
I think that they know they have lost Wisconsin. They know that there is no path for her to get to 270 now, because he's going to win Arizona, and she may win Nevada, but it's not enough to put her up there, and he's going to be the next president of the United States.
There you go. And it's one of those things where, I mean, you know, you never know what's going to happen, but we always talk about that electoral college, and you talk about how every vote matters. And right here in Florida, Donald Trump was able to win Florida, those 29 electoral votes that he needed, and in that I-4 corridor, it just looked like he commanded it. He commanded that space. There were only a few counties where Hillary Clinton actually won in Florida, and that was one of the states that we said, you know, you got to win it. You got to win it.
Right.
He connected to those voters.
Yeah.
He had to win it. She did not. What she didn't do is she did not perform well in North Carolina, because had she taken North Carolina, she could have afforded to lose a Wisconsin and still gotten to where she needed to go. But he needed to win Florida, North Carolina, and he had to pick off one of those three states up north. He had no hope of getting Pennsylvania. He's not going to get it. He got Ohio because he needed to have it. He literally connected on everything that he needed to get. It all fell into place exactly the way he wanted it to do. So unless there is a magical change in Wisconsin fortunes, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States.
And you wonder, now you start thinking about, you know, the day after tomorrow, and looking ahead, if we're working on the working theory that Trump is the next president, what the Senate will look like when we wake up tomorrow morning and how those races are going. Dan, I don't know if we have any input.
They'll have a working majority. The best the Democrats could have hoped for coming in today would have been a 50-50 split, and that puts Mike Pence as the deciding vote in the Senate.
Right.
Here's the Senate Republicans up right now, 47-44. But I don't know, where there's 7 seats not yet projected.
Right.
On that.
Well, the Pennsylvania seat was, it looked like Toomey was going to lose. So if you add that one in, it's 47-45. Rob Johnson most probably will carry Wisconsin, so you add that back into the Republicans. As far as I can see, I think Nevada, I think that the Democrat will win there, so that moves them up another seat. You're probably looking at 51 or 51-49 or 52-48 for the Republicans. They'll have the House, and they will control the entire agenda for the next 4 years.
Right. So yeah, he gets the White House
and the
Senate,
Supreme Court.
And the Supreme Court.
Well, not necessarily. Let me rephrase that. There's no way that Ruth Bader Ginsburg resigns and gives Donald Trump a seat. That's not going to happen. So you're still looking at a Kennedy court, where Justice Kennedy now becomes the deciding vote on a lot of things. So the Supreme Court, really, with an appointment replacing Scalia with another Scalia, just takes us to exactly where we were when Scalia was there.
But this idea that the Supreme Court working on 8 justices, that ends tonight. If he's
because you still have to get, Trump still has to take the presidency in January. And when that happens, obviously, he will nominate someone.
It won't be the nominee that president.
No. Merrick Garland's gone. Merrick Garland was gone anyway. Even if she had won, he would have withdrawn his name.
I want you to take a look at that right there, though. Canada's immigration and citizenship page overwhelmed right now.
Yeah. There are a lot of people who really feel that way, that they feel that they need to leave.
The markets are going to be a story tomorrow.
The markets are going to be a story,
yeah.
and I think that's nothing compared to what you're going to see on the market tomorrow. I think you're going to see the Dow Jones down at least 1,000 or more, maybe 12 to 1,400.
And that's the biggest drop since the Great Recession.
But are people jumping to conclusions, though? I mean,
No, they're not. They're not. You're looking at a Rudy Giuliani as the head of the FBI. You are looking at people like Steve Bannon working in the White House. You are looking at Reince Priebus being the chief of staff. You are looking at maybe the resurrection of Chris Christie as the Attorney General. You are looking at some of the kind of people that you would reject out of your home actually running the government. And it's going to be very difficult. I'm not a doom and gloomer, but I do not see, honestly, any way that Donald Trump makes it through an entire term. I think that before it's over, he will do something incredibly stupid, and even his own party will abandon him because he'll do something incredibly stupid. But all we can do is sit back and wait.
Well, there's a lot of uncertainty given the fact that with Clinton, kind of what her agenda would have been based on her history. With Donald Trump, his whole persona revolves around being a game changer. And so now if he is going to win the White House, then you now have to take a look at, okay, what does a Trump White House look like with a Republican Senate, with a Republican House, with a Supreme Court that he can shape and mold? Well, what does the economics of that look like? And what does just governing, what does that look like? And the more people get used to that, then maybe you see Wall Street come back up.
I don't know how to phrase that. If he does everything that he says he wants to do, life is going to get, as much as people don't think so, especially the people who voted for him, life is going to get far more difficult with them.
Well, do you
because
know what he's gonna do?
well, if he does what he says he's going to do, if he's going to cut corporate taxes to 15%, if he's going to cut taxes on the rich, I want to know where the money's going to come from to run the government. If he is going to appoint some of the judges, and I've looked into some of these judges because that's what I do for a living. If he gets the opportunity to load a court with some of the judges he wants, you're talking about literally turning the clock back on the Constitution. You are talking about Roe v. Wade being overturned. Without any question in my mind, it will happen if he gets his choice. It takes more than one appointment. Replacing one person, to replace Scalia, as long as Justice Ginsburg can breathe, she won't leave the court. She'll never give him a second appointment. So with that said, you're still going to have a battle over Roe v. Wade. You're still going to have taxes being cut to the bare bones for those people who absolutely don't need a tax cut. You are probably looking at the end of the minimum wage in many areas. If Paul Ryan and Donald Trump do the things they say they want to do, you may see the end of Social Security as we know it. You may see the end of Medicare as we know it. These are the things that are on Paul Ryan's agenda. And if those things happen, I think the people who voted for him are going to wonder 4 years from now, what did they do? I honestly believe that. It's not a question of liking him or disliking him. I think that internationally our stature will drop considerably unless he brings in people who know what they're doing, and it doesn't sound like that's what he's going to do.
One of the key questions is going to be what exactly does he do with free trade and the economy, and can he deliver on the promise of bringing jobs, manufacturing jobs back to the United States?
And that's exactly what I was just going to ask. So Dr. McManus is back with us, our political analyst. What do you make of it?
We said all along that, on paper she should have won, but this is not an on-paper kind of election. I mean, if you just look at demographics alone, they don't predict turnout, and that's exactly what we've seen right here. And Florida, again, is sort of the microcosm of that concept that we've seen now spread across the rest of the country.
Yeah. And you have to give Donald Trump credit because he did everything that he needed to do to win this election. It was an uphill battle, and it looks like or at least his supporters did everything they needed to do.
It's still not over, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not over by any stretch. But the bottom line is that he absolutely ran a much better race than people thought he was going to. And part of it was some of the dramatization that took place in Florida. So much attention to her creating all these little offices all over the state and assuming that the Republicans weren't able to do things like turn out voters. They relied more upon local county committees, like the Pinellas County Republicans aggressively registered a lot of people you know, sometimes local party committees that know their neighbors and know the people that aren't registered or, you know, can actually be very effective. So that, again, sometimes the optics of just having these offices just gave everybody sort of a comfort zone that she was going to win the turnout battle, and it just didn't happen in our state.
It didn't happen in a lot of places.
What was there was a state that we were talking about, Michigan or Wisconsin, which was the one that we were, because again, the Detroit Free Press is reporting that Hillary, which they've been doing for the last 3 hours, but that Hillary Clinton has won in that state, but it hasn't been called yet. And then we're still waiting on those numbers from Wisconsin, but from what we're looking at right here, I'm sorry, Paul, I can't see. What is that? 71% reporting?
Yeah, 71% reporting. This is Michigan, and yeah, Trump in the lead there, 3 percentage points.
He's the next president.
So, Paul, what are you seeing here when you look at that?
Well, I think, you know, Jeff had the read on this, that it's down to 1%. She may end up actually winning Michigan, but if she loses Wisconsin, it's game over for her. So, and that's Wisconsin. That's Milwaukee right there. There are not enough votes to make up the difference in Milwaukee. I think she's down by 60-something thousand votes. So, you know, it's playing out the way it's been playing out the whole night.
This is exactly what he needed to do. As I said, this was what he said he needed to do. He needed to get Florida. He needed to get North Carolina. He needed to pick off one of the big three across the north. He did pick off one of the big three. He carried Ohio like he needed to. He, at this point, looks like he's going to get Arizona. So what it really comes down to is that there aren't enough votes in Nevada or on the West Coast for her to reach 270. They're just not there.
Right.
So at this point, you know, they're not ready to call it on the networks, but my inkling is that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States.
What do you think of the market correction here? Do you think there's a chance that will correct itself, and then there's this reaction because of the uncertainty that, and really it was basically they made the wrong bet. So after tomorrow, once you come to the realization of who the president is, that then Wall Street bets on, okay, we've got a Republican president, Republican House, Republican Senate, we know what the game plan is, we can start planning. The uncertainty is taken out.
Well, obviously it takes a while. There's always a lag factor for things to sink in, and you know, the market's been up and down. That's nothing new about that. And it's always the unpredictability that causes this sharp redirection so quickly. But you know, the bottom line is that the economy does have other problems, and now we have to see what the Fed is going to do, the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do. There's a lot of soul searching on the economy, but I can assure you from just looking at the exit polls, the economy, as we talked about, a whole year did the economy, even though all the economists said that the economy had recovered, many people have not, and it's the shrinking middle class that really was where a lot of this support for him came from. This is the first time in Florida's history that less than half of our workers have been described as middle income, and yet what's gaining, the upper income bracket is increasing and the lower one a little bit. So you have this income gap that we've been talking about for years, and the middle class person, who is the bulk of the voters, have just had it with no action out of Washington. And it comes down to just almost a point of, I don't have any other option but to try somebody, even though I may not like him, just something different, because it's just that shocking to them what's happened with their own personal finances.
And I don't think the uncertainty is just the economy. I think that part of the uncertainty that you feel in the markets is what's happening internationally. And I don't think that anybody knows what a Trump presidency means as far as foreign affairs are concerned. Whether he will actually bring in somebody who knows what they're doing and back off some of the things that he's saying. But if he truly is intent on building a wall, if he is truly intent on reshaping our NATO alliance, which is going to only embolden his buddy over there in Russia. And believe me, I still believe that there is he bragged about a relationship. I think that there really is one there. I think that you have an emboldened Russia who believes that they have meddled with our election enough that they think they can do this everywhere. I think that the Western European allies are going to sit there and say, can we really rely upon a President Trump to fulfill his obligations? I think the NATO alliance is shaken. I think that you're looking at a Middle East that is probably preparing itself for the next crusade. So it really is one of those things that if he does everything he says he's going to do, and that doesn't mean that he will, but if he does everything he says he's going to do, he intends to reshape the entirety of our alliances, the entirety, and that really shakes up markets, because it's an international market now. No matter what you say, the guys in China are already selling off like crazy, and the Europeans are going to sell off like crazy when they open up tomorrow morning. It's almost tomorrow morning for them already.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now.
Yeah, so it's going to be really something to behold, and I don't know what's going to happen if the markets really tank. People start losing their 401s. They're going to sit there and say, like the people in Britain said, "What did I just do? What did I do?" And because I was unhappy, what did I do?
But there's nothing that, I mean, if that's the case and that's what people think, there's nothing that they can do at that point. You know, it's just
like the people of Britain. There's nothing they can do. Except for they have a Supreme Court in England that just recently said that the Parliament has to do certain things in order to effectuate the exit. So now it's up to Parliament, and if Parliament decides now they don't want to do the things necessary, then the Brexit vote becomes just nothing more than a referendum.
You still have to produce results, and Donald Trump, a large part of his campaign promise was to improve the economy, and so you have to now if he's going to be the next president, he will have to deliver on that promise.
Right. And there's another dimension to this too, because there was some real close calls and some upsets in terms of people who were elected to the U.S. Senate and the House. It is not going to be politics as usual in terms of the Republican establishment in Washington. There was a loud message here from the grassroots, from the Republicans. We don't like the leadership in Washington, and they spoke loud and clear. So
I'm not sure Mitch McConnell will be the majority
and
leader.
maybe not even Ryan either. I mean, you will see possibly some shifts in leadership because
You
the
can see
grassroots
Scheifetz there.
people, you can even see some of the Republicans that won new congressional seats did it on the basis of the Republicans in Washington have failed us.
You could see someone like Representative Scheifetz as the new Speaker of the House. You could see someone like Ted Cruz as the majority leader. If Donald Trump is able to push his will upon our legislative bodies, those are the kind of things that you're going to see. I have to be honest with you, and I've held back all night, but I got to say it. I have never in my life feared for the future of our republic the way I am right now. I mean, I understand why they see that there's been a crash in Canada of their immigration site because people are already trying to figure out how they get out of the United States. It's dangerous. And I think only because I grew up in this world and I was taught this world, I have to tell you that I'm a historian, and I see so many parallels to what happened 80 years ago. It just scares the ever-living hell out of me. His last advertisements, actually his closing argument, alluded to anti-Semitism, which we'd never seen from him before.
Got some breaking news here, guys. Associated Press calling Utah for Donald Trump. So that's breaking news right now. Trump wins Utah. Race called at 11:53. 6 more electoral votes for Utah, which is interesting because there was a lot of talk that the vote was breaking away from Trump after some of the things that had been said by him a few weeks ago. So we'll go back to the map here, and that puts him at 244.
See, here's what you're looking at.
You only need 270.
You only need 270. He needs 26 more. Presume he takes Arizona. Presume that he takes Wisconsin. That brings him within a very small number of votes, and therefore now it rests on New Hampshire And if New Hampshire goes for him, it's over. That's just the numbers. You can't deny them. That's just the way it goes. So,
You know, I want to take a step back, because this is, somebody spoke loudly. Somebody has got to be happy that there's a Trump presidency. Somebody's got to win. When I say win, what I mean is, who does win with Donald Trump being president? If he's promising tax cuts to corporations, this goes back to the strategy of trickle-down economics, to incentivize businesses to expand. That's the theory that the Republicans work on.
which has never worked, by the way.
Well, you know, we get into a lot of sub-debates after that. But, I mean, is that how he's going to deliver on this promise to inject some enthusiasm back into the economy? You can look at Florida. I mean, Rick Scott has managed the state in a similar fashion. He's gone, you know, overseas to recruit companies across the country. He's competed with Texas. He's made, you know, jobs his number one priority ad nauseum. Every time you talk to him, it's all about jobs. He has literally given tax packages and tax incentives away for companies to relocate here. And one could make the argument that the economy in Florida has improved during his time here. Is that a model that Trump is going to try to implement? Is it more that and less, we're literally going to make, you know, widgets in West Virginia?
Well, I think we're getting a little ahead of the cart, ahead of the horse, or whatever it is, because, first of all, Congress has to approve appropriations. And that's not a president. The president can recommend, but Congress has to approve and appropriate. And secondly, we have seen a narrowing of the Republican control in the House. We still have an almost divided Senate. So the idea that he's going to come in and can immediately do everything is not really realistic in terms of how our governance process works in this country. We have checks and balances. So I think that if I were advising either he or Hillary Clinton, they're coming in, regardless of who wins, to a divided America. The president can make, and it needs to be a president, to make the first step across the aisle to hold out the hand and try to tackle at least one economic problem that they can kind of agree on. The president, whomever, needs to come halfway. You're only going to restore confidence in the national government among a lot of people, as you saw tonight, if we can start showing that Washington can do something that's going to affect the economy of the average person. And so, you know, it's difficult for Congress to reach across the aisle to each other. That's where presidential leadership can really make a difference. It would actually make that president very popular much more quickly than anything else. And we really need some sort of healing in this country, no question about it.
Part of the problem, carrying on with that, part of the problem is that when you take a look at some of the programs and the things that he wants to do, he has, if he gets the number of electoral votes, even if he just wins, he will have created a tidal wave and a momentum that Republicans cannot resist. He will have a mandate to the extent that I think that he will try to shake up the leadership in Congress to get what he wants. The first thing you're going to see is the one thing he promised, the first thing he's going to do. You are going to see the end of the Affordable Care Act. How they replace it, I don't know. It is in essence a Republican nightmare because they enjoyed the idea of passing 50 bills knowing they would always be vetoed. But now if they pass a repeal bill without something substantive to replace it, he's automatically going to throw the entire healthcare system into back to where it was, and you're going to have 20 million people out there with absolutely no insurance whatsoever, and you're going to be seeing insurance companies controlling what really happens. So if he does that, that's the first thing that is not going to benefit the average guy on the street. If he gets what he wants and he drops corporate rates down to 15%, supposedly to bring this money in from outside the country, I don't believe that employers are going to spend that money and those corporations are going to spend that money on raises.
Jeff,
they're going to give it to their stockholders.
You know that a lot of small businesses simply can't afford to provide their employees with health insurance.
That's
because
true.
Premiums have risen.
That's
so maybe
true.
they're applauding tonight that Trump might alleviate that burden. I mean, there's, and they may have told, their employees, look, this has been a real stress, and the way you define small business not necessarily falls into the category of, we only employ 50 people or 30 people. I mean, you could, define a small business that employs 1,000 people. A lot of people work for those kind of companies that employ
That's true.
500 or 1,000 people.
But you're also looking at someone who is absolutely adverse to raising the minimum wage. You're looking at someone who, and I think the average American doesn't seem to realize that without the kind of protections that came in with the Affordable Care Act, that a lot of their employers are going to stop providing them with insurance coverage. I think that there's going to be a lot more unhappiness. He can't do everything he wants to do and heal the economy. I'm still trying to figure it out, and the numbers don't wash. If he drops corporate rates to 15%, you're looking at a deficit that could exceed $20 trillion.
Well, and the question, Dr. McManus, is does any president ever get everything they want, even Donald Trump?
No.
Let's not forget, he's a deal maker. This is the guy that's built his entire reputation on making deals.
It's still not over yet either this evening.
And that's, literally, I'm listening to you guys talk, but I'm watching back and forth because and whoever you want to win, we're not saying either way, but you're just looking at these numbers and they're still, it's literally still too close to call. I know it sounds like we keep saying that, but it honestly is, because if it wasn't, we would know. It's midnight. We would know who our president is by now if it was something that we could just do the math
I'm
on.
looking at Wisconsin. She's down by almost 100,000 votes.
Right.
So she's not going to win Wisconsin. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and just to add the, for whatever it's worth, and we've had the debate already.
Johnson
but
and
the Johnson
Stein,
and Stein
there it is.
100,000. So that played a role, and maybe that was underestimated, but I still go back to throughout his entire, I remember covering this live on the air. It was a noon newscast when I was working in West Palm Beach. What was it, last summer? Coming down the stairs, coming on the air at noon, and there had been a lot of talk that this was going to be a joke, that he was going to announce something else. There's no way he was going to announce he was running for president, and I think the song that was playing was Keep on Rockin' in the Free World, and he announced that he's running for president. And even then, no one took him seriously, but it gained steam throughout the last year and a half that he's been underestimated almost at every point. And tonight, no more underestimating Donald Trump. And the numbers prove that.
And the pollsters are going to have to go back to their whole methodology because they were really off.
That's true. That's true.
It's a good teaching moment for my class tomorrow.
What is
because that's the thing, and we've been talking about this for some time now, but when we looked at the polls, for the last month or two, there were some days where it fluctuated, but for the most part, the numbers showed, from registered voters, the numbers show that Hillary Clinton was going to win this election, and that we would know by now that she was going to win this election. And the polls were just wrong. They were wrong.
I don't think they were wrong at the time. I'm going to hold fast to that.
So you think just tonight everything changed? Because up until yesterday...
No. I think, and I'm going to go back to it again, this is an election that Bill Comey is going to have to own. I honestly believe that. I think there was an enthusiasm factor that was built back into the Trump campaign when that first letter came out, for whatever the reasons were, and the ads were still running, even after they knew that the ads were 100% false. They continued to run those ads anyway. Kellyanne admitted it. She says it's a lie, but it's our lie. And she was very candid about that. It's out there. There's nothing we can do about it. It's too late. And she knew when that second letter came out on Saturday, it was too late. It really energized a campaign that was literally on its back. And I think that they were acting defeatists. I think that everybody was. I cannot underestimate the effect of that. I really can't.
I'll just add to that. I will tell you that just anecdotally speaking with a lot of people I know who are voting or did vote, presumably for Donald Trump tonight and early voting, just when we were talking about the remarks that he made on the bus about what he said about grabbing women, that had zero impact on their enthusiasm for Trump did not give them one flinching moment as to how they were going to. They didn't think it was relevant.
I think you all are really overestimating all of this, frankly. The gender gap is still there, but what is true in Florida, and we've said it many, many a time, is that if a Republican can split the women's vote in Florida, they can win. And the evidence on the exit poll shows about 52% of the vote went for Clinton. That's almost only a half. And she was in earlier polls doing much, much better when that comment first came out. But what happened over time was, and I agree to a certain degree, that people came back home to their regular party, and that Republicans were a bit energized by the whole FBI investigation. I'm not sure the letter changed a thing at all. To me, any of it was far less important to these people who were adamant that something needs to change in this country. I still come back to the two things that we started the election with: the economy and people worried about the security in their own lives, whether it's from external agents coming into America or these random shootings.
Which means their minds were made up long before tonight.
But were they going to vote? That's the thing. Were they going to vote? And that was a question that we had all along. And there was this assumption that she could get the Obama coalition back in place. That wasn't happening either. Things change. I say in my class, you take the demographics from 2 years prior and you try to win this election, and we're talking about 4 years prior, suddenly the millennial generation is 26% of Florida's registered voters. In 4 years' time, you had a total change in the composition of our electorate. And they didn't get energized.
Right. So it still comes down to you got to show up and vote.
Right.
Yeah. Or you're not going to get the results that you think you might get.
Yes.
Well, all right. We'll go forward from that. Let's see where we are now. Right now, this is the Senate map. Right now, not much has changed since we last checked in on this.
Can we go to that electoral map though? Because it was
244, 209. He's still.
But you got to add in there.
26
You got to add
away.
in Arizona, which will be his. And if you add in Wisconsin, which will be his, that pretty
He's
much
there.
takes it there.
And Arizona is
He'll carry
61%. Trump is ahead.
The only
3
thing that
points.
saves Hillary Clinton right now is if she carries Arizona, carries Nevada, and carries New Hampshire. That's the only thing that saves her. And it doesn't look that way on any of the numbers. I don't see where the votes are going to come from.
All right, here we are. It's after midnight, 12:08. The race has not been called yet.
has not, but we're still looking at the numbers, and
right.
our Todd Walker is up in New York right now, and he was with the Hillary camp. And he just tweeted out the math for Hillary Clinton just doesn't work anymore. It's not impossible, but also not likely. We're looking at a victory. It looks inevitable for a victory for Donald Trump. And there was another tweet that was coming through from another ABC reporter, I believe it was, but they were saying that Donald Trump has already left headquarters. He went to his apartment with his wife because he, quote, just wanted to take all of this in. Because I can imagine for Donald Trump, this is, you say what you will about this election, but at the end of the day, when when someone thinks you're the underdog, and when a lot of people think you're the underdog, and then at the end of the night, you're not the underdog anymore.
And you're the President of the United States.
And you're the President of the United States. That has got to be a feeling, I'm sure, none of us will ever, or many of us will never feel, but you got to think to yourself, he climbed a mountain.
He did it all by himself,
part of the
without
problem-
his own party.
He climbed a mountain.
And again, part of the problem that I see is that I don't think Donald Trump ever imagined that he was going to be president of the United States. I think that he wanted to win for winning's sake. I don't know if you remember a movie called The Candidate many years ago starring Robert Redford. And he goes up against this incumbent, and Peter Boyle is his, campaign manager, and everything falls into place, and all of a sudden he wins. And he just looks at Peter Boyle after he's been told he wins and said, what do I do now? Okay, and I think that there is a feeling, if I were Donald Trump, and I'm trying to read his psyche a little bit, he's sitting there saying to himself, what do I do now?
Well, he has a transition team, but that transition team apparently was told to stop working on the actual transition and help out with the last minute
His transition team has a major problem, and that is the question is, where is he going to get the talent? Where is the talent going to come from that will want to work for him? And that is going to be a problem for him. If his talent pool is Rudy Giuliani, if his talent pool is Steve Bannon, if that's where he's going, and Kellyanne, if that's really his talent pool, one has to wonder, Rance Priebus, I mean, something, you have to wonder where he's going to come up with the talent to help run a government, because he has alienated so much of that talent. The question now comes in, where does he get the people? So, one has to look at it that Donald Trump wins for winning's sake. It doesn't matter what the result in the end is to other people. As long as he wins, that's all he cares about. And that has been what he has lived for. I mean, that newspaper article from the New York Times, it said he lives on two things: fear of losing and acceptance. Those are the two things he lives for. Now, if that's the case, the question now comes in, is he sitting in his apartment saying, okay, I'm going to be president. What do I do with my multi-billion dollar, I have to put it into a blind trust. I can't have my kids running it because I can't run it because there's conflicts of interest. What do I do with everything I own? And these are things I don't think he ever really thought about. And now he has to really think about them. And he's got 2 months to figure it out.
I was just going to say, he doesn't have a lot of time to
2 months
to
to
get
figure
things.
it out.
I don't think that you can say definitively, like you're saying, that he doesn't love America.
I didn't say that.
But you inferred that basically that it was of selfish reasons and whatever, and what is he going to, you can't really read that into it. Look at the crowds that he drew, and look at the crowds that Obama drew. These candidates draw from the crowds, and they connect with people, and whether you like Trump or not, or whether you like Hillary Clinton or not, democracy is about choice, and we had about the clearest choice you could ever have.
And they were on two ends of the spectrum. So it was not a question of, oh, I'm a little muddled here, oh, I'm not really sure here. You either had one or the other.
And they actually agree on the problems, they just don't agree on the solution.
The solution.
That's true.
So
let me say this. I don't think that Donald Trump is un-American. I don't think that he doesn't love the United States. Obviously, he's turned his $200 million into several billion. I understand that. My concern is his vision for what he wants America to be. Okay, the same vision that many of us grew up with. Is it going to change that drastically? Is his vision of where we're going to go different than obviously what I've lived with for my 67 years? I can't answer that question for you.
Paul's looking at something right now.
Yeah, this is interesting because I thought we had this going more in Clinton's favor, but 48-48 tied Pennsylvania. What do you guys read into that? She definitely needed Pennsylvania, right?
And that's 90% of the precincts reporting?
90%.
It depends on where the rest of the votes are. I mean, you just don't know where the rest of the votes are.
Well, it looks, yeah, we'll come back to that later when we have a better
If they're
idea.
in the metropolitan areas.
Philadelphia, is that Pittsburgh there?
That's Pittsburgh over there.
Which is where you would expect it to lie, in the blue.
Right.
So, who is going to be Donald Trump's biggest friend? Will it be the Republican Party or will it be the Democrat Party? I mean, he's had issues with both. Is he going
been a
to?
member of both.
Right. I mean,
I was just going to say, listen.
where are the biggest fault lines there? Is it? You go back to. Is it possible to turn back the clock on how trade has been done? NAFTA, and how our economy has been rewired, and how companies have shipped jobs overseas, and how we don't make anything more as a country. Can you actually deliver on that promise, or is it going to be? Is he, that was the sell, but the reality might be different. I mean, he's got to get in there and figure it out. I'm just wondering, is this a...
Look what our Dan Schaefer just tweeted. Dan's one of our morning anchors. He's in the building right now. Just tweeted this as a quote: "Done, over. He is the president." Cecilia Vega, that's one of our ABC reporters, quoting Hillary Clinton donor seconds ago. So it looks like that's what they're saying. At least that's what some people.
Inaccurately so.
There you go.
I don't know how to answer that question because if he tries to walk away from everything we've ever negotiated by saying it's either my way or the highway, I can see countries saying, okay, it's the highway. He starts trade wars, we lose. It's that simple. If he starts a trade war between us and the NAFTA people that we are trading with, I used to jokingly say, you want to throw away NAFTA, are you ready to pay $10 a head for lettuce? The bottom line is that you don't know what that effect will be, and you don't. I just don't see any of our trading partners walking away or not walking away if he tries to turn the screws on them to the extent that he thinks that he can control everything. I don't see our Western European allies saying, okay,
Well,
yeah, we're going to give you more money.
All right, here's something. You know, as much as we talk about the Senate and the House being a check and balance, the economy is the ultimate check and balance. I mean, you know, if you're not performing well, if Wall Street goes haywire, is that not a check against talk of completely reinventing how our economy runs?
Well, sure. And obviously, you know, the business sector and international global markets and everything play into it. We have a very complex economy. It's like a spider web that all different parts are weaved together all over the world. And that has to be built into the calculus of how you deal with other countries and so forth.
He would have to calm people down. I mean, I can tell you Dow Futures down 800 points right now.
Right.
I mean, first mission would be everyone take a chill pill.
But you know,
and
the other
remember-
thing on that is, and let's just to play devil's advocate a bit, if you're the person that's in the middle class or the shrinking middle class, you already don't trust the stock market and think it's an elite game to begin with.
So you see those numbers in, but I just, since we're talking about it, I do want to bring this up. Breaking news right now, you see USA Today tweeting this out. Dow Futures now down 800 points. We've seen it dive 300 points now in the last 2 hours.
He's got to address that. He's got to say, look, you know.
Everybody calm down.
Right, everybody calm down.
exactly.
Like, because what's happening right now is, as you all said, there's a reaction happening and you don't even know what's going to happen. I mean, Donald Trump hasn't even taken office yet.
Exactly.
And people are selling off, you know, and it's one of those things where you just don't know. It could be.
If you're going to see that, it's going to be a different guy than we have seen for the past year and a half. It's going to be a guy who actually knows how to be presidential. We haven't seen that so far. And the problem is, as much as Barack Obama tomorrow morning will say, everybody calm down, take a deep breath, they're not going to listen to Barack Obama. They want to hear it from Donald Trump. And they don't want to hear it from some surrogate. They want to hear it from him. And if he doesn't learn how to use the English language the way it was designed, and if he doesn't learn to calm people down and talk in a different tone and talk in a different way, and unfortunately, as much as his supporters won't like it, learn how to talk in like a person with power talks, and a person who has his hands on the nuclear codes and has to talk to allies and can't bully them around. If he doesn't learn how to talk like that, he's not going to calm anybody down.
Well, he also has Mike Pence as his...
But Mike Pence is the vice president of the United States. They don't want to hear from Mike Pence. They want to hear from Donald Trump. Mike Pence is a nice guy. He's a quiet guy, but he can't talk through surrogates. The president of the United States has to stand at a podium and calm people down and let them know that he's in charge. And if he doesn't do that, he's not going to calm anybody down. This has to be a totally new guy, and I don't know where that's going to come from.
Right now, this Wall Street story, the Dow, is really a correction from what the Dow had been doing in the last 3 days, at least initially. But we'll look for any more news coming in right now. What is this? This is... Okay, I mean, reading into what the motives were, 39% in preliminary exit polls said bring needed change was their most important candidate attribute. They broke for Trump 83 to 14%.
And that's what Dr. McManus has been saying ever since I can remember us first talking about this, and we said the American people, for the most part, are just fed up.
Right, with
And
Washington.
when you get fed up with big business and you get fed up with what you think is corruption and you get fed up with everything,
What specifically, though, are they fed up with? Is it Obamacare and the fact that government has expanded its role?
The fact of the matter that Washington, while many people are struggling in their lives, have done nothing. They sit up there and they fight about even what time of day it is. They get rich. These people are struggling. Healthcare, look at the premium costs. That's another element. People got that news.
25% it was going up.
In some places, 140 some percent. I mean, this was huge for a person that's living on the edge to begin with. So they haven't done anything about that at all. They haven't made America safer. These people don't feel, they haven't improved our relations with other countries. To a lot of these people, Washington has done nothing to do anything to help, America's stature in the world. I mean, this is what they look at Washington. Because here's the issue. Most people that are just not following politics 24/7, not as educated as all of us here, just struggling to make ends meet. When you say government, they think Washington. They don't think Tallahassee. They don't think St. Peter, Tampa, Washington. And what's the culprit up there? Congress, preeminently, even gets worse ratings. And, they're just fed up with it. And they think there's no hope. I mean, when you get to the point of where if you have any glimmer that somebody can shake it up and change it, this was a vote against the status quo in Washington, pure and simple.
Part of the problem, and I agree with that, part of the problem is that you also have to take a look at one more thing.
Well, you've got that breaking news update right there.
She
One
wins
second.
Nevada, but I think we knew that was going to happen anyway, but that doesn't save her. The fact of the matter is that part of the problem is that you have to give credit to some people that you don't want to give credit to. You have to give credit to those Tea Party Republicans.
Does this revive the
in
Tea
the
Party?
House.
Does this give Tea Party new life?
I don't know that. No, this has nothing to do with the Tea Party. But what you have to do is give credit to them in the context that they said, if I keep saying no, if I keep saying no, if I keep saying no, if I don't do the things that other people want to have done, I'm going to point to the White House and say it's their fault. And that's basically what happened. They ran that play hoping that people would want change, not blaming them, but blaming the person who sits in the White House. And essentially, that's what happened. Part of Hillary Clinton embraced Barack Obama. That normally does not happen with people who are running from the same party who want to win. And to a degree, I think that there is that thought process that and I think some of them are sitting back saying, we knew we could do it. We knew that if we kept saying no, we knew we could make things look worse than they are. They did make it look worse than they are, as bad as they may be. They made it look worse than they were. People saw their pocketbooks. They didn't see, for example, that real incomes had gone up 2.5%. That wasn't enough for them. They didn't see that unemployment was down below 5%. That was not enough for them.
But it is down below 5%.
Yeah,
right?
but they didn't see it. It's at 4.8.
But there's also the underemployed, and there's also the people. Yeah, those statistics are a little misleading too, because there are a lot of people who are underemployed. They never recovered from the Great Recession.
That's true.
They had to take a lower paying job or only got part-time job or something of that nature.
I want to show you some updated numbers out of Wisconsin. Trump 4% lead, 49-45 over Clinton, with 79% of the vote reporting in. So where are we missing the votes in Wisconsin at this point?
Probably almost nowhere.
Okay. I have a question. If this is not the Tea Party's Republican Party, then which Republican Party is it? How do we characterize the Republican Party that, with a Trump in the White House, with a Trump presidency?
I don't think this was all the Republican Party. I think this was a lot of independent voters. We keep talking about it as if there's only two parties when 1/4 of our electorate is neither party. And the younger, the Gen Xers and the millennials are not really keen on the two parties, and they don't like it. They think it's corrupt and whatever. So, it's not just the Republicans now. Do the Republicans have splits? Absolutely. They are in a way where Democrats were a few years ago. Parties go through this. And so the true test will be coming pretty soon and we'll see the first sign of it, as you mentioned, as who becomes leaders in the Republicans in the House and the Senate? Is it going to be Paul Ryan and McConnell? Maybe not.
And what do you make of the Democratic Party, the position they're in at this point? I mean, they're not in the woods necessarily, are they? Are they?
I think what you're looking at is probably an emboldenment of the progressive side of the party, the Bernie Sanders side of the party.
Because that's where the millennial vote
I think they're going to
is.
sit there and say, we did it your way, it didn't work,
Right.
so now we're going to do it our way. And you're going to see a Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren,
would
and
be the
others
next,
really stepping up to the plate and fighting like crazy on everything they have to fight on. And I think that you're going to see a much more united Democratic Party at the end of the 4 years. They're going to be kind of shaken up right now. There are going to be some in battles. But I think when they go to their convention 4 years from now, I think they are going to be 100% united, and they're going to be very progressive, and they're going to try to sell that progressive thought process unless Donald Trump is successful at his policies, making life better for people.
So there's no more middle of the road under that context.
No, the middle of the road's gone.
Absolutely.
Okay, I had a question and it flew right out of my head, of course, because that's what happens at
Late at night,
12:27
yes,
a.m. But we were talking about the parties and the Democrats having to reconfigure, the Republicans having to reconfigure. If you're Donald Trump, do you work with Democrats? Do you have to work with Democrats?
Absolutely. That's what I said earlier. If you're coming in this divisiveness, and this kind of contentiousness and negativity, the best thing he could do would be the first thing to walk over to the Democrats in Congress and say, what can we agree on? Let's do it right now for both of our sakes. But will they do that?
And
We
will
haven't
he
seen
do
any, or will he do it? We haven't seen any indication, but that would be, that's what makes somebody presidential.
But nothing gets done if they
No.
don't do it that way.
Exactly.
That doesn't
absolute-
matter who's going in.
And the
nothing
idea of
gets done.
compromise has become a bad word, and this is exactly what we need. A true, if it were really, I said, if it was Hillary or Donald Trump, I would tell them the same thing. Go over immediately, reach across the aisle, pick out an economic thing that you can deal with, get it done, show the people you're willing to work together.
Right.
It has to be done, or
Well,
we're
in
just going to
that-
have
in
4
that
more
way-
years of absolute contentiousness and stagnation.
You do have to wonder how big of a role the Trump kids will play, because they are popular, particularly Ivanka Trump, and she did come out saying that he needs to do more with women.
His problem is that he can't really bring them into the government too much because, as I said before, presidents are supposed to place everything they own into blind trust so that the decision making of being president does not interfere with their personal interests. The problem is that Donald has made it very clear that his blind trust is going to mean that his kids are going to be his trustees. That's not much of a blind trust, but he says that's what he's going to do. I don't see, in all honesty, any of them actually actively involved in the administration. I think that they'll go back to what they do. I think that knowing the Trump children the way they are, they will capitalize on the fact that their father is president of the United States. It will become a huge moneymaker for their brand. I just don't see them giving that up by going into government service and turning over everything into a blind trust to people who literally are supposed to have no allegiance to anyone except for protecting his wealth. So, but there's supposed to be no communication. So I don't see them having a role in the administration. You might see them hanging around the White House, but I just don't see them having a role. I happen to agree that the first thing, and I think that we've agreed on this before, the first thing that he needs to do if he's going to be presidential is start acting presidential, and that would be the move that he's going to make. It would take a new guy. That's the problem. It would take a new guy.
Let me point something out. Clinton-Trump tied in New Hampshire.
Right.
80% reporting.
It's not over.
So that
She
tells you
warned
it's
us.
not over?
It was not over.
But we still go back to the Wisconsin focus, right? Where would a Clinton victory come?
There are no votes left to get.
81% reporting Wisconsin.
And she's down by?
She's down by 100, a little less than 100,000.
About 90,000. I don't know where she's going to get 90,000 votes. I just don't know where they're going to come from. So, and I think that right now, the fact that you're hearing literally nothing from anybody in the Clinton camp, and everybody else is speaking about what's going on, I think tells you pretty much that they know the way Wisconsin's going to go, and they know that they have no path. Unless by some miracle she carries Arizona, and then I still don't think that's enough votes. I just don't see any way.
Trump is at 3% in Arizona.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
3% in Arizona. I don't know where the votes are going to come from for her. I think she knows that. If I had to bet, they're probably putting the finishing touches on a concession speech right now.
You got to wonder for the Clinton side, looking back, what they could have done to convince those Bernie Sanders voters to get more on their team. Trump did not have that problem. I mean, he just didn't.
We
have
could
that
hear it at the convention. I was on the convention floor.
There you go.
And you could hear, even when she was giving that wonderful speech and that just brought most of the delegates to the floor, you could hear, and they even dressed in different colored shirts so you could see it. They never really warmed up to her. Even Elizabeth Warren was a little bit late coming to the plate. It was her Wall Street connection that really was the thing that kept the progressives from jumping on board with Hillary Clinton.
No, I think that's fair.
Yeah, and I remember when we were at the convention, Susan, and it was, you still had people who were out on the protest lines. They were not protesting, but they were in the protest zones wearing their Feel the Burn.
Right.
I'm for Bernie, and you come to a convention where this is the person that wants to be on the ticket, that the party wants to be on the ticket, and you still had so many people who said, the last thing I'm going to do on this earth is vote for her.
And the Trump voter did not have that dilemma. The Clinton voter
There you
had the
go.
burden of, am I Bernie Sanders?
I will tell you
Trump
that this
voter-
reminds me of 1968. Susan probably remembers this as much as I do. When the Democrats went to Chicago, and Hubert Humphrey lost the presidency in Chicago. Kennedy had died. There was great sympathy for the Democratic Party. Hubert Humphrey steps to the plate, and the problem was after Johnson said he wasn't going to run, and all the things that went with it, and then all of a sudden, all those riots in the streets, all the alienation of the young people, all of the Vietnam War and everything else that was running through all of that, and the Democratic Party was literally split in half. And it wasn't until the very end that they started to come together, but it was too late. And I think to a degree, the split in the Democratic Party that Bernie Sanders and his supporters, they've set forth, they ran a great campaign. The fact of the matter is that they never came home. And I did not see as much enthusiasm out of Bernie Sanders that I thought that he should have set forth. I think he should have been out there sooner. He should have been more enthusiastic, and he wasn't. And the fact of the matter is that it just never healed.
Well, I want to thank all of you for watching with us. For Dr. Susan McManus, thank you so much for being with us every step of the way.
My pleasure.
Every step of the way. Jeff Schwartz, thank you so much for being here. Paul, we made it to 12:34.
12:34.
Now, we're not calling it by any means, but we're going to send it to network now and watch the rest of it with you all that way. Thanks for joining us.
Good night.
Good night, Susan.
Nice meeting
It was
you
a
so
pleasure.
much.
It really
Thank you.
was.
Likewise.
Thanks for
if that was the case. I think we're going to have to grasp with a lot of things in the aftermath of this, the historical nature of it, unbelievable. But we have to, and one of the things I want to follow up with that was said earlier, is there was major poll problems in this election. Now, Hillary Clinton may end up winning the popular vote in this race, and it looks like she probably will win the popular vote. So the national polls may be not far off, but every single state poll, every single public state poll, Most of the polls done by the Hillary campaign.
That's what I want to tell you. It's not just the public polls. Listen, we all do a lot of reporting. We were reporting with the Democratic campaigns. We were reporting with the Republican campaigns. We were reporting with the Senate campaigns.
I talked to both sides, both the Democratic side and the Trump side, and almost were all in consensus that it was almost impossible at that point. The Trump side had a route, but they thought it was almost impossible for him to win in the last 48 hours. And he's about to win.
And Republicans in Washington were convinced that he was going to lose. And they were telling this to us quite candidly. They were convinced that he was going to lose.
Right. The question is there any way to have gotten this right? If you look at what the ABC pre-election poll showed compared to the exit polls, the proportion of voters who are these non-college white men, they got the sample right. It's the proportion saying that they'd vote for Trump that was wrong. And so there was this question, social desirability bias. Is it socially unacceptable to say that you would vote for Donald Trump? That may be the problem. And what's tough for the polling industry is you can fix sampling error. You can't fix when people don't want to tell you the truth. And that's a big problem for the polling world.
Alex.
No, I think if you couldn't figure out in this election that it was uncool to publicly support Donald Trump and tell somebody, you weren't paying attention or you didn't have a phone or a television set. And I think that's it, social desirability bias. John Kerry, right, George Bush, 2004, the exit polls had Kerry winning by 6, he lost by 2. We may have had as big an effect this year.
Stephanie.
On the John Kerry comparison, the exit polls were wrong, but the internal data was not wrong.
Yeah,
and I think
the Bush data was we ended up exactly where we were.
And we were pretty darn close. And I just want to address one thing: the social undesirability of stating that you're for Trump. There's a reason for that. It's not because his message was hopeful. It's because his message was divisive.
Whoa.
Make America Great Again was a dog whistle for keeping immigrants out, for keeping your foot down on people, for discriminating against women, for sexual assault, all of these things that Trump became about.
But
you know what? But Alex, remember the most powerful ad against Donald Trump were the ads that used his own words. So nobody was twisting those facts.
I'm not going to argue that Donald Trump made it difficult to defend him.
In elections after election, everybody said that Mitt Romney was racist and sexist.
No, not but come on, you guys have to agree with racist and sexist with his language. That's the problem.
I don't disagree with you, Kristen, but you have to agree with me that this is of a different sort.
I want to go back to the stage.
So I just want to call it what it is.
That's why he won.
Okay, I'm going to call this one right now. We're going to come back. We're going to have plenty of time for this later. I want to go back to the state of Nevada right now. Jim Avila, that is one place where Hillary Clinton supporters have not yet given up. They just had that win in the state.
That's right, George. And in fact, just a few moments ago, when the state was in fact called for Hillary Clinton, there was a great deal of chanting, "Yes, we can," and Hillary were being chanted in the room. It's died down a little bit. Of course, it's only 6 electoral votes here. This was a very, nationwide, they're very disappointed, of course, because this was one of those states, when the battleground states, where Latinos were expected to have a surge. And apparently there was a Latino surge here that helped Nevada win. But across the country, that Latino surge has been ineffective. It hasn't won. We've been talking about anger all night long. Anger from working white people in the working class. There is also a great deal of anger tonight among Latinos. I've been getting messages all night long from Latinos in their advocacy groups, and now they've been turning not just to anger but to fear, George. There is a real fear among Latinos in this country right now because it appears to them that Donald Trump is going to win. And not only just fear about about their relatives being deported, or that there be ICE squads walking around the neighborhoods looking for undocumented immigrants. It's also a fear that they are being marginalized, that people of color, Hispanics, Muslims, blacks, that they'll be now ostracized and not important. What are the chances now, really, if Donald Trump wins? What are the chances of true immigration reform? Even though those exit polls say today that most of Americans who voted today actually favor a path to citizenship. But they do not. But they also favor a huge wall, and that wall is very fearful and a symbol of marginalization in this country. That that Americans of color are feeling, especially Latinos tonight.
If he becomes president, it certainly would be a Nixon goes to China moment. Let's go back to the maps right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania right now. Very, very, very close.
Pennsylvania is close, and we have 93% of the vote in, George. Donald Trump is clinging to a very narrow lead, but it is a lead with 90% of the votes in. And earlier I mentioned to you that we were waiting for votes from Allegheny County, which is out there in Pittsburgh. Take a look at it now. 98% of Allegheny County is in. So again, there's not a lot of votes left for Hillary Clinton to be getting.
So he's leading in Michigan, leading in Pennsylvania, leading in Wisconsin?
That's right. Leading in 3 states. He only needs to win one of them.
You talked about Jim Avila there. He talked about the Hispanic vote, and there were so many headlines in this last week about awaking a sleeping giant. When you talk about building the wall, about a deportation force early on in the campaign, I think what was missed is that he awoke another sleeping giant, and that is the uneducated white men in this country who heard someone who spoke to them. And that's what we're seeing with 49 points. I mean, that's a record. The biggest record going back to 1980 is an 11-point gap with non-college educated white men. We're looking at 49 points between Trump and Clinton tonight.
We're seeing gender gaps in some of these states, the likes of which we've never seen before. 30-some points in some states. And it is another place where you're going to see a sense of being left out. So if you have African Americans voting by 89% for Clinton and Hispanic Americans voting for by 67% and women voting for, you've got this incredible divide that's not just a partisan divide, it's a divide among groups of people who are going to feel very, very hostile to each other.
Both groups of people around the country and in Washington as well. Byron Pitts, I see you want to get in on this.
George, I'm confused at this moment tonight.
Join the club.
Right? Because I went to an all-boys Catholic high school in Baltimore, made up mostly of blue-collar kids. And I've been talking to a number of my classmates tonight. Many of them went to college, many didn't. Many of them own small businesses. And they see it as, once again in America, the underdog has won. And that's a good thing, because that's very much an American quality, that the underdog has won, right? Then I talked to many of my friends of color and women, because oftentimes in America, if you're a person of color, you're told if you get an education, get a good job, prepare yourself, you can be as successful as anyone else in America. And in this case, you had a woman who was on paper as prepared as anyone could be to be the president, and she lost to, forgive me, a white guy with a haircut. And so you have those, so those two.
Let's add to the layer of confusion. Let me bring this to Tom Yamas as well. You have the champion of working class America that's been stuck for a generation without an income increase is a man who inherited an awful lot of money, parlayed that into success in reality TV and branding hotels, lived as far removed a life from that life as you could possibly imagine.
George, you have a billionaire who lives in a penthouse in Manhattan, connecting with the Midwest, people who are nowhere near his economic level. His message resonated with these people so well, and he really never adapted his look or sort of changed his style. He wore that suit everywhere. He'd throw on the hat. Sometime if he was going into a really, maybe sort of, I don't know how to describe it, but an area where there's a lot of hunting, he would throw on a camouflage "Make America Great Again" hat. And that was the only adaptation of his gear when he'd get out there. He never lost that jacket. He played golf every Sunday. But it is incredible that his message connected with those people.
And I want to add to this layer of confusion and bring this one to Matthew Dowd. He connected in a way, just as Tom Yamas is saying, and there's just no question about that. People saw him as authentic, as a truth teller, even though if you look at the nonpartisan examinations of the claims he would make on any given day, and they say by 5 to 1, he was making untruthful statements.
Well, I think there was a famous thing said that his voters didn't take him literally, but they took him seriously, right? So the things that many people laughed at, said there's no way he can do that. His voters thought, oh no, he's serious. But the bad things he said, he doesn't really mean that. I think what they finally decided was they've been frustrated at both political parties. This is not a reward for the Republican Party. They're frustrated at both political parties. And they said, give us the biggest, brashest guy, and we're going to follow him. And he's representing us. He's given us a voice that we haven't had in years. We didn't have it with George W. Bush. We didn't have it with Barack Obama. And we forgot what happened with Bill Clinton. And give us that big, brash, in many ways, bully. and he's going to go to Washington, and he's going to represent me.
He's not there yet, but he is closing in. What's happening in the state of Wisconsin, John Carl?
Wisconsin is still a solid Trump lead, but I do need to caution you that there are still Democratic votes to come in. We mentioned Dane County, home of Madison, 81% reporting. It's solidly Democratic, so there's still votes there. There's still votes in Milwaukee, but if you look overall at the state, Trump's got a 3 percentage point lead. I would also look next door in the state of Michigan, and Trump is still at a lead. He's had a lead all night in Michigan, and we've been waiting on Wayne County, which Matthew and I were talking about. Wayne County, which is Detroit, 85% is in, so they're starting to run out of Democratic votes.
And New Hampshire?
And New Hampshire is tight. Let's see where we are now. Donald Trump has expanded his 15 vote lead. He now has a more sizable lead with 81% reporting.
81. Koki?
On all of these ballot measures around the country, they're all going very liberally. Marijuana is getting legalized every place. The minimum wage is going up every place. Assisted suicide, I don't know whether that's a liberal or a conservative idea, but it's certainly one that is opposed by many churches, and that is passing. So it is this very bifurcated result here in terms of what people are actually saying.
You separate out the issue of the wall, the issue of the ban on Muslims. There wasn't much of a necessarily coherent agenda put forward by Donald Trump, but I want to bring this one to Terry Moran. But if he is indeed elected with the Republican House, perhaps with the Republican Senate, he will be adopting the agenda that they have put on the table. That's what Paul Ryan was saying all along.
Right.
Well, good luck, Paul Ryan, A, retaining your speakership, and B, imposing your will on Donald Trump. As Tom pointed out, this is a personal victory unlike any we've ever had in American politics, except for maybe George Washington. And the thing that is Trump's ideology, he's not a liberal, he's not a conservative, he's a nationalist. Make America Great Again is a nationalist slogan. And what counts for the people who voted for him, it seems to me, is that he wants to make America great again. They get a sense that people in this city, in New York City, a lot of them, have more in common with their counterparts, if they're in finance or media or whatever, in Frankfurt, in London, in Hong Kong, than they do with their cousins in Albany. And what they want is bring America home again. And I think that's his agenda.
I want to go to Mary Bruce in Janesville, Wisconsin. That is, of course, the home of Paul Ryan. Number one on the agenda for Paul Ryan, repealing Obamacare and perhaps a big infrastructure bill?
Absolutely. But you make a good point, Terry, just now, that just because Donald Trump may win, that does not mean that Paul Ryan is in the clear here. Remember, he has had that very tense relationship with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has called him weak, ineffective. Donald Trump was made very clear his views about Paul Ryan when Paul Ryan first went public with his announcement that he was no longer going to defend or campaign for Donald Trump. You can still expect, even if Donald Trump does win, that relationship could still continue to be quite tense for quite some time.
But we do not have a winner yet. Donald Trump has 244 electoral votes, 215 for Hillary Clinton. Race not over. One slim path for Hillary Clinton. All eyes on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. But Donald Trump ahead in those states right now. We're live with the latest results when we come back.
Back live in Times Square after this.
Farmers, we've seen almost everything, so we know how to cover almost anything, even a rodent ride-along.
All right, buddy. Don't forget anything.
I won't, Dad.
Good morning, Captain Rod here. It's pretty hairy out on the interstate. Traffic is literally crawling, but there is some movement on the east side overpass. Getting word of another collision.
It happened December 14th, 2015, and we covered it. Talked to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, Google, show me Korean restaurants in Boulder.
I found a few places.
The new Pixel, phone by Google, exclusively on Verizon, the only next-gen network that lets you get the most out of it.
How is this possible?
Because Verizon LTE Advanced delivers 50% faster peak speeds in 450 cities coast to coast. Buy a Pixel and get up to $400 back. And get 20 gigs of data with no surprise overages. And 4 lines for only $40 each. Why settle when you can have it all on Verizon?
Thursday, January 19th. You've waited long enough.
This is it. Turn up the TV.
Scandal is back. And trust us, it lives up to the hype.
Oh my God.
The election results are in.
What if you're wrong? I won't be wrong.
In just the first 10 minutes alone, you're not gonna know what hit you.
I am done running for president. I'm not.
The season premiere of Scandal, Thursday, January 19th on ABC.
Coming up on 1 a.m. here on the East Coast, and boy, what a night it has been in keeping with this entire election. Unusual, surprising, something no one would have predicted just a day ago. Donald Trump, 26 votes away from the White House. He's got 244 electoral votes right now, 215 for Hillary Clinton, and he's leading Jonathan Karl in most of the states out there on that board right now.
He sure is, and the key ones are these industrial states in the Midwest and Pennsylvania. If you take a look, let's start in the East with Pennsylvania. 48, 49%, 95% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is winning in Pennsylvania.
That was, just to underscore here, that was considered safe territory by the Clinton campaign from the very beginning. They put some time in there at the end, but did not spend a lot of money at all. They consider that part of their safe blue firewall.
Absolutely. It's a state, again, that has not gone Republican since 1988. The Clinton team did campaign hard there in the final days, though. Barack Obama campaigned in Pennsylvania. They had their final rally in Pennsylvania with Bruce Springsteen, the Clintons, the Obama. So Pennsylvania is a place they did put some effort in at the very end, which may have been a sign that they were worried about it, more worried than we realized. Michigan. Again, Donald Trump still has a lead now, just 77% reporting, so there's still a fair amount outstanding, but Donald Trump continues to lead in Michigan. And in the state of Wisconsin, here, this enduring lead, 85% of the vote in, and Donald Trump has a 3-point lead over Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin, a state that I would say might have been even more improbable for a Trump victory than Pennsylvania. Minnesota is the one bright spot.
Let's sit on that for a while, because again, to underscore this, Donald Trump did not win the state of Wisconsin in the primaries. He had the Republican establishment in that state against him. As you have pointed out, some of them came around, but the governor, Scott Walker, was against him. Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, was against him. He had this talk radio network in the state against him as well. He was incredibly unpopular during the primaries, yet ahead right now.
Yeah, and at the very end, Paul Ryan, who had refused to campaign with Donald Trump, offered to campaign with him when he saw that Trump was doing an event in Wisconsin in the final stretch, and Trump canceled the trip to Wisconsin.
Went to Minnesota instead.
This may be the state that puts him over the top.
Matthew Dowd.
I just can't, the historical, unprecedented, we've said that word unprecedented from the very beginning, right? And I actually thought I said Donald Trump would win the Republican primary based upon data. And then I said Donald Trump would lose the general election based upon data. Well, the data was wrong in the second half of that equation so far. And even if Hillary Clinton pulls out a close victory in the final hours of this and all of this, something went majorly off in all of the expectations everybody on both sides had.
And I think it had to be more than secret Trump voters, people who wouldn't say they were voting for Trump. I didn't find very much of that. I didn't find really anybody who wouldn't say, I'm voting for Trump. I mean, there were a couple of people who didn't tell me who they were voting for, but a lot of them were college-educated women. Who knows if they were the secret Trump support? But I really, there is something else going on here that the data is missing, that the polls are missing.
We have that late deciders, which is something we haven't looked at yet tonight. This was kind of interesting about deciding. When did you decide? Last few days, last week? Many decided much earlier, but when you break it down to, did you decide last week? And if you decided in the last few days, Trump edged out Hillary Clinton on that, and that will fuel arguments that perhaps the FBI director's announcement affected the final days of this race.
Okay, we are coming up on 1 a.m. Eastern. One state still voting. Donald Trump just 26 electoral votes away from the White House. Hillary Clinton has a small pass. She's not giving up. We're not ready to call anything. The latest results coming up.
Back live in Times Square after this.
Tomorrow, it's the day after, and the question everyone's asking is, where do we go from here? That's why we're pushing for answers with the Powerhouse Political Team, live on GMA.
Disney lights up the most magical castles on Earth in a new holiday tradition for the whole family. With Kelly Clarkson, Garth Brooks, Trisha Yearwood, and hosts Derek and Julianne Hough. The Wonderful World of Disney Magical Holiday Celebration. Thanksgiving night, 8/7 Central on ABC. And during the show, don't miss an exclusive look at Rogue One, a Star Wars story.
See this box?
This is no ordinary box.
This box has the power to change lives.
This box can actually help give hope to children and families in need.
There's just one catch.
This box doesn't work alone.
That's where you come in. This holiday season, join us and Feeding America to help provide food, including fresh fruits and vegetables,
to those who need it the most.
Because without you,
this box
is just another empty box.
To find out how you can help, go to abc.com/beinspired.
If we're gonna say no to lupus, we need to know lupus. Lupus almost took my life.
No.
No.
No. No. No lupus. No lupus. Lupus is one of those things that takes over somebody's body and you don't know anything about it.
There's certain things that I can't do, but I still get up every morning and do it. I really felt like maybe I might not be able to make it through this.
Lupus does not discriminate. It can affect men, women, white, black, older, younger.
I've had lupus for 10 years.
I am 17 years old. I am 11.
We've got to find a way to get through this.
There is something we can do. There is hope.
You just have to get involved. I haven't given up.
I challenge you to know.
No.
No.
No lupus. Go to lupus.org/no. There is hope.
180 million Americans rely on drinking water from forests often hundreds of miles away. These trees capture rain and snow, replenish rivers and streams, and keep our water pure. But we lose millions of acres of forest trees a year. And those trees must be replanted so your glass can be refilled. The Arbor Day Foundation asks for your help in replanting our national forests. Visit arborday.org. See how you can help.
I am a veteran. My victory was finding the strength to be a champion.
My victory is having a job I can be proud of.
At DAV, we help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
My victory was finishing my education.
My victory was getting help to put our lives back together.
DAV provides veterans with a lifetime of support.
My victory is being there for my family.
Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
It is 1 a.m. in the East, 10 p.m. in the West, and we have an amazing election night going on right now. Donald Trump, Donald Trump now has 244 electoral votes, 244 of the 270 he needs to become the 45th president of the United States. Hillary Clinton now has 215. You see the states that are still out there right now. The polls just closed in Alaska. We don't have enough vote in to call that one yet, to project that one. 3 electoral votes in Alaska, but the most consequential states out there right now. And let's just go through them one by one and see exactly where the vote is right now, starting with the state of New Hampshire. Let's take a look at the state of New Hampshire. Put that up. And we're going to show where the votes are in the state of New Hampshire. Well, there's the state of Wisconsin. Donald Trump holding on to a 3-point lead there in the state of Wisconsin. In the state of Nevada, we've called that for Hillary Clinton. John Carl, let's bring up the other contested states right now: Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Let's look at every single one of them. First of all, if you're at New Hampshire, Donald Trump has Hillary Clinton now has a slight lead in the state of New Hampshire. So, Glimmer, only 4 electoral votes. She has a slight lead. That's the first lead of the night we have seen in New Hampshire. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, with 96% now in, has a almost 50,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. The state of Michigan, Donald Trump continues to have a lead with 77% in, about 59,000 vote lead. The state of Wisconsin, Donald Trump continues to lead, 87% reporting he's got a 3-point lead. Out west, in the state of Arizona, where Democrats had hoped for an upset victory, Donald Trump has a solid 3-point lead.
Well, and that's important, because let's go back to your possibilities right now. Let's move over to the state of Arizona, where he has a healthy lead right now, over to Donald Trump. That means he has to win only one of the other big states up there on the board.
That means he can win Wisconsin, gets him right to 270. It means he can win Michigan, puts him well over 270. Pennsylvania puts him even further over 270. And by the way, I haven't mentioned that little district up in Maine, too. It's actually big geographically, but only 1 electoral vote. He's way ahead in Maine, too, as well.
So he's likely to get that electoral vote, but he's got a lot of possibilities right now as we come up, and it's been such a surprising evening in so many ways. And Matthew Jad, you were talking about this just before we left. In some ways, an entire industry blindsided.
Yeah, I think a country blindsided, an industry and a country blindsided. But as I say, let's just look at the expanse of it. This is from almost every single media association who did their own polling. There weren't in some conspiracy. They did their own polling, converged on a 3 or 4 point lead. The Clinton campaign did their own polling. They were confident they were going to win this election. The Trump campaign did some semblance of polling. They were not confident they were going to win this election. And then every single state poll out there in cumulation effect. And so I think that we're going to be asking a lot of questions for the days that following us. How was this missed? I actually think this is a bigger miss than the Brexit. A much bigger miss, because there was
it's a broader country.
There were way more polls done in this race going up to this, and a way more sense of what was going on in the country, and the arguments were clear. So I think this is the biggest miss the world has seen.
And you know who didn't believe those polls? Donald Trump's voters. They went out there, they listened to him say this is not over. They didn't listen to us. They didn't listen to anybody else about the polls. They went out and voted.
Clinton campaign hoping it's not over yet. I want to go to Cecilia Vega, who's gone over to the Javits Center now. Give us some sense of the scene there.
George, I got one word for you: bewilderment. These people in this room in here look completely shell-shocked. I just got in here, but on my way in, there were people who looked like they had come from a party and they were walking out to an event that's not yet over. There are questions in this room right now. People don't know what's going on. They don't know if they're waiting for a concession speech. They don't know. They're hoping they're waiting for a victory speech. I've seen one gentleman standing right here next to me. You can't see him off camera, who's got a paper Hillary Clinton mask on top of his head. You know, this was supposed to be the party. And let me just end by saying, George, I am standing underneath this glass ceiling, the symbolism that the campaign went to book this arena here under a giant glass ceiling. That at this point, I think a lot of people in here are wondering if, in fact, it will actually be shattered tonight.
Radio silence from Clinton High Command, Cecilia?
Complete radio silence, George, but to go back to what we were talking about earlier, we are hearing from top Democrats in the party. We are hearing from Clinton campaign donors, big donors, who say this race is over.
Okay. And Stephanie Cutter, let me bring this back to you. As I was saying earlier this evening, you worked for President Obama in his campaigns. You worked for President Obama in the White House. I don't want you to read minds too much, but try and take us inside the White House at this point. Now, you know, John Carl brought up that tweet from David Plouffe, who of course ran President Obama's campaigns. He was as certain as anyone could be over the course of this campaign that Hillary Clinton was going to win. All the data, as Matt Dowd on the Clinton side suggested a win because they had multiple paths. It sure seemed like President Obama believed in these final days this was going to be a victory as well.
Well, I think we all got it wrong. And it would be good for the Democratic Party to take some time and look at what happened. And maybe we weren't listening well enough to those voters. She clearly didn't perform as well as she needed to with African Americans, Hispanics, even women, despite having a historic gender gap. And he overperformed with white men. So we have to understand what happened here. And also understand that white men used to be at least part of our coalition, if not the winning part of our coalition. They were part of the coalition, but we've completely lost them here.
Stephanie Rawlings-Blake, and I'll go to Bill Kristol in a second. One of the other things that has been talked about is, you saw in the primaries Bernie Sanders come kind of out of nowhere as well to give Hillary Clinton a real fight for that nomination, but a lot of hollowing out at the Democratic Party, you aside as a mayor of Baltimore, at lower levels.
This has been, to Stephanie's point, just troubling, and to Byron's point, we're very confused because the numbers were just so wrong, just all across the country. I was in Florida stumping for Hillary Clinton. I saw people that were coming out to the polls. They wanted to make sure their votes were in the bank for Hillary Clinton. There were good numbers that we were seeing. I don't know if there was some overconfidence in the Democratic voters, but we definitely have a lot of regrouping to do as a party.
And Bill Kristol, Donald Trump was talked about many times during the primaries that perhaps this was a hostile takeover of the Republican Party, maybe now on the verge of winning after that hostile takeover.
Yeah, and I think Matthew Dowd made the point, but just to amplify it, I mean, this is really extraordinary. We've not had a president like Donald Trump, who wasn't either a general or formerly an elected official or a cabinet officer, I guess, Herbert Hoover. We haven't had the upset in the Republican Party was pretty striking. The Republicans normally nominate the next in line, a well-respected, established governor or senator or former vice president or something, or son of a former president. So then to win an upset like this, I think we're all going to be underestimating for a while the impact of this. Yeah. You don't have a surprise of this magnitude, a historic anomaly of this magnitude, and then everything goes back to normal, and Paul Ryan's the Speaker of the House, and they're bargaining on an infrastructure deal. I don't buy that. I mean, I don't know that Paul Ryan will be Speaker of the House. I don't think it'll be business as usual. I hope Donald Trump reaches across the aisle and reaches across the country, because it's a very divided country. Whichever one of them won, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump would have to do that. I hope that there's a message of unity, but the governance, what he chooses to do, he doesn't agree with Paul Ryan on entitlement reform, the heart of the congressional Republican agenda. He's got a very different view of immigration, of trade. I mean, is he really going to go ahead with the trade policies he's talked about? We're in more uncharted waters than we even think, I guess is what I would say going forward.
One thing it makes you think, though, is that President Obama's personal popularity is separate from where he has left the nation, and that this was a rejection of continuity. President Obama said it at the convention, Hillary Clinton is continuity. He campaigned for her strongly, and voters, I think, sent a very powerful message there. But as far as uncharted waters, this isn't left-right anymore. This is old new. Big old dumb top-down Washington and government has failed this country. That's the verdict. And so we're going to roll a hand grenade under Washington's door and blow it all up. That, I think, is part of the big message tonight.
What people were saying was, we hate those charted waters. We know that where that chart goes, and it's not working for me. Yep. And so what they want is so ironic in a way, because what Trump kept saying, at least about African Americans, if not directly to them, was, what do you have to lose? Well, they felt there was a lot to lose. Close to 90% of them voted for Hillary Clinton. But Trump voters thought, that's exactly right. What do I have to lose?
I guess this is the question I'm confused about, or trying to puzzle over at this point, like everyone else at this point. So I think your reading of that is exactly right. They vote, they say, what do we have to lose? And I guess my question is, I'll bring this to Tom first and then Terry, what are they going to get? What is Donald Trump going to do for these voters who have now put their faith in him?
Well, I mean, he said he's going to attack those trade deals. He wants to tear up NAFTA. He said he's going to tax companies who try to take jobs out of America. Of course, these were all campaign promises. Will he really be able to do this? We don't know. But he may have a Republican House. He may have a Republican Senate. And, you know, we haven't really mentioned this yet, but the Supreme Court. I mean, all those evangelical voters, you know, Donald Trump really didn't prove to anyone that he was a bigger Christian or that he loved God more than the other of his rivals. You know, of course, he said that 2 Corinthians, and we saw the Bible come out in Iowa and South Carolina. We didn't see it again. But he convinced those people, and he got their vote because of the Supreme Court.
Only 8 seats on the Supreme Court right now. Merrick Garland, perhaps the man nominated by Barack Obama, one of the biggest losers of tonight as well, if Donald Trump does go on to win. But to pick up on the point that Tom was just making, Terry Moran, as again in his role as chief foreign correspondent, says he's going to tear up trade deals, says he's going to renegotiate the terms of NATO. Has been quite critical of the operation in Mosul right now with the Iraqi coalition and the Iran deal. How does the world react?
In shock, and they better fasten their seatbelts. Donald Trump has not only taken over and revolutionized the Republican Party and revolutionized presidential campaigning, he's about to take over the United States in this personalized, charismatic power. And he's going to redefine the terms of the United States' role in the world, and I have no doubt that he would do it. The president is in office with a great deal of power for a person who knows how to pick it up and use it. And if there's one thing he's demonstrated, he's that guy.
And we see we're looking at Trump headquarters right there. I want to bring this back to Martha Raddatz. Of course, you questioned Donald Trump closely on this during the debates, but right now we have American troops on battlefields in Afghanistan and Iraq. Fewer than before, but still there.
Yes, we do. And Donald Trump, I questioned about what he would do in Syria, his understanding of military policy and civilian-military divide. I don't know that he really has a plan for what he's going to do there. He has General Mike Flynn. General Mike Flynn has been with him. He'll quickly tell you he has 200 admirals and generals backing him. I think Mike Flynn has been a huge influence on him. I was also looking back and at an interview Tim Kaine gave. Tim Kaine has a son in the Marine Corps. He was asked by John Dickerson, so if Donald Trump is democratically elected and your son is serving as a Marine, you wouldn't trust his life under that commander-in-chief? And Kaine said, I wouldn't. That's a pretty extraordinary thing to say if you have a son in the Marine Corps and that you don't trust the commander-in-chief. The people in the military defend the Constitution.
Let's go back and look at where we are right now. Let's take one more look at these key states as the votes continue to trickle in. Again, start with New Hampshire.
I've been looking, so New Hampshire, Hillary Clinton seems to have a lead that she's maintaining with 85% in, but of course New Hampshire is
not enough.
Only 4 electoral votes. Go down in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, solidly Democrat for a long time, and Donald Trump continues to have a lead, a considerable lead, with 97% reporting. Go out further west to Michigan. Donald Trump continues to have a lead, although it has narrowed some, 81% reporting. Wisconsin, this is the one that could put Donald Trump over the top. 87% reporting, George, and Donald Trump has a 3 percentage point lead.
Needs to win only one of those 3 states. Just for the sake of it, let's also look at Minnesota right now as we keep an eye on the Trump headquarters in New York, Hilton right now.
Yeah, so Minnesota.
I'm sorry, that's Clinton.
Hillary Clinton does have a lead. It's a 3-point lead. I should also point out that's also a lot narrower than I think a lot of people thought. The idea that Minnesota is even close is something that was not anticipated at all.
George, I want to go back to, I think it's the first time I really met Donald Trump. Last year at the Iowa State Fair, he was really just coming on the scene in a very big way. Flew that helicopter in with Trump on the side. These nice, lovely people at the Iowa State Fair could not get enough of him. I mean, we were walking around the Iowa State Fair basically seeing if anyone supported Hillary Clinton there and really couldn't find anybody. And Donald Trump, you know, bringing kids on his helicopter, again, the Manhattan billionaire with the working class there in Iowa and charming them.
Hey, I grew up in upstate New York, and you go home and you see Trump pen signs everywhere. And I think it goes back to this Bernie Sanders comparison we made earlier in the evening, which is both of these candidates, though, on varying degrees of the political spectrum, had a message for the working class in this country. you know, when they say make America great again, they were talking about opportunity for people who might be a high school graduate, who might not have had the opportunity to go to college or not been able to afford college, which is a huge issue in this country. And they spoke and had a message that resonated with people who said, I want the opportunity too. I should not be held back because I didn't have the opportunity that others had. And I think that, you know, like I mentioned earlier, Bernie Sanders might cringe at the notion that some of his supporters went to Donald Trump, but it was something Sanders tapped into and Trump tapped into, and I think there'll be an autopsy within the Democratic Party about whether or not Hillary Clinton was successful in getting that message across.
George,
that she could do something for them too.
I'm just looking back on some old interviews. This is from Bucks County, right around Philadelphia, just northeast of Philadelphia. An Obama voter that I interviewed. I said, have you ever voted Republican? He said, I have not, but I am this year. I'm voting for Trump this year. And why are you voting for Trump? I don't trust Hillary at all. She wanted to be a politician her whole career. So staying in a marriage for that is something that bothered me a little bit, I think. Does anything bother you about Donald Trump? Well, you know what? They're both horrible. I don't know who to pick, but they're both horrible. I'm going with Trump, and I think he will pick an amazing cabinet because he wants to win.
Not ready to find out just yet. We're not ready to call this. Donald Trump has 244 electoral votes. But I want to go outside to TJ Holmes here in Times Square. Tell us about the crowd, what you're seeing, what you're hearing out there.
Well, you guys have been talking about being shocked and confused and surprised about the evening. Same sentiment out here in Times Square where we have thousands of people gathered around. But something I've never heard before is quiet. It has been quiet in Times Square this evening as the results have popped up on the screen behind me. It's been overwhelmingly a pro-Hillary crowd, but they have been shocked at the results, and I've never heard Times Square go quiet before. We've set up this Facebook booth here, and people can come in, and then this Instagram Oval Office, have their picture taken. Well, what you see right now is an empty booth and an empty Instagram Oval Office because nobody's in the mood to be having a good time and having fun out here because these Hillary supporters, again, pro-Hillary crowd, they have been in absolute shock, and the place has gone quiet. We come through here Monday through, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Times Square, you hear some noise. You're not hearing much of anything. Isla is just one of the Hillary supporters.
Yes,
Isla, hello to
Hi.
you, dear lady. Now, you
Nice
have
to
a
meet
smile
you.
on your face now.
I do.
What's been happening?
I mean, considering the fact that Florida was Republican, I'm very disappointed, but it's not shocking. I live in Boca Raton, which is very for Trump.
Are you holding out hope at this point?
To be honest, I don't know. It kind of seems like a lost cause. It sucks, and I don't want to say that, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Isla,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's kind of the sentiment. And again, don't know if you want me to go ahead and go back to you, George, but if you want to hear from some more voters, you're certainly welcome to. But mostly, you can't find a lot of Trump folks out here. There are a couple here and there in the crowd, but they're certainly hiding, had been very vocal, got a little more vocal as some of these votes started coming in. And you hear, and let me go ahead and toss it back into you right now, George. But the place has gone quiet this evening, something I never thought you'd hear about Times Square on an election night.
That is a different kind of Times Square right now. We're still waiting for some crucial battleground results to come in. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they could decide our next president. Donald Trump only 26 electoral votes away from the White House. We're live here in Times Square and across the country with the campaigns as well. We'll be right back.
Introducing the new Moto Z Droid with Moto Mods, exclusively on Verizon. Transform your phone in a snap with the only next-gen network that lets you get the most out of it. Because Verizon LTE Advanced delivers 50% faster peak speeds in 450 cities coast to coast. Buy a Moto Z Droid and get another one free and $300 back. And get 20 gigs of data with no surprise overages and 4 lines for only $40 each. Why settle when you can have it all on Verizon?
At Farmers, we've seen almost everything, so we know how to cover almost anything, even mermutts. And we covered it February 3rd, 2016. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
I gotta go shower.
It's laundry night.
Dishwasher needs to run.
And the hot water wars. With the Rinnai tankless water heater, your family will have an endless supply of hot water for everything you need to do. Rinnai, hot water for all. Learn more at rinnai.us.
revolutionized magic returns with an ABC television event. You've never seen these people react like this.
That's ridiculous.
That was amazing. David Blaine, Beyond Magic, Tuesday, 10/9 Central on ABC.
And we are back now, coming up on 1:30 in the East Coast, 10:30 p.m. on the West Coast, and Donald Trump is coming up on those 270 electoral votes he needs. He has 244 right now to 215 for Hillary Clinton. He is also leading in a lot of the states you see right there, still in gray. He is ahead right now in the state of Wisconsin. He is ahead right now, close in the state of Michigan, ahead right now and close in the state of Pennsylvania. We also have some news out of the state of Pennsylvania. Senator's race there. The Republican, Senator Pat Toomey, has won, defeating Democrat Katie McGinty right there, 49-47 right there. Pat Toomey played a cagey game with his support of Donald Trump and his opposition to Donald Trump over the course of this campaign. He prevailed, got the victory.
He didn't even reveal who he was going to vote for until the very end. He finally said he was going to vote for Donald Trump. But you have to look at this day for the Republican Party, because the Republican Party, outside of what happened with Donald Trump, is having an unbelievable day. They're holding on to the House, losing very few seats in the House in a year where they thought they would lose many more. Look at these Senate races. They are winning Indiana. They've won Indiana. They've won Florida. They've won Wisconsin, and one that most Republicans had frankly written off. Now they've won Pennsylvania. New Hampshire is very close. Kelly Ayotte may win in New Hampshire, and Roy Blunt is ahead in Missouri. Republicans are going to keep control of the Senate. The question is, that Bill Kristol raised, is what does the Republican Party stand for? Because these Republican senators ran on a very different agenda than Donald Trump's.
I would add to that, I think the Democratic Party needs to have the exact same conversation. Go along with what Stephanie was saying, is when they face this election, they're going to, if this continues and the trend gets, Donald Trump's elected president, the Republicans take over the United States Senate, and Republicans suffer very few losses. Everybody thought it was the end of the Republican Party 30 days ago, 60 days ago. Well, the Democratic Party needs to take a long look in the mirror and realize 34% of the electorate, a larger share than the non-white share of the vote in this, 34% white males rejected the Democratic Party in almost the same proportion as non-whites.
It's one of the things we saw, but David Beers, you're also seeing that Hillary Clinton did underperform what she needed to do with non-whites as well.
Yeah, and I think our control room has the numbers here. It was the effort to get non-whites, and we're talking Hispanic voters, African-American voters, and take a look. This is on the far right what President Obama did in 2008, then 2012, and look what she did tonight, at least so far into the evening. 10 points she lost to what Obama was able to perform in 2012, just 4 years ago. And Donald Trump did much better. Look, he gained 11 points there with non-white voters across this country.
Mayor Stephanie Rawlings-Blake, is the story of tonight. We're still waiting on Detroit. We're still waiting on Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and these final votes coming out of those big states. But is one of the stories tonight going to be that African Americans that came out in record numbers for Barack Obama did not have that same enthusiasm for Hillary Clinton?
I don't think anyone had the expectation that African Americans would have the same level of enthusiasm as they would for the first African American president. But what I hope the story of tonight is where our country goes from now. There's a big difference between fighting to win and being a leader. When you're a candidate, it's great to have a winning strategy, a logo, a baseball hat, but I don't think anybody up here that's a supporter of Trump or a Republican can say one thing, one policy that he'll actually do to keep any of the promises that he's made. Not one thing. You don't know how he's going to fix the trade deals. You don't know. He's certainly not going to build the wall. How is he going to bring jobs back? Nobody can say what those policies are. So I hope that story is a story that gets filled in.
That is going to be a big challenge for him if indeed he does become the next president of the United States. Still 26 electoral votes short of what he needs right now, 244 to 215 for Hillary Clinton. We'll be right back.
Remember 2007? Smartphones? OMG. 10 years later, nothing's really changed. It's time to snap out of it.
Hello, Moto.
Snap on a JBL speaker, a projector, a camera that actually zooms. It's a phone you could change again and again and again.
Hello, Moto.
Get excited, world. Moto is here. The new Moto Z with Moto Mods. Buy one Moto Z Droid, get one free. Only on Verizon.
Tonight, we're bringing a huge night of new comedy.
Awesome!
That has it all. Bring it back. Let's go. And action-packed Goldbergs.
I'm Commando. No, go put some undies on. You're gonna chafe your little gumdrops.
A suave Speechless.
You want to come over?
Yes, that's a yes. Hold on. Yes.
A steamy Modern. And an A+ Blackish.
We're not crazy for wanting our son to go to college.
Yeah, I didn't go. My life's pretty great.
You live off us.
And that's pretty great.
All new starting tonight at 8/7 Central on ABC.
Joy. It comes in all shapes and sizes. It bounces, reflects, and shines bright. Joy can light up the sky and bring the biggest smile to the smallest face. Every kid deserves a little joy. A toy. It's not just a thing. It's a chance to spread joy from one person to another and say, your joy matters. This holiday season, be inspired. Donate a new unwrapped toy to Toys for Tots and help to share the joy. Go to toysfortots.org/beinspired.
More than 180 million Americans rely on drinking water that originates in forests often hundreds of miles away. Those trees capture snow and rain, replenish rivers and streams, and keep our water pure. Without these trees, many would be without fresh, clean drinking water. But on average, we lose 7 million acres of forest trees a year to fire alone. These trees must be replanted so your glass can be refilled. The Arbor Day Foundation asks for your help in replanting our national forests, for the water we drink and the air we breathe, for the natural beauty that inspires us, the outdoor recreation that brings us together, and for those with whom we share this planet. For today and for future generations, please visit arborday.org. See what we're doing. See how you can help.
Sea turtles start their lives with a mad dash for the sea. It's a tough journey. Predators are on watch for a quick bite to eat. But it's our appetites that pose the biggest threat of all. Nets designed to catch some of our favorite seafood threaten sea turtle survival. But it's not too late. Join Oceana and help save sea turtles.
to ABC News coverage of Election Night 2016. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
1:30 here in the East Coast, 10:30 in the West. Donald Trump, 244 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton, 215 electoral votes. A lot of states still out there, those states in the gray right there. And let's take through them one at a time and show you where things stand right now. Again, Donald Trump needs 26 electoral votes to win. There's the state of Minnesota. Hillary Clinton holding on to a 2-point lead right now. Don't have enough votes in to project that yet. State of Michigan. See it right there. Donald Trump holding on to the lead right there, about 70,000 votes, 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump leading in the state of Michigan. State of New Hampshire right now, only 4 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has pulled back into the lead there by about 4,000 votes. State of Pennsylvania, this is a big one, 20 electoral votes. And you see right there, Donald Trump ahead, 49 to 48. That would get him just about there. 220 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania alone, and you see him right there, up by about 60,000 votes. And Tom Yamas, take us inside the Trump High Command right now.
All right, George, here's what we have. They are still very excited, and now they are growing impatient. They want the networks and the news organizations to call this election for Donald Trump. We're hearing that from multiple sources, so there is a little bit of frustration now because they feel they have won this race. That being said, Donald Trump got a very good sign, a very promising sign just a few minutes ago. Mary Bruce, who covers Capitol Hill for us, says that Speaker Paul Ryan called up Donald Trump and they had a very good conversation. The Speaker congratulated Donald Trump on his big night, and he also spoke with his good friend, Governor Mike Pence.
Spoke with Mike Pence. Let me go to Mary Bruce. Do we have Mary Bruce? She's in Janesville, Wisconsin right now. Mary Bruce, you've been covering Congress for us for a while right now, covered Speaker Ryan up close. What do you think is going through his mind right now? I guess we lost Mary Bruce. I'm going to bring... Oh, she is. She's back there right now. Hope you heard the question right there.
Pretty interesting.
Go ahead.
George, we do know that Speaker Ryan did have that conversation with Donald Trump, reaching out. Paul Ryan's camp will only say that it was a good conversation. This is clearly a warming up that we are seeing. Remember, Donald Trump and Paul Ryan have had this very contentious relationship throughout this election. We have seen Paul Ryan over the last few days even coming out saying you'd be willing to campaign with Donald Trump. That event never actually ended up happening. You've heard Paul Ryan even on the stump in recent days saying Donald Trump's name, the T word, something that he was very reluctant to do throughout much of this campaign. He took the Voldemort approach, the he who shall not be named tactic, when referring to the top of his own party's ticket. Now you're seeing Paul Ryan making these overtures to Donald Trump. Clearly, I think this is very much the beginning of a healing process that you're going to see going forward, assuming that Donald Trump does in fact win the presidency.
Healing process with John Carr. You've covered Capitol Hill as well, and one of the things I'm thinking of, we know that Paul Ryan had a distaste for a lot of the language we saw from Donald Trump out on the campaign trail. He was against the Muslim ban. He is very strongly for free trade agreements, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is on the agenda right now. I can't see him leading the effort to undo NAFTA or other trade deals.
No. And if you look at virtually every major issue, Paul Ryan stands opposed to Donald Trump. It's not just trade, it's also entitlement reform, which is the issue that brought Paul Ryan to power. It's also international affairs. Paul Ryan is favors a more internationalist, aggressive U.S. foreign policy. That is not Donald Trump. They disagree across the board. It's hard for me to imagine them working on
a couple of big exceptions, and I wonder, perhaps on social issues they could probably agree on the Supreme Court. And you got Cokie Roberts, of course, you covered Capitol Hill as well. One thing I think they definitely agree on, repealing Obamacare and replacing it with something else. They clearly agree on an agenda of more tax cuts to promote economic growth.
Absolutely, and Paul Ryan has this whole better way that he talks about, of a whole host of legislation that he wants to see done. And I'm not sure that Donald Trump is going to oppose him on any of that. I think the one place where they could have an argument is over spending, and that is over the question of infrastructure. And look, think about that. First of all, we actually do have a crumbling infrastructure. Trump is right about that, saying our airports are terrible. And this is a way you actually could hire some of these people who are complaining about being out of work. You don't need a college degree to work to build some roads and to build some airports and some train stations and some schools and some hospitals. And so that might be a place where Trump can deliver to this group of people that he's talking about, and the Republicans in Congress might just have to swallow hard and add to the deficit.
With a majority, get some Democratic votes for that as well.
Absolutely, lots of Democratic votes.
Tom, you've been out on the trail with Donald Trump again and again and again, and we know the signature issues he talked about, the Muslim ban, the trade deals. He did also keep on promising, hitting this hard, especially in the last couple of months, this idea that in his first few weeks in office, he would move to get rid of Obamacare completely.
Incredibly. And we really haven't talked about that tonight, George, but he hammered home those premiums that were rising in the final weeks of this campaign. And every time he mentioned that, every state he would go to, the numbers would get higher and higher, and the crowds would cheer when he would say he was going to repeal Obamacare. And that also appealed, in reality, also to some small business owners who Obamacare affected as well.
Let's go over to Amy Robach. She's over at the New York Hilton, where the Trump people getting ready to celebrate. They're hoping for that. Tonight, Amy, what do you got?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of impatient people here who are very ready for this race to be called, and one of them is standing right here with me. Susan Fabiano, you supported Trump. Are you surprised at all by tonight's results?
Not at all.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
You thought this was going to happen. Why do you think the pollsters got it so wrong?
Because I think it's very similar to when Reagan was elected. There's a silent majority out there that is afraid to express their opinions. They're going to vote with what their brain and their heart says.
That hidden vote we heard Trump talking so much about, he said tonight was going to be Brexit times 50. It looks like he may have been correct on that. Tell me what you're feeling here tonight, standing here in this room.
This has been so exciting just to be in the room, seeing everybody. Everybody is so positive and very upbeat, and there's so much energy in the room. So it's been great.
This has been a very negative campaign, though. We have a very divided America. A lot of people's question, you see the signs in here, women for Trump, but clearly that's been an issue with Trump. There's been a big gender gap in who came out to vote for whom. Why, as a woman, did you support Donald Trump?
Because at least I believe in what his policies are. I believe in what he says. Do I believe in the way he says everything? Not really. But I don't believe in Clinton at all. She proved that she was, pretty much disreputable. She's been in the government 30 years. She's made a lot of money off being in the government, and there's something wrong with that. You make it in the private sector, I'm happy for you.
Was it a vote more against Hillary rather than a vote for Trump?
No, I like what he says. I have 4 grandchildren, and I want to make sure that they grow up in a country that is safe and gives them all the economic possibilities that I had when I was growing up.
Are you hoping that we see a different Donald Trump in the presidency, if that's in fact what happens in terms of how he speaks to minorities, to women, or about those groups in general?
Absolutely. I would like to see that change. But again, I want to see what he's going to do. I already know what the Democrats are going to do. I want to see what he's going to do.
Are you going to go to bed tonight?
Not until they call it.
Any predictions? Seeing how you knew this was going to happen tonight, do you think we'll know before we go to sleep this evening?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure Michigan's going to put him over.
All right, you heard it here, George. Susan says Michigan is going for Trump.
Okay, Amy Robach, thanks very much. And Tom Yamas, we're also hearing from Trump's campaign manager.
That's right. Kellyanne Conway taking somewhat of a victory lap right now. She tweeted this out. Things that were true. Undercover Trump vote. Mike Pence for VP. Hillary's floor and ceiling are the same. And finally, rally crowds matter, and we expanded the map. In many ways, she's very true.
Congratulations also coming in to Donald Trump from overseas, Terry Moran.
Yes, indeed. The high fives are happening at the Kremlin. There's no question about it, because Vladimir Putin is a big winner here, and it will remain an open and perhaps unanswered question just how much the Russian government was mucking around in this election. But there's no question Putin and Putin's Russia have a freer hand in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe. And he is a person who has tried to sow this notion of the restoration of nationalism. 27 years ago today, the Berlin Wall fell, opening an era of walls and borders being much more porous and shrinking Russian power. And today, the guy who's going to build a wall, he says, won.
And Martha Raddatz, the leader of the French National Front, Marine Le Pen, congratulating Donald Trump, saying congratulations to the new President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the free American people.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get some congratulations from there. We were just over in France talking to to French politicians about Donald Trump, and there's some support, just like here. There is support over there. But I think when you look at the world and we wake up tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of reaction from around the world, and what this means for everybody, what it means for Asia Pacific, what it means for the war. I mean, is he going to pull troops out? And the other thing, George, I don't think any of us really know.
Well, that's the thing. That's exactly the point I just wanted to get to right there. And Tom Yamas, I'll bring this to you first and then open it up as well. We know that Donald Trump started to get security briefings when he got the nomination. We know he received the security briefing, the same security briefing that Hillary Clinton received, the conclusion of 17 of our national security agencies that Russia was behind this attack, this hack of the emails. Yet he went out during your debates on the stump day after day after day after day and said, I just don't believe it.
Not only did he say that, George, he said, quote, I love WikiLeaks. And he would say that over and over again. And it wasn't a problem, and his crowds loved it. Even when people like Senator Marco Rubio said it wasn't a good idea that that Republicans were promoting this. And he was even asked in a news conference, Donald Trump, if it gave him pause, and it didn't. And he encouraged the hacking at one point. He later said he was just joking, but he did actually say that. And we haven't really talked about WikiLeaks, but when Donald Trump put the label on Hillary Clinton of Crooked Hillary, and then the WikiLeaks come out, and those embarrassing emails for the Clinton campaign showed some voters, wait a minute, maybe he's got a point. Maybe they believe that.
But he was talking about 17 intelligence agencies, professionals. These are career people in intelligence agencies who I know all through that were shocked that he would say something like that, and tonight are probably wondering what their future is as well.
He also said he knows more than the generals who organized this offensive in Mosul right now, in Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's a very critical time. He said the generals were reduced to rubble, but then I think he came back and said it's the civilians, it's not the military.
But take a step back. I mean, you know, Martha, I mean, the intelligence agencies, how could they be wrong? How could the intelligence agencies told us we had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. The generals, how could we disrespect the Iraq war became so incredibly unpopular?
And we said that to him that night. We said that in the debate. Absolutely, the intelligence agencies have been wrong in the past.
And this gets to a bigger point. And of course, we're still waiting for those results to come in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania. But Charlie, let me bring you in on this because it's something we've talked about a bit tonight. American people skeptical of everyone. They are skeptical of intelligence agencies. They are skeptical of business leaders. They are skeptical of the press. They are skeptical of politicians, leaders in Washington. This is a repudiation of all of it.
It certainly is. One of the most popular things in his campaign rallies were to whip it on the press. You still have some of the marks.
Every single day.
But, you know, I've been silent, George, because I'm gobsmacked. I think the way everybody is. And what really brings me up short is we don't know. We have no idea what waters we're in. We're in uncharted waters because he really hasn't given much signal as to what he will do. I mean, he says, I'm going to cure this and I'm going to cure that, but he never tells us necessarily how he's going to do it. And Bill, bless your heart, Bill, you think he might come out with a conciliatory statement. But every time he has spoken, it is all about him. You know, it is about me. That's basically what it comes down to when he gives a speech. And I have a feeling that he's going to take this very personally and not be very conciliatory. And that worries me. And the other thing, George, words matter. All of us, I think, believe words matter. And when you start your campaign calling Mexican immigrants rapists and murderers, and then you insult Hispanics, you tell you're going to deport 11. He says, he started out saying he was going to deport all 11 million. He got 29% of the Hispanic vote in this country. That's just amazing to me. And needless to say, his comments about women and his support amongst women stronger than we expected. We're in uncharted waters. We're just straight in uncharted waters.
Do you have some information on the...
just to Charlie's point here, this is pretty telling, Charlie. If you break down that question about the comments that were made on that Access Hollywood bus, Trump voters, among Trump voters, they were asked, Trump's treatment of women, does it bother you? Those words, do they bother you? And the majority of Trump voters, 54%, said not much, not at all. And I think it's going to be a discussion in some households, moms and dads, with their children. After those comments were made, there were so many ads. We saw that Hillary Clinton ad play over and over again in the battleground with Trump's comments and the children listening and watching, and what parents will say on this day after. Now, 54% say it doesn't matter that much.
The people I talked to just a few days ago said exactly that. They didn't care. That was in his past. He's going forward. That's something.
But it's interesting. You know, Tom Yamas told us that Donald Trump went upstairs in Trump Tower to talk to Melania Trump. We saw her go to suburban Philadelphia in the final days of this campaign. A lot of people said, what was that speech? But she went and spoke about cutting down on bullying for precisely this reason, to try to get at this, that among the criticisms of Donald Trump is what he's done on Twitter, these comments made about women, and that perhaps was the first sign that they're aware they have to do some healing on that front.
George, I think we have a sense of what a potential Trump White House would look like, and I was just thinking about this, because here's a guy that can't stand professionals. Right? He started his campaign basically running against the professionals. Jeb Bush had the most professional campaign operation put in place. Jeb Bush got 4 delegates and spent $110 million. He built a tanker ship. He goes into the general election against the next tanker ship, built by Hillary Clinton. The most massive infrastructure, all of the staff, campaign headquarters. They had 50 times more headquarters than them. They outspent Donald Trump, I think, 5-1 in this. She won all 3 debates. She won the convention. And he is about to win this race. He is a Somali pirate, and this is a time of large tanker ships, and Donald Trump's going to go into the White House think, those professionals don't know what they're doing. I just did this.
Well, I think that's right, but I think you also have to say that people voted for him. It's not just him. There are millions of Americans who voted for Donald Trump, and this country does rest on the consent of the governed. And you might disagree with them, but these are voters who have voted for Donald Trump, and they believe it's not just about him. They believe it's about them. And I think that we have to keep that very firmly in mind.
And that's why I keep coming back. That's why I keep coming back. I think you're exactly right. I think the question is, what is he going to do for them?
And George, on that point, as I look around our panel, I think there's a lot of confusion because people are asking, what happened tonight? I've been with Donald Trump for 500 days. My question is, what happens tomorrow? And I really don't think anybody on this planet but Donald Trump knows what he's going to do. He is the master of the head fake. He'll say he'll do one thing and he'll do something else. He'll make a promise and he'll go back on it. And if he does have the Senate, and if he does have the House, and he's the president, like I said earlier, he can do whatever he wants to do, and we just don't know until he starts in office.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will not govern. I mean, governing is a serious business. You can't say, oh, I'll just promise one thing one day, one the next day. I'll tell the Asian allies this, the trade deal that. I mean, I hate to sound like establishment, sober, boring. It is kind of important to get some of these policies right. There is kind of a world order out there that has not failed for 70 years and that has brought an awful lot of people out of poverty. And this country hasn't failed. And this country hasn't failed so much either. You know what I mean? A lot of good things have happened over the last 30, 40 years. Wait a second, let me just finish this. And if Trump can change, Charlie is the only person who's ever accused me of being too nice to Trump. I mean, I'm hoping he changes. If he has the attitude that I fooled everyone in the primaries, I fooled everyone in the general election, I'm just going to keep doing this for 4 years, I think that would be very bad for this country. It is a deeply divided country. He's not going to win a majority of the popular vote. If he has the attitude that I won, I'm just going to keep on winning the way I've won, I just think it will not work and it will end up badly.
Bill, he also said at one point, I can fix this country in one term. I mean, I'd have to run for re-election. That's the mindset he has going in.
In a week. That's what he said.
Alex, go ahead.
Remember the Donald Trump you saw in Mexico standing next to the Mexican president? Remember the Donald Trump you saw after he won Florida, very conciliatory? And Martha, your point that this is not just an American phenomenon. We think it's a Trump victory. It's a global phenomenon. Everywhere, people think those guys who think they're better than us aren't doing that great a job. They've failed us, whether it's Marie Le Pen, whether it's Brexit, whether it's here in the United States. So the first thing he has to do is make disruption safe, because actually government is a problem. It isn't working very well. It's time to get a lot of money and power out of Washington back into people's hands. If he can help the Republican Party or even the Democrat
become
Kristen,
if
You're talking about this
you'll
you're talking about this globally. You know, in other countries, the Trump movement would have its own party, right? In France, you have Marine Le Pen's party. In Germany, you have Alternative for Germany. You have a separate populist party. Here, what Donald Trump's got to do, you know, winning sure does heal a lot of wounds. We had been talking prior to tonight about how broken the Republican Party is into these fractures. Is there going to be a civil war? How much does winning heal some of those wounds? And how much is there still pressure from the center-right or the conservative, the ideological part of the party to go to Donald Trump and say, you've never run as a particularly ideologically conservative candidate, but now that you're president, we expect you to govern.
We got to take a break. He can give them something right at the beginning, particularly if he has a Republican Senate, and that's what it's looking like right now, and that is a Supreme Court pick. That'll be one of the first orders of business if and when he takes office. 26 electoral votes away right now. That's what Donald Trump needs to win the White House. All eyes on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We're live with the latest results when we come back.
Okay, Google, show me Korean restaurants in Boulder.
I found a few places.
The new Pixel, phone by Google, exclusively on Verizon, the only next-gen network that lets you get the most out of it.
How is this possible?
Because Verizon LTE Advanced delivers 50% faster peak speeds in 450 cities coast to coast. Buy a Pixel and get up to $400 back, and get 20 gigs of data with no surprise overages, and 4 lines for only $40 each. Why settle when you can have it all on Verizon?
Gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Way to enter a room.
Stick with me, kid.
Tonight.
There's another way for you to serve.
How does Vice President sound to you?
Is he the President?
Thank you for coming to Washington, D.C.
Who will finally unite us?
We all want the same thing, to rebuild our country.
New Designated Survivor, tonight, 10, 9 Central, and catch up on the ABC app on demand and Hulu.
ABC Sunday, November 20th. The stage is set for a night of music so electrifying, you gotta be there live. I can make your hands clap. The American Music Awards with Lady Gaga, The Weeknd, Shawn Mendes, an epic show opened by Bruno Mars, and more. Plus, for the first time ever, pop icon Sting rocks the AMA stage. The hits just don't stop. I can make your hands clap. The American Music Awards, live Sunday, November 20th, 8, 7 Central on ABC.
It's 11 p.m. in the West Coast, and Donald Trump is closing in on what may be the biggest upset in American political history. He has 244 electoral votes right now to 215 for Hillary Clinton. And when you look at that map, right there in those gray states. He is leading in the states he needs to get those electoral votes. John Carl, starting with the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is a one of the many shockers of the night, but 97% of the vote in. And as you see, he has a solid lead, 75,000 vote lead. And if you look at where the vote is outstanding, we had been watching Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. That's a solidly Democratic county, but 98% of Allegheny County is in. Another obviously solidly Democratic area is going to be Philadelphia. If you look at Philadelphia, 99% in Philadelphia. Even in the counties around Philadelphia, as you look, 98, 99, 100% of the counties. There's not a lot of obviously Democratic vote left in the state of Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, it is President-elect Trump.
Blue wall is crumbling. State of Michigan right now looking like the same story, a little bit closer now than it was before, but
a little bit closer than it was, but Trump continues to hold a lead in Michigan. The other one that I think is the more likely is Wisconsin. He continues to have a very enduring lead in Wisconsin. George, 90% of the vote in, and he still has a 3-point lead in the state of Wisconsin.
And of course, any one of those is enough because the state of Arizona, which is still hanging out there in the West, he's got a pretty solid lead right now.
He sure does. If you go to our possibilities board and you look at this, look at it the reverse, what would Hillary Clinton have to do? Well, Arizona, Trump's got a pretty solid lead. Give her New Hampshire. She has to win all the remaining states. Look, if she wins Michigan, she doesn't get to 270. If she wins Michigan and Pennsylvania, she's only at 268. She needs to win them all. She needs to win New Hampshire, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
And she is behind in all of them, but New Hampshire right now, Donald Trump is ahead. Our election coverage is going to continue. We're not going anywhere right now. As we said, Donald Trump has 244 electoral votes, 215 for Hillary Clinton. He is closing in on something that was just not foreseen across this country, around the world, but he is closing in on the White House. Stay with us.
After an election year like this, tomorrow is finally the day after. And the question everyone is asking is, where do we go from here? That's why tomorrow we're pushing for answers with the Powerhouse Political Team, live from ABC Election Headquarters on a special edition of Good Morning America. And she was at the center of the storm, Gretchen Carlson. You've heard what everyone else has to say about her. Now, in her first television interview, it's her turn. Gretchen Carlson, the 2020 exclusive, Friday, November 18th on ABC.
See this box?
This is no ordinary box.
This box has the power to change lives.
This box can actually help give hope to children and families in need.
There's just one catch.
This box doesn't work alone.
That's where you come in.
This holiday season, join us and Feeding America to help provide food, including fresh fruits and vegetables,
to those who need it the most.
Because without you,
this box
is just another empty box.
To find out how you can help, go to abc.com/beinspired.
Is facing many challenges. We often wonder, how can we make a difference and create a brighter future? We believe investing in childhood is the answer. At Save the Children, we do whatever it takes to ensure that every day, children in need grow up healthy and educated, are protected in times of crisis, and reach their full potential. Transforming the future we all share. Join us at SaveTheChildren.org. Invest in childhood today for a brighter tomorrow.
This is how you say, it's going to be okay, to someone who just lost everything. That yes, we'll find you somewhere to stay. And yes, your children will have breakfast. Every 8 minutes, the Red Cross responds to a disaster and makes this promise. Help us keep it.
And we are back now, 2 a.m. on the East Coast, 11 p.m. on the West Coast, and we are still here because Donald Trump is closing in on the 270 electoral votes he needs for the White House. You see the map right there. He has 244 to Hillary Clinton's 215. He is also leading in those states up in the north, in the Midwest, Michigan. He is leading right now in the state of Michigan. He is leading right now in the state of Wisconsin. You see it there as well, 49 to 46 over Hillary Clinton. He is also leading in the state of Pennsylvania. Any one of them, a win in any one of them will almost certainly give him the White House because he is also leading now in the state of Arizona. Let's go to Cecilia Vega now, who's over at the Clinton headquarters where they were hoping to have a victory party tonight, the Javits Center. Boy, what a different scene there right now.
And what a bizarre scene unfolding in here, George. You can hear it still. The music is playing behind me. Bruce Springsteen is playing on the speakers overhead again under this glass ceiling. And there are people who are just waiting around. They're not sure what's happened. But I do want to tell you, George, we have just found out that campaign chair John Podesta is leaving the hotel where he has been watching the returns. Hillary Clinton is in that hotel. And we are told that he will be making an announcement here to say that the race is too close to call right now. So that is just coming into us at this moment. We still, George, have not heard from Hillary Clinton herself. The last tweet from her and her Twitter account was over 4 hours ago when she said, whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything. I also want to note that this arena was supposed to shut down at 2:05 Eastern, which is about 5 minutes from now, 2:05 a.m. We're told that it will be kept open a little while longer after that. We don't know for how much longer. The crowd in here seems to think that something is about to happen. We've seen a number of staffers come down an escalator rather, and where the VIP section was, and they all seem to be filing into this room right now, George.
Okay, Cecilia Vega. So I guess we may be hearing that from John Podesta, the campaign chair, but when you go through this, John Carl, when you look at this state by state by state, I can't see where the Clinton team could find hope in all this.
Yeah, she has to win, as we said, all three of those big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And right now, I see big problems in at least two of them.
Hold on, we're just hearing John Podesta is showing up now in the Javits Center. There he is, Clinton campaign chair John Podesta. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Thank you. Well, folks, I know you've been here a long time, and it's been a long night, and it's been a long campaign. But I could say we can wait a little longer, can't we? They're still counting votes, and every vote should count. Several states are too close to call, so we're not going to have anything more to say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
Clinton campaign chair John Podesta right there. You heard him. He said every vote deserves to be counted. They're not going to have anything more to say tonight. That is likely because they have nothing good to say tonight right now. Donald Trump has 244 electoral votes in Cecilia Vega. We see those people getting up, starting to leave. Cecilia Vega, can you hear me there? Okay, we lost her there. John Carl, as you were just pointing out, reminiscent of John Kerry in 2004, held on, was watching those votes in Ohio back in 2004, didn't concede until the next morning.
Yeah, and it's interesting here that for all the talk about whether or not Donald Trump would concede, it's now clear we will not have a Hillary Clinton concession speech no matter what happens. Now, it's not over. We haven't called the race, but George, looking at the way the vote is coming in, it is really hard to see how it is possible for Hillary Clinton to win this race. She is behind in all three of those big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Another state has come in right now. It's not the big one. It is the state of Maine. And that's going to be a split, as John has been talking about all night. 3 of the electoral votes in the state of Maine are going to go to Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump wins that 2nd congressional district, so he gets an electoral vote out of the state of Maine.
He gets an electoral vote that now he may well not need, probably does not need, because all he needs is to win one of these 3 states where he currently has a lead, and there is a dwindling number of votes left to count.
And I think we have Cecilia Vega back now. People starting to pack up and leave that Javits Center. Not what they expected tonight.
Not at all what they expected tonight, George, but defiance tonight from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And let's just go back to one of the debates that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton had, where the one thing he complimented her on was the fact that she is a fighter. And you are seeing that tonight from the Hillary Clinton campaign. Not only are they not willing to go down tonight, they are going down swinging, and they're not giving up on this one.
Not giving up yet, but their back is up against a wall, as we've been saying all night long here. 244 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And Matthew Dowd, you know, Cecilia Vega just brought up the debates, and this was a point you made a while ago. When you look at if campaigns are supposed to matter, and maybe they just don't, Hillary Clinton won the conventions, clearly won the 3 debates according to the polls coming out afterwards, and seemed to gain strength after every single one of them.
And she won the organizational infrastructure game that we've all talked about. She had 40 offices in North Carolina, he had 3. She had 80 offices in Florida, he had 5 or whatever. So she won that whole game, she won the staff game and all that. But I think when you look at this race, and it's what happened in the primaries, this was a personality-driven race, a gut, on both sides in many ways, a gut-driven race. There was voters that loved Donald Trump and part of his coalition, and voters that hated Hillary Clinton. And when you have that dynamic, that doesn't seem when we look at the map, that he needed an infrastructure in order to turn out voters either that loved him or hated her.
It was pretty clear. And Byron Pitts, let me bring this to you. As we've also been talking about, a lot of people upset by Donald Trump, a lot of people fearful of Donald Trump. How do they come to terms with the idea of him in the White House?
Well, George, not easily. And I have to say, because I just got an email from a person of note, of color in the country, who commented, who gave this great sports analogy that, like in sports, I think it was Paul Brown, the great coach, who said, winners say nothing, losers say less, but you do expect losers to be gracious. And so they were a bit surprised that part of the healing process, there's a lot been said about what Donald Trump may have to say or do to heal the gap. There's an expectation of what Hillary Clinton may have to say and do to heal the gap. People are anxious tonight, George. I mean, I think people are, as was reported earlier, I mean, there are a number of people, certainly Hispanics, who are fearful about being deported. There are people of color who are fearful that some of the tension we saw at some of the Trump rallies you may see on the streets of America, that people may feel emboldened to act a certain way. But George, I have to say, I mean, we talked about at the beginning of the night about history of our country. And we've always proven as a nation, no matter what, we survived a civil war, we survived 2 world wars, we survived the civil rights era, that whatever happens tomorrow, our history suggests that we always rise to the occasion. And so I have no doubt that we will rise in this time as well.
Well, we survived the Civil War, but almost 600,000 Americans were killed. So it's not a period that we want to replicate. And I think that there is Certainly, thank God, no issue like slavery to separate us and send us to war. But there is a tremendous sense of disappointment. Keep in mind, there were people lining up at Susan B. Anthony, the great suffragist, grave today, by the hundreds. At Wellesley College, where Hillary Clinton went, 3,000 people came to watch the returns, assuming that she would be elected president. There are women who are in their 90s and hundreds who have been waiting for this day their whole life, thinking that they would die finally having seen a woman president. There are little girls all over the country who thought that this was going to be a day where they would see a woman president and they could aspire to that. So there's going to be a sense of enormous disappointment and really a sense of, really, again, we can't do it, even though the majority of voters said she was better qualified to be president, had a better temperament to be president. She still, even with that, couldn't be elected president.
Pierre Thomas?
One of the things I think we have to think about is that the country has become much more diverse. And a lot of people of color tonight are sitting at home wondering, what just happened here? Also, I think, having grown up in a working class community, when I recently drove down through Virginia, in the area where I grew up in Central Virginia, a lot of Trump signs. A lot of working class, non-college educated white people believe that Trump spoke for them. And I think we may have to come up with a new term, Trump Democrats, that applies as well. But I think there are a lot of big issues that Trump will have to face if he becomes the President of the United States. Namely, race and policing. All these issues are out there. Also, what will his relationship be with the FBI director who, recently just said that the emails, never mind on the emails. But he sharply criticized the FBI director. What will that relationship be? And he also said he would seek prosecution of Hillary Clinton.
Well, I was just going to read, he did say during the debates he would bring up a special prosecutor to look at Hillary Clinton as well. Charlie Gibson?
George, Koki just showed me an email that the crowd at the Trump rally tonight began shouting, "Lock her up," when Podesta finished his statement. I don't know how you heal this. I don't know what he can say. I don't know what anybody can do to heal this.
Well, I'll tell you, I think a lot is riding on her speech here. I mean, she has gone out and she has told the country throughout the last weeks of this campaign that he is dangerous, that he is unfit, that he is temperamentally unsound. And now she has people that are sobbing, people that are crying, people that see somebody described that way, elected President of the United States. I think back to Al Gore, when Democrats felt that the presidency had been stolen from them by the Supreme Court. Al Gore came out and gave one of the greatest speech, maybe the greatest speech of his career, that tried to bring the country back together again.
This will be perhaps the toughest speech.
Maybe as important as his.
I think that's one point in Stephanie Cutter, President Obama, as well. What does he say?
I think if we truly want to bring this country together, everybody has to do their part in talking about unity and unifying this country. But I do want to go back to something that John said. I think Trump's speech matters most here because he's the one that has used the divisive language and lodged threats against people, threatening a special prosecutor against his opponent, and threatening revenge against people that were against him. If he comes out at 270 electoral votes, he will be the president-elect. The president-elect has to be the big person and give a speech to bring this country together, and he bears the most of that responsibility.
He's also threatened his accusers, the women who accused him of sexual assault, threatened to sue them. I assume, Bill Kristol, that's going to be one of the first things he has to drop.
I would think so. He can drop the threats against the Weekly Standard, the magazine I edit. It'd be nice if he dropped a lot of. I do seriously think he has a big burden, and he really does need to reach out in lots of symbolic ways. I mean, whether it's visiting certain communities, bringing certain people into the White House. I was not a fan of President Barack Obama when he was in the White House. He did keep Bob Gates as the defense secretary. He had a certain bipartisanship. He met with people from all who didn't vote for him. I mean, it's really important that Trump and his advisors, whichever ones he listens to, sit back and think seriously about what do we do for the next few days, few weeks, and the 2 months of being the president-elect period here is actually quite important, I think, for the country.
No question about that. want to bring in J.D. Vance. He's an author, the author of a book called Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and a culture in crisis. And you say, this is you begin your book, J.D., you say, I grew up poor in the Rust Belt in an Ohio steel town that has been hemorrhaging jobs and hope for as long as I can remember. Sure, that's the way a lot of voters tonight who voted for Donald Trump feel as well. And let me put the question to you that I've asked to others tonight. What are they looking for from Donald Trump? What do they want tangibly to come out of this election?
Well, I think that tangibly what they want is fundamentally a change of direction. Now, if you get into specific policies, I think like a lot of voters, they're not voting very much on specific policies as much as they just want to see something different from what they've been offered for the past 2 or 3 decades.
And then if that doesn't come or if it can't come?
Well, I definitely think there's going to be a medium or long-term period of reckoning if Donald Trump doesn't deliver on any of the promises. I mean, if the opioid crisis is still there, if the jobs crisis is still there, if everything that's been going in the wrong direction continues to go in the wrong direction, then yeah, people are going to wake up and they're going to be very frustrated. But I do think that folks feel very vindicated right now, right? They believed in their man. They felt like the media didn't believe in their man. And right now, they're just pretty euphoric. And
so the victory could be enough, yeah.
Well, I think it'll be enough for now. The question is whether it'll be enough 2 or 3 years from now.
Okay, let's go back to Trump headquarters right now. Amy Robach.
That's right, George. There was some angry reaction here to John Podesta telling those folks to go home from the Javits Center. And that anger continues as we're hearing chants, lock her up, comes in and out on this crowd. They're also yelling, call it, call it. So we've got a lot of people here who want a result tonight, and no one has left this ballroom as of yet. They are waiting to hear if Trump will come, if he will get to that 270, if a network will call it, and no one is leaving this room right now. But they're angry and they're shouting.
Tommy, as you said before, the high command of the Trump campaign was getting pretty impatient.
That's right, and we now know that they're heading, from what we hear, and this could always change, they're heading down now for the motorcade. They're clearing out trucks near the Hilton, just blocks from Trump Tower. So we do expect Donald Trump to shortly reach that victory party where we saw Amy at. And, you know, there's a question tonight. What will Donald Trump say? What will his tone be? If history is a lesson, during the primaries, anytime he won a state and one of his competitors dropped out, whether it be Ted Cruz, and they had a bitter and ugly race in Indiana, he would thank Ted Cruz. He would say nice things about him. He was very generous to Marco Rubio after he won Florida and Senator Rubio came out. So I think if history has taught us anything, Donald Trump, we will see a different side of Donald Trump. We will see a gracious winner, and he will thank his staff, he will thank his supporters, and he will offer an optimistic look towards the future to unite the country. Now, whether he delivers on that, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the problem will not be the speech tonight, it'll be the actions in the days and weeks ahead. Terry Moran.
And this is the most pugilistic president, if he becomes president, we've had maybe since Harry Truman, maybe for a long, long time. He has a pretty thin skin, and one thing a president should probably have is a thick hide. And one of the tests for Donald Trump, as he represents all of the people, as he represents all their hopes. I mean, he is the vessel of the hopes of millions of people and the destinies of all of us. Does he rise to that occasion? Does he thicken his hide a bit and keep his eye on the good of the people who put him there? Or is he going to be Donald Trump that we've come to know so well?
Well, that leads to a question. I'll bring this out. I'll start it with Alex Castellanos. Others can chime in. How much can a 70-year-old man change?
Boy, that's a good question. We haven't seen that happen much, have we? But in terms of Hillary Clinton and this the angry Donald Trump that's out there, let's remember why he got this avalanche of support tonight. And there is a sense in this country that the biggest inequality gap is not income but justice. That there are people at the top of the pyramid who get special breaks and treated differently and get away with things that regular folks don't get away with. And I think there's a sense that those people should not be able to get away with that. And I think when you hear Trump supporters chanting, lock her up, it's not about Hillary Clinton, it's about justice for everybody.
I mean, and I know this election was not about policy details. I realize that, I understand it. Clearly, that's not the case. But when they find out, wait a second, when they find out that Donald Trump's tax plan gives a tax break, a huge tax break to all these elites that Alex was just talking about, what are they going to think?
Well, they may not feel very positive about it, but you have to ask, what's the alternative, right? So for a very long time. The elites have been telling them that things are maybe going pretty well. But if they're not been going well, then what the elites have been saying is, trust us, because if you vote for Trump, then you're going to get a disaster. And they're saying, we've already had the disaster. We've lived it. So why are we going to trust you?
Can't be any worse.
It's going to get a lot worse.
It
Exactly.
can't be any worse. And that gets to the point, Koki, everyone has been so wrong about this. All the elites tarnished by all this and coming out of this with almost zero credibility on any issue.
Well, that's absolutely right, and I suspect we'll be feeling it for a good while to come, because it's not just polls. It was well beyond that, as Matt says. You know, it's the entire infrastructure of. I mean, TV ads. You know, think about it. The hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent. You know, starting with Jeb Bush spending $150 million and getting 2% of the vote, and then on to Hillary Clinton's vast treasure chest, and then apparently losing this election. So I think that all of that gets re-examined, and we start to say, wait, well, you know, a lot of these people who think they're so smart aren't so smart, and let's see where we go from there.
Bill Crystal.
Happy to engage in elite self-flagellation as anyone else, but you know, things can get a lot worse. And not at home. I'm not so much. Not so. Fine. The tax plan they won't love it. The tax plan will get changed. That's not going to fundamentally make a difference. In the world, things could really get a lot worse than they are. They're not in great shape right now. Very fast. And you know, we haven't had a trade war for a long time. We haven't had. I mean, the degree to which I believe. If I were Donald Trump, if I were advising Donald Trump, I would urge him, do whatever you want. Domestic policy stuff, fine, you'll negotiate that with Congress. In terms of foreign policy, he needs to really step back, I think, and think about what he inherits, the challenges he inherits, and being serious and responsible about them. President Obama, with whom I disagreed a lot, who did he bring into his cabinet on foreign policy after what he viewed as very failed policies by George W. Bush? Bob Gates, Hillary Clinton.
But what you're really saying is Donald Trump should not do what he said he was going to do on foreign policy and national security.
Correct. Correct. He should at least go slow, because it would really, you could cause an unbelievable amount of damage in 3 months that you can't make up in years.
Alex. Look at Donald Trump on free trade. He says he's a free trader. The difference between Donald Trump and most Republicans is he's a free trader with teeth. He actually wants to fight for it. A couple of years from now, what are you going to see? Well, we've advanced free trade because somebody actually fought for it. You're going to see somebody on education. What's Republican policy, which is Trump policy? Open it up. So every parent can do the same thing Barack Obama does. Choose the best school for their kids. That's going to help. What's he going to do on the economy? It's sclerotic with regulation. The old economy is dying. A new one that has very little regulation is growing. He's going to reduce those regulations. These things actually have a real impact. There are real policy things in the Trump agenda that can actually open up this economy, education, all of this stuff.
But I don't know that Donald Trump is necessarily talking about devolving power back to the people. He's very focused on how he, sort of as a central leader, he alone can do these things. And I think that is going to be a big disconnect. I think you're right that where people want to go is power devolved to the people. Is Donald Trump actually about power to the people, or is he about power to Donald Trump?
That agenda has evolved during the campaign. He started off saying, look, the only thing that's wrong with Washington is that losers and morons are running it, and I'm going to do a better job. But look at the agenda he's developed through the course of the campaign. It is a Reagan-esque open up the economy agenda that a lot of Republicans are actually comfortable with.
Matthew Dowd.
I think one of the things that he is going to have to come to terms with is, does he tell the truth to the American public? Right? We are in a global economy. The voters that just voted for him don't like that. Right? We're in a global economy that has lowered the standard of living in our country while raising the standard of living of the entire globe. You can argue about whether or not it's true. His message is, let's pull the drawbridges in, let's function on our own, let's improve our own thing. And the question, and it's somebody that has not operated like that in the world. Donald Trump has been a globalist until he ran for president. And so will he tell the American public the truth and his voters the truth? We have a choice. We're either part of a global economy or we're not.
You know, and you make up an important point there, and Tommy, I'm just going to bring this to you. We just heard a tweet from Sean Spicer, top strategist for the RNC, saying Donald Trump will take the stage soon. Donald Trump also runs pretty large business in dozens of countries all around the world, says he's going to have his children continue to run the business. Now, the president is not bound by conflict of interest rules, but he would be entangled, and his businesses would be entangled with a lot of foreign interests and foreign leaders who would seek to influence.
Yeah, and what are the laws on the books with that? I saw a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. today, and the tweet was 2 hours ago, and it was, "This is so intense, this is so surreal." And I thought the same thing. Well, you just inherited his father's company. Now him and Eric Trump are going to be running this along with Ivanka, who has her own line. But is there a law that says that Donald Trump can't still have his hand in his businesses because he plays by his own rules? He's done it with his campaign. You know, there's a rule, and it's not on the books, it's not a law, but it's for transparency. The press travels with the candidate. Every presidential candidate does it. It's something very simple. We just sit on the plane so we can look at the candidate to make sure everything's okay and he doesn't flop over. Donald Trump said, forget that. I'm going to fly on my big plane. You take the small plane. And many times he would start his events with us without us even being there. And so it's a small thing, but it shows he plays by his own rules. So we don't know what he'll do with his business.
Not just with the press, but look at the tax returns, the issue of the tax returns. I mean, this will be the first president-elect, if this happens this evening, to have not released their tax returns in many decades. And I think the message that millions of Americans sent tonight was, it's not the kind of issue that you all believe it is in the media and in the establishment. I mean, it was a question we asked during the debates. It's a question we asked when we sat down with Donald Trump. He said he will when the audit is complete. But we never did see the tax returns.
Glass ceiling shattered. But then it becomes a question: is Donald Trump's campaign and his apparent, not yet, apparent election, does it normalize a totally different standard of leadership and candidacies in this country? Does it normalize it?
And Charlie Gibson, I want to bring this question to you because I think we've seen both when individuals, all been men so far, enter the White House. We can see that the White House, the pressures of the White House can enhance the flaws of individuals, but can also ennoble them at times. And it's a big unanswered question with Donald Trump.
It's a $64 question, I think, in this case. You know, talking about the elites, Alex, you were talking about what the elites may be seen as having privileges that others don't, and that this has been a rebellion against that. I can't imagine that there aren't some concerns about elites who don't pay taxes and take $1 billion deduction and then don't pay taxes for 19, 20 years. Apparently that doesn't matter. I would hope, you hope, that this will ennoble the president. You would hope. The president-elect, you hope that we'll do it. But when I say we're in uncharted waters, I don't think we have a clue how this is going to affect
And I want to bring this because we were talking about this earlier, but we didn't have JD here. How does someone who's lived a life pretty far removed from the kind of voters he's got, and you know that you know the voters, what is the basis of that appeal? How come they say, even though he hasn't lived my life, even though he doesn't necessarily share my values, he's my guy?
Well, I think it's two things. One is the substance, that he's actually talking about taking the country in a new direction, even if he isn't especially specific about it. But there's also this matter of tone and of the norms of political discourse. And what Donald Trump has done is effectively blow up every norm that we thought everybody had to follow. And for folks who didn't like those norms in the first place, didn't think they were in the service of their interests, it's a pretty good deal for them.
Is, for example, a president cannot appoint a special prosecutor on his own whim to go after the candidate he just defeated in the election, whether or not she has an impeccable record of honesty or ethics or not. So he needs to drop it, and he needs to visibly drop it quickly, I think, and he needs to visibly reach out to the groups whom he has insulted in a very unprecedented way, I would say, and personally and in a nasty way, and reassure them. Now, we'll see what he does over not just weeks, but months and years. But he needs at least to start with that, I think.
Like everybody running for office, he'll realize governing is a little harder than running for office. I want to read something from his last rally of the campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Midnight, 11/7. The corrupt politicians and their special interests have ruled over this country for a very long time. Today is our Independence Day. Today, the American working class is going to strike back finally. And I think that's one of the things they have to realize is that a lot of people don't understand the working class. When you talk about bringing the country together, the elites have to understand what they don't know as well. They have to, JD knows this well. I know it from walking around among them over the past year and seeing the voters and what they want. So while some people are very disappointed tonight, and young women, Eventually, that glass ceiling will be broken. Eventually, it will. But there are a lot of voters tonight, you see them right there, who are celebrating this, who look at it as a victory for regular Americans.
But now the question is whether or not Trump can deliver on this. He's going to be working against economic headwinds of his own creation. I mean, we had Rebecca Jarvis on talking about what's going on with the markets around the world. We have, his talk on trade could lead to a trade war. He has to now deliver. It's no longer talk and railing against elites in Washington. He has to deliver, and he's going to be going against an economy that is reacting against the very things he's proposing.
An economy that is reacting against the things he's proposing, perhaps, but also, Terry Moran, an economy that is, the growth has continued over the last 4 or 5 years. Job growth has continued over the last 4 and 5 years. But a lot of people believe, a lot of economists believe, that the recovery is sort of on its last legs anyway.
It's been the longest sustained period of job growth in American history, and at some point that gives out by the nature of the business cycle. So he's already complained that the Fed has been rigging the interest rates in order to help the Democrats and prop up the economy. But he's a wild card on all these questions. We're assuming that he will govern as a normal president. He's been a bull in the china shop of this campaign, of political correctness, of how to conduct a campaign. He will be a bull in the china shop of the White House. And as I say, there are powers lying all around the presidency, including the power to get some lackey attorney general to appoint your special prosecutor.
Luckily.
And Tom Yamas, you have seen at times, you talked about the speeches that he gave after victories, more conciliatory speeches. We certainly saw in this last 10 or 12 days of the campaign, he was a little more disciplined than he had been in the past. So let me ask you that question that I asked Alex before. How much do you believe, from watching him close up, he is capable of changing the way he does daily business? Just because the White House, it's really hard for the White House to accommodate the way he's done business up till now.
I don't think he'll change at all. I agree with people who say, like you, he's 70 years old. How much can he change? He didn't really change at all from the moment he came down that escalator to tonight. It was very hard for him to hire and fire people at times. He did go through 3 campaign staffs, but in the very beginning, he wanted to do this by himself. He didn't want to hire people. He didn't want to have a lot of people. When he becomes president, he's going to have to hire hundreds of people to run this country. I don't want to be that chief of staff who has to go through those names to vet these people, because that's not the way he works.
A name we'll probably be talking about later, we haven't talked about yet this evening. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, also an unspoken, quiet force inside this campaign, could play a major role in the White House as well. We are standing by, expected to hear from Donald Trump very soon. As we said, right now, he is closing in on the 270 electoral votes he needs to take the White House. Just 25 votes away right now. We'll be back. We'll show you Donald Trump when he takes the stage.
After an election year like this, tomorrow is finally the day after. And the question everyone is asking is, where do we go from here? That's why tomorrow we're pushing for answers with the Powerhouse Political Team, live from ABC Election Headquarters on a special edition of Good Morning America. And she was at the center of the storm, Gretchen Carlson. You've heard what everyone else has to say about her. Now, in her first television interview, it's her turn. Gretchen Carlson, the 2020 exclusive, Friday, November 18th on ABC.
See this box?
This is no ordinary box.
This box has the power to change lives.
This box can actually help give hope
to children and families in need.
There's just one catch.
This box doesn't work alone.
That's where you come in. This holiday season, join us and Feeding America to help provide food, including fresh fruits and vegetables,
to those who need it the most.
Because without you,
this box
is just another empty box.
To find out how you can help, go to abc.com/beinspired.
Is facing many challenges. We often wonder, How can we make a difference and create a brighter future? We believe investing in childhood is the answer. At Save the Children, we do whatever it takes to ensure that every day, children in need grow up healthy and educated, are protected in times of crisis, and reach their full potential. Transforming the future we all share. Join us at SaveTheChildren.org. Invest in childhood today for a brighter tomorrow.
This is how you say, it's going to be okay, to someone who just lost everything. That yes, we'll find you somewhere to stay. And yes, your children will have breakfast. Every 8 minutes, the Red Cross responds to a disaster and makes this promise. Help us keep it.
And we're back a little after 2:30 here in the East. Donald Trump closing in on what would be a stunning and historic victory if he gets those final 25 electoral votes, and he's in the lead in the states he needs to get them right now. I want to try to explain to our viewers right now, we can't call a lot of those states where he's in the lead right now, cannot project a victory. I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, and talk about what else is out there.
Well, right now we're looking at the urban areas, and the Clinton campaign sees a mathematical chance, even if it's not a practical political chance, to overcome this gap. In Pennsylvania, it's Philadelphia, Allegheny County is another one where they're looking at numbers that have not come in yet, and they say there is a mathematical chance that they're able to overcome this. But as you look at this margin, as it gets wider, it becomes harder and harder to possibly see. So I think it's an abundance of caution on their part. They've got data people that can make the argument, but frankly, it's not that compelling an argument right now.
But they would have to do it in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
And in Wisconsin and in Michigan. I think in Michigan, they're pointing to the Detroit area, Macomb County, Oakland County. These are areas that they see a lot of votes still outstanding. But again, as the night goes on, it becomes a more and more untenable position for them to try to claim that there's a way to overcome this gap. The numbers just aren't there.
And the Trump team simply believes they can't.
The Trump campaign believes it's over. They believe that it's over right now. In fact, they're telling me now that this is an example of them claiming it's a rigged election. They're saying, look, if it was us doing this, there would be outrage right now over the fact that this is not a done deal, that there wasn't a concession speech. They're trying to put a lot of pressure on the Clinton campaign to recognize the mathematical realities.
We've heard so far the Clinton campaign says they're not going to say anything tonight. The White House says they're not going to say anything tonight. We are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. He is supposed to come down and address his supporters here in Manhattan. We're told shortly. We're told he's close by now, preparing to address his supporters. We'll see what kind of tone he strikes even before he gets that phone call from Hillary Clinton, even before he formally has those 270 electoral votes. But Matthew Dowd, this is the point where he can begin to start to reach out to voters, both those who supported him and those who didn't.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, since Hillary Clinton hasn't conceded and we haven't called it and everybody else hasn't called it yet, what is his tone? Is his tone as I won? Is it his sort of brash way that he just walks all over people and say it's done, let's go, let's go down to Pennsylvania Avenue? I mean, I think it's really curious. Or does he play humble and it said we've done this, it's time, I'm waiting on her, but like we should congratulate ourselves? I don't know. Will he exercise any humility tonight? He does need a little humility before his opponent has conceded.
We're waiting.
He did have one moment of graciousness that stood out for me, and it was in the debate you co-moderated, Martha, when the question was asked, what can you say positive about Hillary Clinton?
That she's
no,
tough.
and that she doesn't give up.
Yeah. So he should, say
and
that's
it was a very
positive.
gracious
He can bring
answer.
that up again tonight.
Yeah.
What a positive thing. Yeah. Doesn't sound like that's what they're doing tonight.
Yeah, maybe not.
Tom Yamas, what else are you hearing from inside?
They're excited. They're waiting. They're on their way over there. And I think we will see a more mature Donald Trump. I don't think he's going to walk over people tonight. I don't think he's gonna slam Hillary Clinton. He'll be gracious like he was during that question in the debate, like he was in other primaries. Donald Trump has two sides. He really does. When you criticize him, when you ask him critical questions, he will go after you. He will call you a sleaze. When he thinks you ask fair questions, he'll tell 1,000 people that's a great reporter right there. So he does have two sides, and I think we'll see that other side tonight.
And we'll see if he rises to the moment tonight as well. And we are, as I said, we're waiting to hear from Donald Trump here at the New York Hilton, just about 10 blocks from here in Times Square. You see his supporters anxiously waiting. Our Amy Robach is on the scene as well. Amy.
That's right. Everyone is now pretty much, I would say, on the edge of their seat, but they've been standing here for hours waiting to see what the ultimate outcome would be. We know that Donald Trump is in the building. We've seen Secret Service walking along the stage there, preparing the room for him to come in. We're told that there will be music of some kind before he walks out on the stage. Our intrepid reporter, John Santucci, says he likes one song in particular, Proud to be an American, so we're waiting to see if we hear that as well. And there are lots of rumors swirling about what we're going to hear from Donald Trump tonight. Will he accept the nomination? Will he say that he is president? Will he say, let's wait until tomorrow? We're not sure what he's going to say, but this crowd is ready, and there is a real feeling of anticipation. They've stopped the shouting, and now they're just waiting breathlessly, truly, for Donald Trump to take to that stage.
And Cecilia Vega, there will be a lot of waiting to also see what Hillary Clinton will do. We heard John Podesta come out and say they still want to see all the votes counted, but at some point, if this continues to go the way it seems right now, she will have to make the hardest phone call of her life.
Exactly, George, and I've been making hard phone calls throughout the night, and I can't get anybody from the campaign to answer my phone calls. They're literally going to voicemail at this point. I just want to show you the scene here behind me, if you can see it. We just saw them pack up the confetti machines that they were planning to blow out here. This hall is completely empty. It's just the media left in here, a handful of staffers, if you will, people still scratching their head. But again, that tone of defiance that we heard from John Podesta seems to be the message from on high within the Clinton campaign right now. And I just can't emphasize enough, complete radio silence, which tells you what they're thinking right now.
Stephanie Cutter, I know you talk to a lot of Democrats and people pretty stunned right now, but is it starting to settle in? Do they realize what's happened?
They definitely realize what's happened. You know, I think those that are still fighting out the Senate races, they're not ready to give up. Maggie Hassan is up in the ballot count, and there's still some left out. So they're still figuring out how they can fight this, and I think that's evident by John Podesta's speech. But reality is setting in. This is a very tough situation, certainly not one that we expected to have tonight.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the fact that when you have something like this, something that is so unexpected, it's one of those things that you almost have to sit with. You know, so I'm not surprised that Secretary Clinton is waiting until tomorrow. I think she might be doing it for her own sake, but she might be doing it for the vast majority of the country if it looks like she's going to win the popular vote, that needs to sit with this for a second to try to process what just happened before we figure out, again, how we can heal our country and move forward.
A lot of processing going on, but there's a lot of elation right there at the Donald Trump campaign headquarters, the part where they're going to be having the party, waiting for Donald Trump to come speak. You see those signs there, the New York Hilton. Donald Trump and his entire campaign in a state of high elation right now. Some of them must be shocked as well, but this is turning out to be, if he can get those final 25 electoral votes still hanging out there, as we've said, the most stunning political upset in American history. Tom Yamas, you know, we've talked about this campaign, but Donald Trump first started flirting with running for the White House back in the late 90s. I remember that was the first time I interviewed him. He was thinking of being a Reform Party candidate for the White House.
It's funny, my first campaign that I covered as a journalist was 2004, and there were veteran campaign journalists there that would tell stories about the Donald Trump campaign when he was just kind of dabbling with it, and they were so hysterical. They talked about him bringing the plane to New Hampshire, and they would all say if this guy ever runs for president, it's going to be the wildest ride ever, and they were all right.
This campaign has been the wildest ride ever. We may have just begun on a very wild ride. Again, Donald Trump 25 votes away, 25 electoral votes away from taking the White House, becoming the 45th president of the United States. And Alex Castellanos, you've been a supporter now for several months of Donald Trump. When he's in this, and he will have control of the White House, Republicans in the Senate and the House, who's got the balance of power there right now when it comes to government?
Well, after an election like this, it's certainly going to be Donald Trump, I think. And again, his campaign began as an expression of outrage against a Republican establishment that voters thought had failed. So he has all the cards going into this. And I think Republicans are going to have to figure out how to help Donald Trump carry the ball and unify. The burden's going to be on the Republican establishment, not Trump. But, you know, looking at that Hillary Clinton rally tonight, politics is a tough game. Nobody wants to be Walter Mondale. You don't get any silver medals in this. It's loser leave town.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
please welcome the Vice President-elect of the United States, Governor Mike Pence.
There you heard it. They're not waiting. Mike Pence announces the Vice President-elect of the United States there at the New York Hilton. He's coming on stage with his family. Followed shortly behind, no doubt, by Donald Trump and his family. We'll see if he formally, there he is. Right there. And Tom Yamas, we are now getting reports from our intrepid reporter John Santucci with the Trump campaign, that from two sources that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump.
That's what we're hearing tonight, George, and it is out there in other news reports as well that Hillary Clinton has indeed called Donald Trump to concede this election.
So there you have it. In a few minutes, we are going to be hearing first from the Vice President-elect of the United States. We can't call it yet, but we've heard that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump, and let's listen to Mike Pence.
This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your Vice President of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for His amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife Karen, our son Michael and his fiancée Sarah, our daughter Audrey, far away, and our daughter Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our President-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
There he is. You hear the music, you see the man, you see the family. The man who has just pulled off the most stunning, unbelievable upset in American political history. The man who will be the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Matthew Dowd.
I am taking in the moment, and I was just thinking it wasn't more than a few weeks ago that a number of people were trying to tell him to get off the ticket, and now he's the President-elect of the United States. The first time somebody without political experience or served in the military has gotten elected President of the United States.
And John Carl, we can see the emotion in his eyes right there, followed by his son Barrett, his wife Melania, and his family there, his kids. They were by his side this whole campaign. He said he could do it alone, but he had them there every step of the way.
Yeah, this was a family campaign He didn't have the big surrogates. He didn't have the big political supporters, the celebrities. He had Trump's. He had his family, he had his wife, he had his children. I'll tell you, I'm not convinced he thought this day would come. I asked him that many times, and, you know, I think he may be as surprised as we are.
You can see, as I said, the emotion on his face right now, and he's about to take the podium. He congratulates Mike Pence, kiss to his wife. He will be the next president, Tom Yamas. We talked about that right at the beginning of the night. Whether he believed it at the beginning, it has happened now.
It has, and as John was speaking, I was wondering where he goes once he becomes president. If he stays at Trump Tower, he goes to the White House.
Let's listen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. We have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure. which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Eric, and Tiffany, and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. And see that Rudy never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who is that? Is that the mayor that showed up? Is that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign. And they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and you know, I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said Reince, and I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar. But I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bust at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My guy. Yeah, say a few words. No, come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event, but to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, or maybe even 8 years, You will say, so many of you work so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you really were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you'll be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There he is, the 45th President of the United States, President-elect Donald J. Trump. He has triumphed, proving all the doubters wrong. Now has 275 electoral votes. The state of Pennsylvania has gone his way. The state of Wisconsin has gone his way. He has received the call from Hillary Clinton. He will be the next president of the United States. You can't say it often enough. He called it amazing. It is just stunning. He's pulled off something that no one thought was possible 2 years ago. He now will be the next president of the United States. And in those comments, we had some vintage Donald Trump. He called this a complicated business, a nasty and a tough business. But he also said it was time to bind the wounds of division. Time for this nation to come together. Promised to be a president for all Americans. And Matthew Dowd, he did seem moved by this moment.
He seemed visibly, physically moved, and you could tell it as he walked up. You could tell it in his face. It was a very gracious speech, He thanked everybody, but I was struck by two things. He talked about two things that he wanted to do right off that Democrats and independents and Republicans could agree to. Infrastructure improvements and taking care of the veterans. And there's no question to me, if he goes ahead and pushes that first, he's going to get a lot of cooperation.
And said he wants to be the president, Martha Raddatz, of all Americans.
All America. He said it's a great moment. We will bring the country together. It's also, George, a sobering moment. We have to remember, all of us, this is the hardest, most important job in the world. And one of the jobs of the president is to keep us safe. And Donald Trump has said again and again, he's the man to do it.
He said he was also, David Muir, deeply humbled by this moment.
He, in fact, did say that, and you could see it on that stage. He talked about making sure this is a country where everyone can live up to his or her fullest potential. I thought that was interesting, given who he was up against tonight. He talked about that phone call. He thanked Hillary Clinton for her years of service. He said to be really historic, you have to do a great job. That was a real clear signal that he knows now the hard task lies ahead. And I have to say, this is a man who proudly went it alone, especially in these final days, talking about the big names, the celebrities, the president, the first lady out there helping Secretary Clinton. And it was often Donald Trump and his surrogates who often had his same last name.
John Carl, he is not going to be alone in Washington. Republicans now will control the White House, the Senate, the House, a majority of governorships. He'll get a pick of the Supreme Court.
It was a huge day, huge night for Republicans across the board. Solidly Republican Senate remains. Merrick Garland, President Obama's pick, will be pushed aside. He will get his pick for the Supreme Court. I thought it was notable, George, when he described the call that he got from Hillary Clinton. He said that she called to congratulate us. This was a real effort by Donald Trump to do what many doubted he could do, which is to be gracious, to say something nice about her, to show some humility, to make it not about him. Now, of course, this is first step. Tough days start tomorrow.
First step inside that hall now. Amy Robach working his way through the rope line, signing those hats.
That's right. And, you know, I was struck as we heard Donald Trump thank Hillary Clinton for her service and for her hard-fought campaign. All night long, we have been hearing this crowd booing Hillary Clinton every time her face was shown on one of the big screens, screaming, "Lock her up." And the moment he said that, if you'll realize, the entire audience clapped and applauded for Hillary Clinton. And I thought that was a very poignant moment and a complete tonal shift from what we heard from this group earlier on in the night. And certainly we're seeing people hugging, wiping away tears, and it's just a very joyous moment as we're crowding Donald Trump. He's getting some help getting out of this ballroom, as many people there just wanting to shake his hand and wanting to take that picture with him, and he's certainly enjoying the moment and taking time to be with this crowd here who is here supporting him even in those early hours when many people did not believe that this would be the ending we would see this evening, George.
What a roller coaster we have ridden this night. The campaigns have ridden this night. The country has ridden this night. And boy, Cecilia Vega with the Clinton campaign, just blindsided.
That is the only word right now, George. I mean, blindsided, befuddled, shell-shocked. I just can't emphasize to you enough what a complete shock this was. Can you see this room here behind me? This was supposed to be the party. It's completely empty right now. And I've got to tell you, after covering Hillary Clinton for a year and a half, the question I have right now is, what next? What is Hillary Clinton going to do tomorrow and the next day? And you know, we're talking about a woman who is a former senator, a former first lady, and now a two-time presidential candidate who has lost these races. I don't know what she does tomorrow. I don't know what her husband does tomorrow. And I don't know what happens to the Clinton dynasty, if you will, after a night like this.
Big question. One thing we know for sure, Tom Yamas, you've been with Donald Trump's campaign from the start. Voters tonight voted for change. They are going to get it.
George, so many thoughts. I look down now at this map of the United States, and I just see so much red on that map, and the only person who can take credit for that is Donald Trump. He started the speech coming down to Air Force One. Literally, the theme music from the movie Air Force One, a reminder that a little bit of show business will be moving into Pennsylvania Avenue. We are going to be covering and following a very different type of president. He loves those rallies. He loves giving those speeches. He doesn't love the prompter, and you know, I think it was a good sign that he followed the prompter a little bit. Someone wrote that speech for him tonight, and then he waved off and he went back to ad-libbing, which he really likes. I think Donald Trump will take the show on the road in his first 100 days, and he loves the media so much. He loves being out there in front of the cameras. I wonder if we'll see a new type of fireside chat with Donald Trump, but in front of the cameras. There won't be a need for Trump TV because he is the president. But I wonder if that's the way he explains his policies, similar to what FDR did so many years ago.
Terry Moran, Europe, Asia, the rest of the world have woken up to this news.
They have, and they are already kind of reeling, but also beginning to come to grips with the fact that this is a new era, not just in the United States, but around the world. The people of the United States and other countries are sending a message to their leaders. And when I look at Donald Trump, bold leaders break the rules, and what the American people have done is elected a bold leader who broke the rules of how to run a political campaign, broke the rules of political correctness. He's going to come to Washington, he's going to be America in the world, and he's going to break some rules. We just have to find out which ones.
And Charlie Gibson, he promised to rebuild. In that speech, he has broken everything. He broke the rules. In some ways, he broke the Republican Party. He broke the Democratic Party. He is going to the White House. Can he start to build up a platform in a country as well?
I think everybody hopes that that's the case. He is now the president. He's now our president. Will be our president as of January 20th. And I think everybody has to invest those hopes in him. But we don't know. You know, George, I think we all have seminal moments in this last few months when something happened and I was in a locker room. No banter going on in the locker room, but there were two guys in the locker room, and one was extolling Donald Trump, and the other guy said to him, "Yeah, but do you listen to what he says?" And the first guy said, "Doesn't matter what he says. He's not one of them." And I shook my head, and I think we saw an expression of that on a mass scale tonight.
We know that the divisions have been revealed. Donald Trump, Koki, said it's time to bind them together.
And what he said tonight was entirely graceful and gracious, and talking about the nation owing a debt of gratitude to Hillary Clinton for her service. So now I think the Democrats also have to now show some graciousness and some generosity and be willing to give him a chance. He is, as Charlie just said, and of course is obviously true, he's our president. And now it is up to everybody to come together, not just him and his people.
And JD, he did promise something tangible, said he was going to rebuild the country, make us have a kind of infrastructure second to none.
Yeah, and it reminds me of a debate that a lot of us in the Republican Party had in 2015 about whether the party was ready to move beyond the ideological commitments of Reaganism. That sounded a lot like what Barack Obama promised in 2008, and that was his only policy commitment in his speech.
Okay, and Bill Kristol, you're part of the Never Trump movement. As you said, he took on your magazine. He is now our next president of the United States. What's your biggest hope, your biggest fear?
I mean, I thought he shouldn't be president. I hope I'm proven wrong. My hope is that he's a good president, and I very much agree that everyone, Republican and Democrat alike, has to try to help him as president-elect. You can oppose someone as a candidate and oppose him very strongly. It's a different thing when someone's elected or is the president-elect of the United States.
Alex Castellanos.
I thought that was a generous speech, a kind speech, looking out for the little guy, the Secret Service guys who protect you. I mean, using this forum where you're standing in front of the world to thank the little guy. I hope that characterizes the administration. And I also saw somebody tonight who was self-aware. The show is over. We have some serious work to do to make any of this matter. So a lot of promise tonight, a lot of uncertainty, but hey, that's how the future always works.
And it's how the future works. And Kristen Soltis Anderson, a victory for the Republican Party tonight, despite the fact that Donald Trump did almost exactly the opposite of what the Republican Party said they needed to do after the loss 4 years ago.
Exactly. This is short-term and long-term political realities coming to a head, and there's a lot of change that's happening in America, but a lot of folks that either aren't excited about that change or that change hasn't fully come in terms of the demographics and acceptance of globalism and technology and all of that. And so I really feel like right now for the Republican Party, the coalition has changed. Instead of the things that the Republican autopsy said they should do in 2012, Donald Trump has rewritten that playbook and has rewritten the Republican Party with it.
But can the Republican Party continue in the vein that he went on in the campaign, or does he need now to find a way to bring in Latinos, to bring in African Americans?
I absolutely think he needs to bring in more people, and I think what he said tonight, for it to be historic, we have to do a great job. I think success is the sort of thing that can bring people in, even if they don't like the words you've been using. If your administration grows the economy, if you create jobs, if you actually do repair our infrastructure. I mean, if you think about it, if Hillary Clinton had given an acceptance speech where she said, we're going to rebuild our nation's infrastructure, she would have run into a buzzsaw of the Republican Congress with disagreements over how much to spend and how to do it. With Donald Trump coming in, less constrained, I think, by the normal ideological boundaries, President Trump can go to a Republican Congress and say, I want you to spend X amount of money on rebuilding our nation's infrastructure, and they'll be much more willing to hear it from him. So if he's actually able to accomplish things that have not been able to be accomplished in a Washington stuck in gridlock, that may be the sort of thing that can bring in folks that have found his rhetoric to be quite hostile.
And Stephanie Cutter, despite a high approval rating, President Obama now joins the list of presidents in the modern era who couldn't elect their successor. A real day of reckoning for the Democrats.
Well, George, as you know, electing someone in the same party as a two-term president is very difficult. In the modern era, it's only happened once. So we have to take history into account there. I think the president, if he hasn't already, will probably invite Trump down to the White House this week and start the discussion, start to figure out how we build this transition over. I was heartened to hear that Donald Trump said he was going to be the president for everybody, for all the people. I hope he can back that up through deeds and actions. And a campaign largely not run on issues can start to be about issues that will make a difference in people's lives.
And Stephanie Rawlings-Brake, the mayor of Baltimore, Democrats have to rebuild now as well.
We have to, but one thing I can say is that leadership, assuming the leadership position is very sobering. And what I saw was a very sober Donald Trump, who clearly understands, from what I could see, the gravity and the importance of the position that he's going to take. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors across the country, Republican and Democrats, have been screaming for the need to fix our D+ or D- infrastructure. And we wanted to, to make sure that the next president focused on our infrastructure investment, and he seems to understand that as well. So I'm optimistic that the tone that he struck this evening is the right tone, and the Democrats, we will go home and lick our wounds, and many of us are going to. We're hoping that this is all just a strange fantasy. We'll wake up tomorrow; it'll be all different. But we know that. we do have a lot of work to do in our party.
A lot of work to do, but this is the night for Donald Trump. This is the night. This is his triumph. He is now going to be the 45th president of the United States. He has pulled off something that no one believed he could do. It certainly looked like it wasn't possible. Perhaps only he believed it was possible. There you see it on the board right there. 278 electoral votes already, more than enough to win the presidency of the United States. He has received a phone call from Hillary Clinton. He will be the next president, the most stunning upset in American political history. Stay tuned for a special edition of Nightline. We'll have full coverage on Good Morning America. Thanks for watching, and have a great night.
After an election year like this, it's finally the day after. And the question everyone is asking is, where do we go from here? That's why this morning we're pushing for answers with the Powerhouse Political Team, live from ABC Election Headquarters on a special edition of Good Morning America.
Tonight, Modern Family's back and Phil's trying to join Jay's club. But how far will Jay go to lock him out?
No. I'm trying not to panic. I can't have you at this club. You get that right?
A new Modern Family tonight on ABC.
See this box?
This is no ordinary box.
This box has the power to change lives.
This box can actually help give hope to children and families in need.
There's just one catch.
This box doesn't work alone.
That's where you come in. This holiday season, join us and Feeding America to help provide food, including fresh fruits and vegetables,
To those who need it the most.
Because without you,
This box
is just another empty box. To find out how you can help, go to abc.com/beinspired.
Is facing many challenges. We often wonder, how can we make a difference and create a brighter future? We believe investing in childhood is the answer. At Save the Children, we do whatever it takes to ensure that every day, children in need grow up healthy and educated, are protected in times of crisis, and reach their full potential. Transforming the future we all share. Join us at SaveTheChildren.org. Invest in childhood today for a brighter tomorrow.
This is how you say, it's going to be okay, to someone who just lost everything. That yes, we'll find you somewhere to stay. And yes, your children will have breakfast. Every 8 minutes, the Red Cross responds to a disaster and makes this promise. Help us keep it.
This is a special edition of Nightline. Your voice, your vote. After a closer-than-close race to the finish line, the results are in. Donald Trump is now president-elect. He will be the next president of the United States.
I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans.
Hillary Clinton not speaking tonight. Campaign Chairman John Podesta in her stead.
We're still counting votes, and every vote should count.
As the dust settles, a country divided, that splinter between rural and urban, decisive and striking. Those reactions nationwide, and we're right in the middle of it. Tonight from New York, Juju Chang, Dan Harris, and Byron Pitts with the latest.
And good morning, I'm Dan Harris, and welcome to a special edition of Nightline, Your Voice, Your Vote. Tonight, what may just be the most stunning upset in a political century. Just moments ago, Donald Trump taking the stage to declare victory after Hillary Clinton called him to concede. Take a listen.
Just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. We have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people.
Donald Trump striking tones, striking chords of unity tonight. Let's go to a man who was in the room tonight, ABC News Trump campaign embed, John Santucci, who's at Trump headquarters. John, you've been following this candidate for more than 500 days now. Do you think he saw this coming?
You know, I have to tell you, Dan, we were talking to folks over in Trump Tower for most of the night. As you know, this was a late night. I mean, we were supposed to be on there for Nightline about an hour ago. It's now, of course, after 3 o'clock in the morning here in New York. You know, Trump and his team had felt in the last couple weeks that things were going better in their direction. Of course, that was in the wake of the FBI reopening the investigation to Secretary Clinton's emails. So in the last couple weeks, Dan, as we've described it, there was a booster shot, if you will, within the Trump campaign. Did they think it was enough to get there tonight? I'm not sure, honestly. You know, I was talking to aides earlier this evening. Some admitted this will be a quick night. We'll get this over with. A couple already planning a bar to go to later on. I think they invited me. I'm not too sure. I haven't heard from them now, Dan. But at the end of the day, this whole race is really the epitome of what happened here. No one saw this coming, even the Trump campaign, and it has been one heck of a wild ride for all of us for 512 days, Dan, and a lot of frequent flyer miles.
Indeed, and we appreciate your service. It is not over yet. The campaign may be, but the roller coaster ride is just beginning, as George Stephanopoulos said not long ago. John Santucci, thank you. Let's get it out now to my Nightline co-anchor, Juju Chang, who's in Times Square and has been speaking to some very disappointed supporters of Hillary Clinton. Juju, good evening to you.
Well, Dan, you know, tonight was one for the ages as we're here in the wee hours in Times Square. We hear smatterings of lock her up or USA chants, but for the most part, people here are in stunned silence. And this is, as you know, the crossroads of America. And as I walked among the crowds earlier this evening, I talked to a man from Dallas who said this is a sad night for our country. I talked to another young man whose grandparents were born slaves, he told me, in Cuba. And he says it feels like this country is going backwards. And I talked to a British couple, because there are a lot of global tourists here in Times Square, who said, we had our Brexit, good luck to you. But, you know, contrast this with the optimism that we came into today with. No one saw this coming, as you pointed out. Donald Trump was not only an underdog, he had his back against the wall. He performed over the course of several hours tonight a political jiu-jitsu move.
It was an incredible moment. Juju, I'm just going to cut you off because we're going to come back to you after a quick break. We'll be right back with much more on this huge story.
facing many challenges. We often wonder, how can we make a difference and create a brighter future? We believe investing in childhood is the answer. At Save the Children, we do whatever it takes to ensure that every day, children in need grow up healthy and educated, are protected in times of crisis, and reach their full potential, transforming the future we all share. Join us at SaveTheChildren.org. Invest in childhood today for a brighter tomorrow. I am a veteran. My victory was finding the strength to be a champion.
My victory is having a job I can be proud of.
At DAV, we help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
My victory was finishing my education.
My victory was getting help to put our lives back together.
DAV provides veterans with a lifetime of support.
My victory is being there for my family.
Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is a special edition of Nightline. Your voice, your vote. After a closer-than-close race to the finish line, the results are in. Donald Trump is now president-elect. He will be the next president of the United States.
I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans.
Hillary Clinton not speaking tonight. Campaign Chairman John Podesta in her stead.
We're still counting votes, and every vote should count.
As the dust settles, a country divided, that splinter between rural and urban, decisive and striking. Those reactions nationwide, and we're